Hasan Abi on the beat. Yeah.
I'm a little tardy as well. Whoo! Folks. Welcome to the broadcast. We have a lot to talk about today, and we have a lot of fun. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of fun that is going to happen today as well. You might be thinking, Hasan, fun on a Monday? Mondays are news days. Mondays are for the news. How dare you? And to them, I say, guess what? We're going to be doing some fun because Maya Higa is in the building. She's going to be in the building later, and she is going to be teaching me weird animal facts, animal sex facts specifically. And I'm very excited. The goat of all collabs herself. So we will do all of that and more. But before we get into that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's 65 and sunny here in California. Let me tell you, okay, it's kind of cold. It's kind of cold. It's kind of cold. It's officially kind of cold. Dude, Maya is pregnant? Yeah. Well, it is what it is, you know? That's not going to stop me from having her teach me weird animal facts. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm a feminist. Let's go. So you can make it weird at zoos. I know. I don't know why she's equipping me with more bad information that I will fucking repeat nonstop. She does not know what she is opening up. She's opening up a can of worms. Anyway, you just liking cold weather's the worst thing. Kaya, stop growling. Folks, personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast to hang out with my family. I know a lot of you were very upset. Okay. A lot of you are very upset with me because half day, 7 hour, didn't actually end up playing spoopy games. It's really fucked up. And honestly, it was valid because I hung out with my family. I hung out with my mom. Azan lied, Gaming Frogs died. I know. Anyway, so where was I? Oh yeah, end of the broadcast. I watched a little bit of Chaos. You already know, because that's the one show that my mom and I can sit down and watch. And as you know, it's like busy work almost. Like I just have to find any show that she will sit through, and then inevitably get bored of or fall asleep watching. And that is the one we've arrived at. It's Chaos, Kaos. Apparently they're canceling the second season, which is wild to think about because it's like not a bad show. Anyway, but yeah, we did that, ordered some Mexican food, but there was something that people in this community had asked me if I had watched. And that something is the One Piece love letter. And for me, I had no idea what you guys were talking about at first. And then I went on Crunchyroll. And I found out what love letter was. Turns out it's the next episode that was drawn by the best animation team that they have over at Toei. Okay. And it was amazing. It was fantastic. It made me happy. It made me sad. I teared up by the end of it. And I think it's because I myself am also a stan of the Straw Hat Mugiwara Pirates. And I think that's why I love Bartholomew so much, right? It's Bartholomew. That's the one that's the cannibal. That's the big stan, right? And it's the same reason why I love the love letter episode, because it's like, it almost is reflecting back people like ourselves who are fans of the Straw Hats, but this time they're like normal civilians existing in the world, and even normal, Navy, Marine soldiers and their own personal ambitions and how they get cast aside in massive battles. Because they show like Marineford, and they show it's centered around the Sabaody archipelago and Marineford, from the perspective of like random people that are existing as like normal civilians or a part of the fucking Navy. And it was really fun. It was really cute, and it was really awesome. I loved it. I highly recommend it. I wish they would redraw the entire Fishman and Sabaody archipelago arc, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're just simply condensing it. That one Marine and his brother parallel though. Yeah, exactly. Have you seen Dandadan? Of course. Dandadan is peak. It's fantastic. It's wall to wall. It's so silly. It's goofy. There's not a beat that skips. There's no misses on it. All hits. So, been trying to confirm if you're week to week for the last 6 months. Exciting shit. With One Piece, I have officially caught up. So that's why I watched the last episode of One Piece. And I assume that now they're just like, they use this as a jump off point to be like, we're going back to the Sabaody archipelago, and we're going to also do the we're going to condense and recreate with the old animation. We're going to condense and recreate the Fishman Island arc. So, they're reanimating it, not just condensing it. Oh my God. If they're reanimating it with the new team, I will fucking lose my mind. I think that would be fantastic. All right. So, I might just like pick up the manga, start reading where I left off, like where the anime left off. Who knows? I might get crazy with it. Jerkwith, thank you for the gifted subs. Not completely reanimated, but touched up. Okay. Anyway, so that's what I did last night. I also then watched My Hero Academia, but it's like never the same after watching One Peak. You watch One Peak and then you go to Mid Hero Academia and you're like, ugh, this is not the same. It doesn't hit the same. And it sucks because like I really liked I relied on My Hero Academia when One Piece was like so fucking slow and such a trek and a mess in terms of like reused assets and how boring of a slog it had become during Wano. And now after Egghead, I'm like, this is the greatest anime of all time. What the fuck do you mean? And it dramatically changed my perception of it. Altered my perception of things that I had already perceived previously. Barry Balls, thank you for the 11 community of the subs. So that's what's going on. All right. Woke up this morning, worked out. Did some weightlifting. You already know what it is. Even though I had busted my ankle, for the record, that is a real thing that happened. As you guys know, yesterday when I was playing basketball, I rolled my ankle because the dude. I rolled my ankle because the dude I was like playing against, the dude that was guarding me, literally fucking put his leg under me as I was shooting a 3-pointer. It's a flagrant. It's like one of the worst things you can do to someone. Like I rolled it off of his foot. You know what I mean? It's a flagrant foul. It's not that I'm getting old, dumbass. It's that the fucking dude was an asshole and literally did something that is completely unacceptable. But it's a super shitty thing to do when you're in the air and then someone fucking deliberately places their fucking foot underneath you so you step on the foot and like twist your ankle. But having said that, despite my old age, I unironically didn't injure myself that bad. As a matter of fact, the entire day I didn't even feel it. And then as soon as I was done with the stream, I elevated it. I did rice, you know, rest, ice, compression, elevation. I did it. I riced it up. And yet, after I started ricing it up, that shit started exploding on me. I couldn't even step on it. So I don't know what happened. But basically it's fine now. Like, I mean, I used a brace this morning and I didn't go as hard on my deadlifts because I didn't want to put like all this additional fucking strain on it, but we're good. Doctors say rice is no good anymore. Fucking dude, the meta changes too much, brother. I don't understand it. Okay. Rice is outdated. It slows recovery. Okay, well, I don't know, man. I'm not fucking keeping up with it. All right, how about that? I don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know what the latest and greatest is. How about that? I just don't know. Eat ibuprofen like candy? No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that because I fucking hate doing that. Hold on. I need to put a song up here. Okay, there it is. Heads up, your old podcast co-host is another big episode of attacks lined up against you today. Against me or against Twitch? Because, like, I don't even... God. I just don't even know what to say, what to do. It's just like, it's so tiring, dude. I hate this timeline. Yeah, it's like every day, dude. Every fucking day. No, now it's just because you're the singular terrorism defender and anti-Semitism causer. They're doing it the Majority Report now too. Oh, they're coming after Majority Report too? Great. That's actually good because then people will understand how fucking laughable and silly this shit is. Because like Sam Cedar is not like me, okay? He is an older gentleman who has been at this game for a very long time. He is very careful about his language. He has been a mainstream figure for quite some time. I think it's good to expose the Majority Report to any community. So Sam is a good debater. He's a great debater. Attacking a nice social democrat uncle is a bad strategy. Yeah. The Mbanes are fucking crazy, but like the way these unbanned people hate your gush should show you that they're not the same. Yeah, I know. That's what's so funny about it is like, yeah, if I am in any way, shape, or form the secret fucking owner and founder of Twitch, do you think I would ever in a million fucking years unban Sneeko and Fresh and Fit? You have to be delusional. Like, it's the most insane fucking thing, you know? It's not that people say I'm a secret owner of Twitch or whatever. They just say that like I have a tremendous amount of influence over the platform or some shit. I don't fucking know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Don't think anyone's saying that. No, they're heavily implying it. And you guys are being... Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. As soon as like drama perverts come into the chat, the first thing that happens is people going, oh, are you embellishing? Are you being sarcastic? I'm just going to act like I'm going to be the most neurodivergent framing possible. Like no room for embellishment whatsoever. No, they behave like I'm the fucking Twitch puppet master. Okay. Like that is what people are behaving like. That is the way that people act as though I am. So stop being disingenuous, please. Jesus. I can't even have a fucking single goddamn conversation. It's just like everyone has to literally jump over it. Yeah. Anyway. Love that shirt. Big dog, where'd you get it? Australia. It's impossible to engage in this discourse in a productive way with this community. Yeah, I know. Just in general, it's impossible to engage in this conversation in a productive manner because it's an utterly unproductive conversation. It's entirely unproductive. Looking like a beautiful pumpkin. Yeah. Thank you. That was my goal. 15 days into the election and this is everyone's FYP. Kamala is so cooked. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's. I'm seeing a lot of libs on people's TikTok For You page also going crazy mode over like just being like, oh, you're not going to vote. I'm seeing a lot of white leftists saying they're not going to vote for Kamala Harris. Well, you know, to them I say, how selfish can you be? You very clearly don't care about like, you know, marginalized communities or whatever, yada yada yada. That's the type of shit that they're on right now. Anyway, Themasius, thank you for the playlist. Actually, what the hell? That playlist that you just sent me is just going to YouTube directly. I don't know why. I click on the link and the link doesn't work. Okay, never mind. It works now. Based on that video Hasan reacted to yesterday, Hasan needs to talk to less random debate creeps and more to good-looking women. His brain is deep fried like a bloomin' onion. Yes, my brain is not good. I can't believe people are still asking if I watched One Piece fan letter or love letter. Yes, I did. It was incredible. It was peak. It was spectacular. It was art. It was moving. It made me tear up. It made me cry. Okay, I loved it. My brain is not good. But where were we? So did it make you all rizzed up like baby Gronk? Yeah. Just like baby Gronk. My shit is rizzed up to the max. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but whatever, who cares? Can we focus on important stuff like how you're close to 1 million on TikTok? I agree. That is important. And I'll be honest with you, we've been hitting some fucking banger TikToks back to back to back, as a matter of fact. Look at this, dude. Look at this. This one got 3 million views. The next one got 1 million views in one day. Shit is popping, dude. The TikToks are going crazy. And we're almost at 1 milli right here. 985,000. The Quinlan bump is real? Oh, for sure. What is this? You were so real for that?
Like memes of it. It's like the Jin Shang Dai Yang Hong Ya Hong Kong Dong E Jin Shang De Dai Yang Shi Ma So Dong E. Like that. I'm sure you've seen like
how much money does 1 million views give? Nothing. I don't make any money off TikTok. You're crazy.
memes.
TikTok is not for money. It's for fucking PR and it's for outreach. She got a little turned on by that one honey pea. I don't know about that. Anyway, where was I? A king deserves a city of his own. That could be you if you played Cities 2 Skylines now on PC. That's funny. All right, let's blast off. Elon Musk, million dono might be illegal. Poll watch, hog watch. It's Monday news day. IOF bombs Lebanese banks. Maya. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take out the IOF Lebanese banks thing because I'm going to post about Maya here. Maya Higa will be on later to teach me about animals. Weird sex edition. Get in now. This fan cam went viral. Holy shit. Do we have a blast off meme chat? What is this fan cam? Oh yeah, this one did go viral, I know. Do we have a blast off meme? Son, are you snitching on the billionaires again? Yeah, I know. Turks came in for the Feddo commentary, apparently. Oh yeah, Fethullah Gulen is dead. But motherfucker was 83. The CIA is very sad today, okay? The CIA, very sad today. They lost one of their best assets. Yeah. Call your local Fethullah Gulen supporters, chat. NS Contact Freedom, he's probably crying. He's probably really, really fucking sad. You know? RIP Bozo. Pack watch. Fuck Fethullah Gulen. My Turkish trainers from a Gulenist family. There's a lot. There's like hella fucking Gulenists out here. It's weird, bro. It is. There's like... I mean, I guess it's not that weird because, like I said, he is straight up, you know, an American State Department asset, so it does make sense. But cezasız götü rahat öldü. Üzücü kısmı Amerika sağ olsun. Aynen öyle. Aynen. 83 yaşında öldü abi herif. Kendi kendine. Hiçbir bokta olmadı herife. Amına koyayım. Hani nerede? Karma nerede? Karma. Nerede? Yok. I was in a Haaretz article. They talked about me in a Haaretz article. Haaretz? That's crazy. Do we have a blast out meme or not? Okay, well, I'm just gonna use this one. Fuck it. Wait, why can't I save this? Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna blast off with this. And I'm gonna need a fucking Haaretz paywall destroyer, if possible, for this article, because I want to watch it. I want to read it. Here it is. Why did you dislike the guy? Fethullah Gülen. Fethullah Gülen is a fucking weird ass like Muslim cleric that is that straight up set up like a parallel government in Turkey, cut from originally the same cloth of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He's a Islamist fundamentalist, and also he is the Falun Gong of Turkey, if that makes sense for all the fucking Western audiences that want to understand. Like he originally was like cut from the same fucking group and institutional background of like Recep Tayyip Erdogan and like the Muslim right in Turkey. But then they obviously they had differences in agreement, and I think that difference in agreement was born out of like probably American State Department interests in general. But those guys were all like the Turkish like Muslim right, conservative right movement was also directly funded and facilitated by America, alongside the ultra nationalist movement in Turkey, the JJJ, the fucking MHP, MHP, the ultra nationalist party in Turkey. These were all like CIA backed movements in the nation during the Cold War, and one of them was obviously like the Muslim angle, and Fethullah Gülen was like originally aligned with Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He had his fucking tentacles in every part of Turkish society, from the police to the courts to the fucking military even. It's crazy. And then there was a failed coup that happened, and they did not succeed. Erdogan used the coup to his advantage to change the constitution of the nation as like a one that was no longer a parliamentary system, but instead a presidential structure. There were a lot of these fucking dudes. Like, the thing is, Büyük Fethullah Gülen'e nasıl hakaret ederseniz ne büyüklük yaptın sen çocuksuz serseri. It's like funny that there are people who are fans of him in Turkey and also around in diaspora. There's a lot of fucking Feto fans, but he's just like a random fucking CIA guy basically. Bu amcıklar konuşmalarından tanıyorum artık. Aynen. It's funny because like I'm in a unique position. I'm in a unique position because like I obviously am not a fan of the Erdogan government, right? But I also fucking despise Fethullah Gülen, and dare I say even more than I despise the Erdogan government, because not only are they both like fundamentalists, but one was also a fundamentalist working directly with the American State Department, versus like one is like directly in the pocket of the CIA, whereas the other one at least like every now and then will have, you know, will demonstrate some level of fucking autonomy, you know? But overall, it's like, it's really interesting to think about because Like Turkey, despite being a NATO country, has still kind of had their own like they've still had their own like fundy movements, I guess, like grow in prominence, and America played a big role in that. And the analysis from the American State Department at the time, and I'll get to Fethullah Gülen extensively later, but I guess like the one thing I will say is that, you know how the Western world like really beefed up the Wahhabists in the region and the Salafists, and they were like, oh yeah, these are going to be like our counterbalance to like secular pan-Arabic nationalist movements that sometimes were like social democrat or like socialist adjacent. Like, we can't have that. This is a resource-rich region. We can't have them align with the USSR. That would be devastating for the global economy from the perspective of the Western world. So they basically propped up those like Salafists and shit. And then America turned around and were like, uh-oh, these guys are actually kind of crazy. And now they're actually killing our people. I don't like that. What's a better way that we can promote Islamist thought, but in a more moderate fashion? And I'm not saying that Fethullah Gülen was more moderate. I'm saying that America perceived him as the more moderate counterbalance, because there has to always be they always have to have one guy. Well, not just one guy, many guys, but there always has to be someone that they're propping up. And that was their guy. The American State Department saw Fethullah Gülen as a more moderate version of like Islamist fundamentalism that could be controlled, because Fethullah Gülen was living in the fucking Poconos, right? And basically, there are still a network of schools, Turkish schools, both in all around Africa, the African continent, all around the United States of America, all around the world, that are all Fethullah Gülen schools. A lot of the Turkish schools that you see outside of Turkey are Fethullah Gülen schools. There's a lot of Fethullah Gülen schools in Turkey. Enes Kanter went to one, Samanyolu. I know this because he used to play basketball for Samanyolu and in Ankara when I was at Ankara College. So anyway, it's a very long, convoluted, complicated situation to explain. But that's what it is. And fuck Fethullah Gülen, for the record. The TV show Samanyolu, I believe the TV channel is also owned by Fethullah Gülen. Now, Recep Tayyip Erdogan used for the post-coup, and even before the coup, there was like a lot of there was a lot of polarization between Erdogan and Fethullah Gülen. Basically, Recep Tayyip Erdogan was like, that's the main guy, that's our main terrorist, that's our main enemy. And there was a little bit of fucking reason, like decent reason for him to say that, except he basically used that to go after anyone and everyone that he considered to be an enemy, which is really interesting, because that's why there are still Recep Tayyip Erdogan defenders that sometimes come into my chat and say, you're a fucking FETÖ'cü. You're a Fethullah Gülen defender, which is hilarious. But anyway. Abi Tayyip'ten ve Gülen'e yana asıl problem FETÖ adı altında ucundan kıyısından geçen sadece çalışan... Onu anlatıyorum zaten, evet. Onu da anlattım, evet. While there is like reason for Recep Tayyip Erdogan and the Turkish government to not enjoy or appreciate Fethullah Gülen as a direct parasitic, parallel state that they had propped up, the Erdogan government certainly used that valid reasoning and that valid interest in like targeting Fethullah Gülen and his cronies to basically fucking target everyone, anyone and everyone, including myself. Not the Turkish government targeting me for that reason, but ironically enough, plenty of fucking Recep Tayyip Erdogan defenders come into this chat in Turkish and will claim that I am a Fethullah Gülen supporter, which is hilarious to say, considering that I paint my fucking nails and am pro-trans, pro-gay, all that fun stuff. It would be very weird for people to point to me and say, you must be a fundy. But I guess I get hit on every avenue on that front. A lot of people say that I'm a fundy anyway from the opposing front, where they say, Hasan, You love Islamist fundamentalists. You love terrorism. You want more terrorism to happen. You are anti-Semitic. So yes, you are also a fundy, which is really interesting. Anyway, let's look at this. So this is an update. Streaming platform Twitch apologized after Israelis found they couldn't register as users. So, yeah, what my suspicion was is, I think what ended up happening, which is that, like, they were being overly cautious and trying to fucking stop, like, IP banning, like, everyone that is from Palestine or Israel, because they use the same ISPs, in creating new accounts so they can, like, upload footage of October 7th. I think that when people say copium overly cautious, I think they don't realize, like, they don't realize, like, you have to find an alternative reason for it. Okay? Like, not only do I assume that this is largely because, like, they have this is the post-austerity Twitch where they don't have enough fucking workers for anything, really. But beyond that, I suspect that they probably took this initiative and then forgot to fucking change it, which I think is a massive fuck up for the record. It's completely unacceptable. I would never be an advocate for this, but we should think about the alternative reasons as to why they might have done such a thing and entertain them, specifically because of how fucking stupid it is to think of the alternative. Anyway, the popular video live streaming platform Twitch has been accused of anti-Semitism after Israeli users discovered they were unable to create new accounts. As revealed by Ron Barzik on his X profile, the company blocked users with Israeli internet addresses days without an official response, but eventually Twitch issued a lengthy apology on its X account, explaining its rationale and stating that the ban had been lifted. According to Twitch, the ban targeted the email verification process for creating an account. The company claimed it was part of an effort to prevent the uploading of violent content in response to the events of October 7 last year, when Hamas attacked a string of Israeli border communities, killing approximately 1,200 people, sparking the ongoing war. Twitch said the block was inadvertently left in place and was only lifted once the issue was brought to its attention, but many users took issue with the explanation, noting that the ban had appeared to be based on internet protocol addresses rather than email verification. It's unclear why the block persisted for months despite numerous complaints from Israeli users, or why it was imposed in the first place. Critics also question why similar restrictions weren't placed on users from other conflict zones, such as Ukraine. This is not the only time that Twitch has faced accusations of anti-Semitism. Earlier this week, another controversy emerged at TwitchCon from the platform's annual convention. A viral clip from one of the panel's well-known streamers ranking other streamers on a scale of ranking ranging from Arab to Love Sabra, with the latter representing the lowest ranking. The Sabra hummus brand in the United States, a joint venture between PepsiCo and Israeli-based Strauss Group. Given that Sabra is also a common term for Israeli-born Jews, it's not, or at least, like, not. I didn't even fucking know that. And the first person ranked at the bottom was a Jewish streamer, Ethan Klein, known as H3H3 on the platform. Many interpret the ranking as one from Arab to Jew. One panelist added, I'll just say it, there should be an even lower category called Zionist, which was met with applause from the audience. Klein himself responded to the short video on his YouTube channel, saying that the panelists have a history of making anti-Semitic comments under the guise of Israel or Zionism. He said he wasn't surprised by the incident. Klein also claimed that Twitch has a history of problematic behavior towards Jews, or at least the tolerance of anti-Semitic statements. He highlighted cases involving popular streamers Fresh and Fit, who posted anti-Semitic tweets, and Sneeko, another well-known streamer who praised Hamas. Both were temporarily suspended, but not permanently banned from the platform. So out of all of the criticisms that that Twitch has been taking in terms of, like, the anti-Semitism package, the onslaught of, like, anti-Semitism allegations, that paragraph right there is the only valid one. That is straight up. I mean, the IP block and not, like, restoring the IP ban or whatever the fuck is also unacceptable, obviously. And I do think that that's most likely oversight. But this, on the other hand, I do not agree with in any way, shape, or form. Just like I don't agree with any sort of, like, any sort of restriction from, like, making new accounts. Wasn't the IP ban also affecting Palestine? Yes, of course. So, another notable case is the Hasan Abi Turkish American streamer who presented himself as a left-wing commentator on current events. Piker has hosted anti-American and anti-Israeli guests on his channel, including on one occasion a Houthi pirate who discussed the activities of the Yemeni Islamist rebel group, which is known for slogans such as "Death to America, Curse the Jews." Piker has repeatedly spread false information and anti-Israel propaganda, sometimes veering into anti-Semitism. Despite this, Twitch has taken little action against him, suspending him for just 1 week for a specific comment. Wait, what? Who wrote this article? They brought forward the cracker ban? Dog, what is happening? Are they just like... Come on, man. I rely on Haaretz. I use it on a daily basis. I fucking love Gideon Levy. What the fuck is this? You guys are supposed to be real journalists, man. What the fuck? Come on, dog. So far, the platform has not responded to growing complaints from users accusing it of failing. I like that there's I like that they went, Pikers repeatedly spread false information and anti-Israel propaganda. Point to them. Can you point to the false information that I was spreading in anti-Israel propaganda? Now, this is, I think, worse than anything else because, like, this is a reputable paper. And I've said this before, as far as, like, Haaretz goes, like, obviously... there are fantastic writers on there, fantastic reporters on there, and then there's some fucking not so fantastic reporters on there. That is every fucking newspaper in general. It's interesting that they would like that this passes the smell test of like a decent report. I think it doesn't, right? Like, how is this? Is this like it's not even framed as an op-ed? It's just straight up like this is real news reporting. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. So tired. Like, why are we focusing on ripping apart a Twitch streamer? I mean, I think that ultimately it doesn't matter. You weren't contacted either. No, that's what's really crazy about it. That's like I would have expected Haaretz to literally do a little bit more. I thought that they would have actually done like real reporting on it. Now, notice how they can't fucking grab onto anything because I'm very careful and very deliberate with my language, even if I have my pop-off moments or whatever. There's just not really much you can fucking point to. So it's always like second degree associations, third degree associations, who I've interviewed, you know what I mean? Like, and I've seen this happen before. It's just when the situation becomes like unmanageable, when there's no real way to like defend Israel's actions in the West, like you just have to try to fucking silence some of the biggest critics, right? And that's it. You interviewed an extremist who fought alongside the Kurds. Okay, don't tell the Turks that, but I have done that. I'm fed up with all the disingenuous allegations of anti-Semitism. Yeah. Did you see Stop Anti-Semitism tweet about you? No, man. Why are you? I don't give a shit, dude. Fuck stopantisemitism.org. They're fucking delusional. It's like one crazy woman from Long Island, dog. It's not like a reputable institution. What are you talking about? They're more predisposed with fucking yelling about Dua Lipa and Gigi Hadid than anything else. Okay, calm down. Yeah, it's no different than someone being like, did you see my tweet? Yeah, for context, that organization considers Bizan from Gaza, Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef, Jamal Bowman, Corey Bush, Rashida Tlaib, Gigi and Bella Hadid, Trevor Noah, Dua Lipa, Mehdi Hassan, AOC, anti-Semitic. They're fucking insane. Okay? The first two guys openly deny the Holocaust, and then they're like, this Hassan guy said the C word and mean things about Israel. I know. It just like doesn't really fit, does it? It doesn't really fit the bill, I don't think. It's disingenuous framing. I don't want to give it too much attention, but I suspect that this will be like an ongoing thing, an ongoing back and forth, non-freaking stop. And you know, it is what it is. I'm used to it. This has been happening for fucking 6 years now, you know? I'm getting the feeling that they've started an active campaign to smear you. I fear they won't stop until they deplatform you. Yes, there is not anything I can do aside from hoping that people will have the capacity in this barrage of ridiculous smears, that they have the capacity to be charitable. It is especially because I think especially because like most people understand where I'm coming from when it comes to the issue of Palestinian emancipation. Like, even if they're not primed with all the knowledge of like, oh, is this Islamophobic? Or even if they themselves might be a little Islamophobic personally, like they still, no matter what happens, like they still have this understanding that like what Israel is doing is kind of fucked up, right? Like that, I think that's what most people, like most people's approach, especially in our demographic, like under the age of 35, but even older now, is like, yeah, we should probably dial back at the very least. Like we should probably dial back what Israel's doing. And so a lot of this stuff will ring hollow because most people can see right from wrong. And I feel bad for other content creators on this platform. I feel bad for other content creators who are like also being targeted in the same way. No one should have to withstand this level of like cyber stalking and harassment. And since Gamergate, we haven't really figured out a coherent way, coherent and you know, successful way of dealing with this. Like there isn't any legislation around it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's very odd. But at the end of the day, it's super simple, dude. I do not believe that Israel represents all Jews. I think that that is inherently anti-Semitic. As a matter of fact, many Nazis also say that. Okay? And I don't know. I just don't think that it's like, I don't think it's appropriate to make this conflation. I think it is inherently dangerous to make this conflation. That's it. And I think that Israel, I know that Israel is an apartheid state. I know that Israel is conducting a genocide. It's an apartheid state on a good day. It's conducting a genocide in Gaza right now over the course of the past 12 months. If you don't have an issue with that, I don't know what to tell you. If you do have an issue with that, if you are frustrated by that, then good. Okay? But I think it's genuinely unconscionable to 95% of Jews support Israel. You can't change facts. You're just wrong. That's not correct. That one fucking statistic that people who want to defend the notion that like criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic, and people who are anti-Semitic both use this, okay? This is the hilarious part about it, is that people who fucking despise Israel and are also anti-Semitic versus people who love Israel and are trying to defend Israel by claiming any sort of criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic say this exact same thing, okay? It is insane. It is incorrect. There are two reasons for it. One, Zionism has a purposely and very deliberately vague, a vague definition, okay? It's always changing. It's always fluid. That's number one. That's the main reason why most people are like, most Americans, if you ask them like, oh, do you think Israel should exist? Due to social conditioning and not knowing what Israel has been doing for the past 76 years, will go, yeah, of course. That makes sense. And then boom, they go, that's Zionism. And yeah, that number doesn't change across the board for any American or American Jews in general. That's the primary reason. Second, that statistic comes from one of the worst polls of all time. I remember doing a deeper dive about this. a while back. It's like literally a guy who asked like 10 people or something, and then they just fucking ran with it forever and in perpetuity. It unironically does not fit the bill. It doesn't fit the current understanding of Israel's actions. And it is a dangerous thing to consistently fucking wave around. Yeah, Jewish Currents did a deep dive on this, okay? Great article. Are 95% of Jews really Zionists? Polls of American Jewish opinion on Israel may not be asking the right questions. Okay? Barry Weiss in Tablet, in her first piece of writing since her resignation from the New York Times opinion section, in which she complained that the left had become too hostile to American Jews to support her point, she noted that 95% of Jews support the Jewish state. This statistic is commonly repeated in Jewish and mainstream media. This year, it's been cited in several opinion pieces and a peer-reviewed academic article. Last year, among various other appearances, it showed up in a Wall Street Journal book review, a New York Times letter to the editor, and a JTA op-ed. The statistic originates from an August 2019 article by Gallup senior scientist Frank Newport. In response to Donald Trump's controversial comments that American Jewish Democrats were being disloyal to Israel, Newport set out to examine Jews' political views. Drawing on the polling data from Gallup and other organizations, he contended that Jews generally have more favorable views of Israel than the broader American public. But nonetheless, and once again, this is in 2019, but nonetheless concluded that Trump's actions in support of Israel to date have done little to shift Jews' largely democratic political allegiance. To support the former point, he included an estimate that 95% of Jews have favorable views of Israel. However, as Newport noted in the article, this estimate was not based on a representative survey of American Jews, which would be designed specifically to capture the views of a niche American community. Instead, it was aggregated from Gallup's nationally representative samples of all Americans over 5 years. In an email to Jewish Currents, Newport confirmed his methodology for reaching the 95% figure. He identified 128, it wasn't 5 people, it was 128 people who described their religion as Jewish in the broader studies and used that subsample for his calculation. He estimated that the margin of error for his calculation was between 7 and 10%, explaining with small sample sizes, there is significant margin of error on either side of the point estimate, so the calculations are just that, estimates. Yet the statistic is rarely described in its context as Newport's back-of-the-envelope estimate, based on only 128 Jewish by religion respondents over 5 years. Instead, it is regularly repeated as a truism, cited as evidence that American Jews who are more ambivalent about Israel are an insignificantly small minority in the community. Soon after Newport published his piece, Forward Opinion editor Batya Ongar-Sargon admonished non-Jewish progressive leaders not to use the supposed 5% of anti-Zionist Jews as cover for movements that are unwelcoming to the 95% of Jews who have favorable views towards Israel. Tablet senior Yair Rosenberg encouraged people to get out of their Twitter bubbles. The Newport calculation is just one of several statistics that Jewish commentators frequently cite as evidence for pro-Israel consensus in the Jewish community. Yet, as this case shows, many journalists, pundits, and even academics often misunderstand polling methodologies, resulting in serious miscommunication of these results to the public. In Newport's figure, the size and composition of the sample is suspect, but the polls that specifically sample American Jews rather than Americans generally can have shortcomings due to the wording of the questions. Most surveys that ask American Jews about Israel-Palestine implicitly assume that a respondent's relationship to Israel is generally positive and relatively uncomplicated, while also operating within the rapidly fading framework of a conventional two-state solution. At the same time, questions usually do not directly measure other values that American Jews might hold, such as concern for democracy or Palestinian human rights. Limitations and biases for existing polling, combined with the miscommunication of the results in the press, make it easy for Jewish leaders to dismiss those who dissent from the establishment consensus on Israel. In the process, the public is deprived of a more accurate snapshot of trends in American Jewish perspectives on the Jewish state. One other factor to consider here is the obvious insane level of social conditioning. Okay? One thing that I've talked to with a lot of incredibly intelligent Jewish anti-Zionist friends of mine, and I've done these conversations, I've had these conversations on the broadcast, as you guys know, is the notion that, especially for a lot of Reform Jews, which is a pretty large block of American Jews in general, is that Zionism has basically been substituted as a religion, as a secular religion for a lot of American Jews in their upbringing. Okay? There is a tremendous amount of social conditioning at play here. So with all of that and the vague generalizations of what it means to be a Zionist, okay, the polling data on this is not going to be entirely accurate of the reality, okay? For some, and I'll give you an example of this, for some, it simply means like, can Jews live there, okay? For many, as a matter of fact, it just means like, can Jews live there? Now, when you ask that question, of course, everyone's going to say yes. I think yes. My answer is yes to that. Does that make me a Zionist? No, of course not. Do you understand? For others, it means Israel must maintain a demographic majority built around the ideology of religious and ethno supremacy. Okay? For the broadest majority and the actual real definition, that's what Zionism is. So when people are angry about this kind of thing, they're angry towards that notion that is materializing in front of our eyes as Israel has maintained an apartheid state for 76 fucking years and is currently conducting a genocide for the past 12 months and now is bombing the shit out of Lebanon on top of that. A 7-front war, as they say. So, like, of course, people are looking at that and going, no, that's what Zionism is. It's happening in front of our eyes. It's unfolding. Man-made horrors beyond comprehension. That's what they see because that's what it is. Do you understand? Anyway, after all that, Lamau, my bad, this poll isn't reliable. Thanks, man. Anyway, in an interview with Jewish Currents, Matthew Boxer, an assistant research professor at the Cohen Center for Modern Jewish Studies and Steinhardt Social Research Institute at Brandeis University, the only people on Twitter that have ever said unkind things about my wife or daughter are Zionists. I'm not saying the Nazis or the Bond dogs or whomever wouldn't do that. I'm just saying Zionists are the only ones who ever have. That's Izzy. So that's why I was laughing with Noah when he was on. I was like, who would the president of ADL, Greenblatt, who would he kill first? Would he kill me or you? Like, if he lined us up and he had one bullet, like, you're an anti-Zionist Jew, and I am an anti-Zionist Muslim, I don't know who he has more smoke for. I think it's him. I think the ADL despises the presence of anti-Zionist Jews, especially so prominently featured in the pro-Palestinian, anti-Israeli apartheid movement in this country. And I think it's very frustrating that these guys not only exist, but have existed historically and are very fucking vocal. Okay? And they're not a tiny, minuscule minority, no matter how hard people who want to defend Israel claim that they are. Not only are they on the right side of history, not only are their moral compasses correct on this issue, okay, but they also do not represent a tiny, marginal fucking constituency. It's ridiculous to say so. It is, I would say, anti-Semitic to say so, as a matter of fact. Do you know any good polls on this subject that we can look at instead? Maybe this one has it. Anyway, regarding the sample size of 128 respondents, Boxer explained it's not large enough sample that I would feel particularly comfortable reporting estimates from it. Boxer also pointed to the fact that those 128 Jews came from nationally representative sample of Americans, rather than of American Jews, specifically, which could misrepresent Jews in a million different ways. Most national surveys that ask for religious identification do not include Jews of no religion, those who consider themselves Jewish by culture or ethnicity, but do not consider Judaism their religious identity, a group which comprises approximately 22% of American Jews, according to a 2013 Pew survey of American Jews. Since JNRs consistently express significantly less attachment to Israel, their exclusion skews results. A subgroup of nationally representative sample poll will also be less accurate because Jews are distributed in the population differently than non-Jews. For example, American Jews are more likely to live in urban and coastal areas than the typical American, but in a nationally representative sample, you're not drawing disproportionately enough from those urban locations to get the proportion of Jews who live in those places, Boxer says. According to Boxer, this rural-urban divide can have multiple effects on accuracy when taking a subgroup from a nationally representative sample. So this just basically picks apart why this poll is like very stupid. But, I mean, this is from 2021. Poll finds a quarter of U.S. Jews think Israel is an apartheid state. Also, 22% of respondents believe Israel is committing a genocide. 67% say denying Jewish states' right to exist is anti-Semitic. This is in 2021. If you were to ask the broader American public, they would probably have the exact same approach. If not even a smaller percentage of Americans at the time would probably consider Israel to be a fucking apartheid state. Just so you understand. And remember, this is a product of tremendous amounts of social conditioning, okay? Schools and cultural institutions that are designed to create a sense of community are almost always singularly united on this one fucking issue. And in spite of all of that, there are still so many prominent anti-Zionist Jews. As a conservative, I was told to hate you for your beliefs, and I have, but your rant just changed my understanding of Israel and the control of the Zionists. What do you mean control of the Zionists? America uses Israel as a weapon, okay? You need to understand that. We use Israel as a weapon. Israel might be a willing participant in this process, and certainly the Israeli government is, and certainly many parts of Israeli society are willingly on board. But make no mistake, we are the ones who fucking give the weapons, and we are the ones who say, go off kings. Okay? That's it. That's the reality. We are the senior partner in this coalition, not them. They do not control America. We control Israel. So every single conversation that we have, you should remember that. Okay? Anyway, how Americans view Israel, Netanyahu, and U.S.-Israel relations of 5 charts. More than half of Americans had a favorable view of Israel in 2022 survey versus 41% had an unfavorable view. Majority of Americans ages 65 and older had a favorable opinion of Israel. That hasn't changed. This is in 2023. Okay, Republicans and Republican-leaning independents were more likely than Democrats and Democratic leaners to have a positive view of Israel, 71% versus 44%. Conservative Republicans were especially likely to express favor, 75%. Majorities. Doesn't that strike you as odd, by the way? Doesn't that even like remotely fucking ring any alarm bell whatsoever? Is that there is one group that is firmly committed to Israel's a bloody death and destruction campaign, and that is white evangelical Protestants. Has that not rang any fucking alarm bells in anyone's minds? Because there are plenty of kind, progressive, thoughtful American Jewish Zionists, okay? And on the issue of Israel, they are just so firmly aligned with some of the most rabid freaks. How does that happen? It requires a little bit of fucking scratching the surface, a little bit of re-examination. Jesus Christ, Twitter research, Jesus Christ's community has changed. Twitter research. Dog, why are my haters blind and deaf simultaneously? We are currently looking at polling from Pew Research, brother. What are you saying? Like, do you not see what's in front of your fucking eyes? Like, what is wrong with you? My haters, I genuinely think my haters just like are not responding to even shapes and colors in front of them any longer. They're just responding to like what they perceive I am doing. They hear common talking points from like haters, and then they just delude themselves into thinking that is what's going on, and then they hallucinate an alternative reality. Anyway, majority of Protestants and Catholics had a favorable view of Israel compared to around 4 in 10 religiously unaffiliated Americans. In 2022, Americans were more likely to have a favorable opinion of Israel than its government. 2/3 of Americans saw the Israeli people favorably. Far fewer had a favorable view of Israeli government. Other center research shows when Americans are asked to assess other countries, they tend to focus primarily on that place's government as opposed to its people. For example, Americans are more critical of China's government than of its people. About a quarter of Americans said in March 2023 survey that they had never heard of Netanyahu, but among those who had, more saw him negatively than positively. Some 42% of Americans said they had no confidence in Netanyahu to do the right thing. Most Americans, 74%, said in 2022 that the relationship between the United States and Israel were good. Older Americans were more likely than younger ones. This is from 2022. Where's the 2023 research? I thought this was literally the 2023 research. Germany's most trusted and most neutral public news media published a video in 2017 explaining how to test if criticism towards Israel is anti-Semitic. They called it the 3Ds test: demonization, double standard, and delegitimization. I don't want to hear what Germans have to think about their metric for what they consider to be anti-Semitic. In May 2024, a survey was conducted among American Jews from the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. In the aftermath of the Israeli Defense Forces' entry into the Rafah border area, President Biden's announcement of a potential arms embargo, here were some of the key findings. How concerned are you for your family's future as an American Jew of what you have seen from the campus demonstrations? Okay. A big chunk, 28%, said a great deal. 27.79% said a lot. 22% said a moderate amount. 13% said a little. And 8% said not at all. This is important to set the standard because this is an audience that is primed into thinking that any kind of pro-Palestinian sentiment, very obviously, like those that were demonstrated by the campus protesters, is actually anti-Semitic inherently and is rising anti-Semitism in the country. Think about that. Genocide accusations. Approximately 1/3 of respondents agreed with the accusation that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. What about half disagreed? This sentiment aligns with concerns over personal relationships with non-Jews, which have been negatively affected since the start of anti-Israel demonstrations in the United States. Okay? Israel has been accused of genocide by pro-Palestinian activists. Do you agree with that contention? This is like not exactly framed in a positive way either, by the way. This is already an inherently negative framing on this question. And even then, 12% say strongly agree, 17% say agree, 18% say neither agree nor disagree, and then 24% say 24% say disagree, 26% say strongly disagree. These poll results, especially when broken down on demographic boundaries, specifically of age, will show you a snapshot. That is damn near identical to that same exact demographic difference, attitude shift for the rest of the American society. Non-Jewish Americans and Jewish Americans break down on the exact same age boundaries. Okay? Hasan, it feels like you're a one-issue voter. Am I crazy for saying this? What? Hasan, my problem is how you speak about geopolitics. You give Kamala far more credit for the crisis than other pro-Israel Republicans. Wait, what? No, I don't. And also, what do you mean? You think I agree with Kamala on almost everything except geopolitics? Do you just like tune out when I fucking shit on Kamala Harris for literally hitting the center right talking points on every single fucking issue? Like, do you guys go, la, 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 I can't hear you? No, my criticisms, and I talk about this in this Newsweek article, as a matter of fact, revolve not around the issue of Israel-Palestine, which is a uniparty decision regardless, okay? It doesn't matter if a Republican is in charge. It doesn't matter if a Democrat is in charge. The genocide will continue, okay? As a matter of fact, my suspicion is that it will get marginally worse, even though genocide is the maximum thing you can do, if under a Trump administration, okay? Like, that's my assessment on this issue. There are whenever I'm doing domestic political analysis for the upcoming election, I do talk about Gaza because it is an important issue in terms of like capturing a base of support or feeding into the momentum that you've gotten. But beyond that, I'm more often than not talking about Kamala's immigration policy or the Democratic Party's immigration policy that is noticeably shifted to the right of where they were in 2020, to the exactly prime to what the Trump administration was hitting on 2020, as a matter of fact, including but not limited to building the wall. These are the types of things that I talk about. And it's not necessarily that I just like talk about it with myself. I literally have prominent journalists from the New York Times on to discuss these matters. I have journalists that used to work with Washington Post, now write at Semaphore. Like, it's not like I just, you know, sit around and just talk shit. Anyway. And it's ironic because, yes, this is her worst issue. New Post Scholar School poll of battleground states finds that Harris has a 10-point lead on healthcare, a 22-point lead on abortion. Trump has a 16-point lead on inflation and a 15-point lead on the economy. On the issue of U.S. policy on the Israel-Gaza war, 31% say Harris would do a better job. 45% say Trump would do a better job. Do you understand? That is not only a crisis of communication, but that's also a crisis born out of her ineptitude on this issue. To be fair, in most polls, people rank it like the least important thing when it comes to voting. That is also objectively untrue. There are many polls conducted on this. It's in the top 5, okay? But it doesn't even matter because when I talk about Israel-Palestine, I don't even talk about it directly as like this is the magic fucking shift. Sourcers, yes, there's an NBC. Where is it? It's number 5 on the NBC polling. It is literally above in terms of priority. It is above gun control, which is crazy. Okay, foreign policy. Guys, I love Hasan. He just has zero enthusiasm to defeat Trump. Well, bro, the Republicans are way worse. Am I wrong? Republicans are monstrous pieces of shit. Okay. And there is never a moment where I have not ever fucking mentioned that reality, okay? I say it every single fucking day. You are primed into not hearing me because you are primed into thinking you're not doing enough to defend Kamala Harris. That's it. Like, that's it. I have long maintained the position that there is not much I can do if the campaign itself is putting out certain kinds of communication. If the campaign itself is putting out bad ideas, for example, no matter how comfortable or how reliable of an orator one might be, it's not going to fucking move the needle. And the example I use is Tim Walz. Tim Walz is a fucking gem, okay? Tim Walz is a gem. Straight up, I think we all agree, right? We all like Tim Walz. He's a gem. And when it comes down to it, when he has to defend certain things like, yeah, we should let Israel nuke Iran, or when he has to defend certain things like a right-wing immigration policy, right, that the Democrats are pushing for, he is objectively bad at talking on those issues. But when he talks about defending trans people, when he talks about defending reproductive rights for women, when he talks about fucking feeding the poor and the hungry, he pops off. Because that's something that he's passionate about. Those are good policies, and he's great at communicating those good policies. You cannot massage the narrative enough to talk about a fucking opportunity economy and $50,000 in tax cuts for small business owners. It's just not going to work because it's not only bad policy, but it's also hard to fucking talk about that in a positive framework. Okay? Here, issue in the 2024 election. Economy, healthcare, Supreme Court appointments, foreign policy. Out of all voters, it is the top. It's the 4th priority. That also is obviously Ukraine as well, for the record. Okay. Yeah, it's above violent crime. And weirdly enough, immigration in this one, which is crazy. But this was the NBC poll that I was talking about that showed that top priorities for Americans. Here it is. Do you consider any one issue so important that you would vote for against the candidate solely on that basis? Abortion, 22%. Immigration and border security, 19%. Protecting democracy or constitutional rights, 18%. The cost of living, 16%. Israel's military conflict against Hamas and Hezbollah, 9%. Guns, 8%. Healthcare, 7%. Social security and Medicare, 6%. So yeah, it's pretty prescient. Like it's an issue that like is not a top priority for many Americans because foreign policy is not a top priority for many Americans. I've said this long before this point in the election. I always told you that like American foreign policy is not supposed to be in the forefront because if it is, Americans will go fucking crazy thinking about how violent we are, right? So that is deliberate. We kind of tend to hide what we are doing all around the world and how much money we're spending to continue doing the things that we're doing all around the world while we don't fix the fucking potholes over here or offer healthcare over here or offer college education over here. So that's one of the reasons why Americans don't necessarily care about foreign policy when they're making a decision on elections. Foreign policy is rarely ever the most significant thing that people vote for until it becomes the only thing that they care about. This happened with LBJ as well. This happened in Vietnam. Now, having said that, has it arrived at that point for a lot of Americans? No, but it is that point for many Americans that are in key constituencies, in key districts that Kamala Harris must win. And that is significant, especially when there is no counter to it. You do not get any kind of punishments for it, okay? It's a gimme. A lot of times the Democrats talk about how, well, these guys aren't demanding anything from us. The Republicans are just going to vote for us simply because they don't want to vote for Donald Trump. They say that all the time. What they fail to recognize, and I'm really worried about this because I do not want Donald Trump to win, and I'm really fucking worried about this, is that every single time they come out in defense of the Republican Party while they're running against the Republican Party itself in the general election, they end up hemorrhaging certain parts of their base that they take for granted. Young voters, Latino voters, black voters, and the like. Okay? This is a huge problem. It's not only a huge problem, I think, from the electoral calculus, because I'm looking at a map and they're looking at an entirely different one, I believe, but beyond that, it is a ginormous problem for the future of this country. We are ratcheting towards fascism. We are bouldering towards fascism, and the Democrats are willing participants in this, and I don't like that. I am fucking terrified of that reality. When one side is saying we're going to do mass deportation and concentration camps, and the other side is saying we're going to do, some deportation, maybe not mass deportation, and we'll build the wall. When in 2020, 4 years ago, you had one side saying, we're going to do mass deportation and concentration camps. And the other side was saying, no, we're going to do a pathway for citizenship. We're going to do amnesty. We're actually going to do the exact reverse of Donald Trump's immigration policies. And that side won. You have to understand, like, we are building, or rather priming, in my opinion, the broader American electorate to be fine with this dangerously right-wing Nazi sentiment. Okay? Is she actually for the wall? I don't feel like I've seen that. Yeah, probably because you don't live in Texas or any number of the swing states where they're running like Kamala Harris in front of the border wall. She's prosecuted transnational gangs. She definitely is presenting herself as that, and it doesn't even matter. It's in the bill that she says she's going to pass. And it's not doing shit. Republicans are still at 92% Trump support according to polls. Is insanity. Yeah, you're not picking from Trump's base of support, I don't think. So for a Brit, it confuses me that there seems to be focus on the Middle East and improving the living standards and not those who are literally living paycheck to paycheck. Who cares about buying a house when you can't afford to feed yourself? Yeah. But that same problem exists in England too with the Labour Party. They're doing the same shit. Yeah, so what? It's actually kind of disgusting how you're trying to both sides this. You're taking your country for granted if you don't see the existential threat the Republicans represent. Brother, I'm not both sidesing this, okay? I'm not at all. I think you are not understanding what I'm saying. There's only one side in this, and that is fascism. And every single step that the Democrats take in normalizing that to their own base of support is dangerous and completely unacceptable, okay? You can say you're both sidesing this all day, every day. I still ultimately do not want Donald Trump to win. I do not want mass deportations in this fucking country. You are out of your mind. The problem is, if I were to talk to Democrats, as I did in 2020, I could at least make a convincing case that the Democratic Party, even if they weren't going to follow through on their agenda, genuinely presented the humanity of immigrants in the way that they communicated on this issue. They were against Donald Trump's border policies. 2024, they are pushing for Donald Trump's border policies, but a lighter version of it. And that is really devastating, especially because that means that the Democrats have now conceded to the Republicans on the framing around this issue, that immigrants constitute a threat to American national security. And what's to make matters worse, to add insult to injury, this idea is born out of nothing. It is a right-wing hysteria that has successfully captivated the minds and hearts of so many American voters. That is deeply frustrating because the Democrats don't have to do anything but just point to the truth and say, you are lying when you say immigrants are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans, that immigrants constitute a national security threat. That's all you need to do. Say that they're lying and show exactly how they're lying and then humanize migrants. But they never did that. If you want to engage in lesser evil voting, that's fine by me. I'm not going to fucking sit here and ever tell you like, oh, don't vote for Kamala Harris. That'd be fucking insane. I will, however, tell you not to vote for Donald Trump. I do understand the situation at hand. I think that my fears here are significantly larger than just like this upcoming election. That's it. I fear that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, for example. And you can avoid those ads. The media is completely controlled by the right. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely it is. Yes. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. So we talked about how Americans are reading it. Is YouTube Connoisseur still in the chat? Because he directly was like, I don't believe Americans care about fucking Gaza or whatever. Okay. And I mean, these polls show that they definitely do care about it enough. And not only do they care about it, but they're fucking falsely believing that Donald Trump represents a better alternative on this front. Okay. Anyway, it's terrifying for the future of this country. But going back to it, poll finds a quarter of U.S. Jews think Israel's an apartheid state. This is back in 2021. how Americans view. Oh, here, this is a newer poll on this, I think. This is from August 21st, 2023. This, on the other hand, is from May 30th. How Americans and Israelis view one another and the U.S.'s role in the Israel-Hamas war. Americans have less confidence in Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu than Israelis have in U.S. President Joe Biden. Only 30% of U.S. adults express some confidence, while around half, 53%, no confidence, express not much confidence. An additional 15% say they have not heard of him. By contrast, more than half of Israeli adults have some or great deal of confidence in Biden to do the right thing regarding world affairs, whereas 42% have little or no confidence in him. That's crazy. When they say Trump would be better on Gaza, don't they mean from an anti-Palestinian perspective? Some in the Republican right, yes. They look at it as Trump is like full-blown 100% even more pro-Israel than Joe Biden is. They're also fucking delusional, and they think Joe Biden isn't maximally pro-Israel. Like, there's no... Joe Biden is like actually fucking maxed out on this, right? And yet many of them don't see it as such. But there is a shit ton of Americans who correctly blame the current administration for these violent actions that are unfolding in front of their eyes, because it is the Democratic Party that is letting it happen. So they fantasize that Trump would be fucking better ultimately, because the other polls conducted on this matter show that like Americans by massive fucking margins, including but not limited to Republicans by 54%, want a ceasefire. They want to stop Israel blowing up houses and families. So that's the reason why Trump can just like kind of fucking kick back and at certain points be like, I love Israel, I'm the best for Israel, and then other points just shut the fuck up in a mainstream, in the most like in most of these conversations, you can just shut the fuck up, kick back, and make Americans make up what his position actually is. Most people don't know what the fucking Abraham Accords is. Most people don't know that Trump is like unimaginably fucking pro-Israel, more so than even fucking Kamala Harris is, for sure. Maybe not more pro-Israel than Joe Biden. That's like, they are maxed out on that front. Israelis' opinion on Biden have turned more negative. Americans' views of Netanyahu have turned more negative over the past year. Share of Israelis with a favorable opinion of U.S. has declined. Broad majority, 77%, continue to see U.S. favorably. This is down 10 points since last year. Views of the U.S. significantly more positive among Jewish Israelis than Arab Israelis. They are much more positive among Israelis who place themselves on the ideological right and in the center than on the left. Americans' views of Israeli people are broadly positive, but fewer express favorable views of the Israeli government. 64% of Americans had a favorable view of the Israeli people. 41% voiced a favorable view of the Israeli government. These are terrible. Around 7 to 10 Israelis want to see the U.S. play a major diplomatic role in resolving the war, but Americans are more divided. Okay, this doesn't even show what I was looking for, which is like specifically American surveys on American Jews. Oh, only 28%, going back to the JCPA survey. Only 28% viewed the demonstrations as purely anti-Israel, while 35% saw them as anti-war and pro-peace. A quarter of the respondents received the demonstrations as both. With regard to the campus demonstrations, would you describe them as anti-war, pro-peace in Gaza, or better as anti-Israel? Anti-war, pro-peace, 34%. Anti-Israel, 28%. Both anti-war, pro-peace, and anti-Israel, 25%. Neither. Best described as something else. This is a stupid question because it is all three of those things. They are anti-Israel. Like, yeah, no duh. Of course it's anti-Israel. They were demanding divestment from Israel. Technically, it's 100%. 100% should say it's all three. It is anti-war, it is pro-peace, and it is anti-Israel. President Biden's actions there is strong support. Over half of President Biden's decision to withhold arms shipment to Israel, with significant minority, about a quarter, disagreeing. Biden also enjoys substantial support for re-election, leading Trump by a wide margin. However, 90% of respondents felt that President Biden takes the Jewish vote for granted. What is your opinion regarding President Biden's decision to withhold arms shipments to Israel if Israel invades Rafah? Strongly agree, 22%. Now, the reason why I wanted you to understand this is because these guys literally look to the college campus protests and are fearful of what is to come for the future of Jews living in the United States of America. And that same group also recognizes that the protests are, one, anti-war and pro-peace, and two, they also strongly agree at 22.5% and agree at 30% that Biden's decisions to withhold arms shipments to Israel if Israel invades Rafah. They agree with Biden on withholding arms shipments to Israel. Now, of course, the reality of the matter is Israel did invade Rafah and Biden did not stop arms shipments. But please understand that, like, the American Jewish voters are not monolithic in their understanding or in their examination of Israel at all. Okay? Only 11% disagree and strongly disagrees at 11% as well. Most people speak of the two-state solution, independent Palestine. That part is whatever. Yeah, but I get the impression these pollsters are using anti-Israel as anti-Semitic. No, dude, I'm just simply stating that, like, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous fucking attitude to present, as though, like, one, all Jews are monolithic. All Jews are monolithic and they only care about fucking Israel is ridiculous. It's an anti-Semitic statement, okay? There are polls on this as well. We looked at was it a Times of Israel poll or a Haaretz poll that was conducted on American Jews. Israel was their 9th priority in the top 10 priorities. 9th. I mean, it's what some of the most online communities are hitting by as the talking point right now. Yeah. U.S. Jews 18 to 34 divided over whether Israel's response to Hamas October 7 attack is unacceptable. Amongst all adults, the number is 33%. Ages 18 to 34. Percentage of Jewish Americans who say the way Hamas carried out his attack on yeah, of course it's unacceptable. It was. Like, it's understandable. No one is going to be like, no, it was fucking awesome. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was awesome to kill like 800 fucking civilians. Of course not. Some might say that, but it's a fucking ridiculous position. Anyway, 42% of Jewish Americans aged 18 to 34 in this last survey conducted on April 2nd say that the Jewish Americans say the way Israel's carrying out its response to Hamas' October 7 attack is unacceptable. That percentage is reflective of the 18 to 34% demographic across the board. It's a little bit lower, but ultimately it is quite similar to the age demographic breakdown. As for why the war is being fought in the first place, 77% of Jewish adults, including a majority in every group, says Hamas is the reason for fighting Israel are not valid. But Jewish adults under 35 are much more likely than older Jews to say that Hamas's reasons for fighting are valid. 31% of younger Jews take this position compared to about 1 in 10 ages 35 and older. By comparison, 89% of Jewish Americans say that Israel's reasons for fighting Hamas are valid, far more than 58% of U.S. adults who say this. Younger Jews are less likely than our older counterparts to say Israel's reasons for fighting Hamas are valid, though about 8 in 10 more in every age group say this. Most Jews say Israel's reasons for fighting Hamas are valid. 16% say the same about Hamas's reasons for fighting Israel. Anyway, the rest of it is just like, you know, America's role in it, yada, 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 all this shit. By the way, this is Donald Trump on Gaza. He's messaging better than Harris. Yeah, I saw this one. Donald Trump's appeal to Michigan's Arab American voters is this. Michigan, key swing state, highest concentration of Arab Americans in the nation. Harris, let's campaign with Liz Cheney. This is what Trump said. Arab voters are very upset that Comrade Kamala Harris, the worst president in the history of the United States and a low IQ individual, is campaigning with dumb as rock, war hawk Liz Cheney, who, like her father, the man that pushed Bush to ridiculously go to war in the Middle East, also wants to go to war with every Muslim country known to mankind. Remember, Liz Cheney lost her congressional seat by the largest margin, 40%, in history for a sitting congressperson. If Kamala gets 4 more years, the Middle East will spend the next 4 decades going up in flames, and your kids will be going off to war, maybe even a third world war, something that will never happen with President Donald J. Trump in charge. For our country's sake and for your kids' sake, vote Trump for peace. Now, is Trump honest about this? Of course not. He would light the fucking world on fire. He did do that, for the record. He is not a peaceful dove. But the problem is, and this is the exact same issue that Hillary Clinton ran into, Donald Trump was effectively able to turn around and say, Hillary Clinton is a warmonger. I am not. I'm an outsider. And people responded positively to that. This is something that I fucking told you guys over and over and over again. As a matter of fact, I told you this. The only thing that is keeping Trump away from the he is the real peaceful dove message is that Trump gets ahead of himself too much. And he can't stay consistent on his narrative that he is a peaceful dove. He's too much of a fucking idiot. And he no longer has the juice nor the sauce that he once had in 2016. This is the reason why he hasn't been able to effectively communicate how he would be better. But it doesn't really matter because here and there, he just drops these like hints and positions himself against the Democratic Party that's not even fucking openly countering this kind of narrative because they can't, because they've already firmly committed to this one position, which is why having this conversation with people who are defending the Democratic Party in all of these like extremely online circles is really silly. You are arguing for a position that the DNC is not arguing for. If you were to turn around and tell me that Kamala Harris is going to be so much better for migrants, for the future of this country, you are literally outflanking the Democratic Party when you say that. Because the Democratic Party is not saying that. The Democratic Party is saying, no, we are the border control party, not the Republicans. That's the Democratic Party's messaging. You, online, cannot communicate a different message. You cannot outflank the Democratic Party on this stuff. You cannot fantasize about their position being different than they actually is, especially when they have $1 billion fucking dollars. That's what they're choosing to spend their ad money on. That's what they're choosing to spend their campaign contributions on. That's the foot that they're presenting. That's what their best foot forward is that they are the border control party, and the Republicans are hypocritical for claiming that they care about the border and not doing the border. Do you understand? Do I believe that Donald Trump will be better on fucking Gaza than Kamala Harris? Fuck no. I don't. Of course I don't, because I'm not a fucking idiot, but it doesn't matter. Most people are stupid, or most people want to believe that like at least something might be different. Okay? And the primary responsibility of a campaign is to identify that inconsistency and fucking hammer it. But if the campaign is locked into a position that is inherently reactionary, they can't do that. And that's precisely what's going on with the Kamala Harris situation. To be fair, man, isn't it because immigration is literally the number one issue that the right is convinced everyone is a huge issue? There's no time to change the narrative. Yeah, except I've been saying this since 2020. Since 2021. I've been saying this since 2021. There's video evidence of this. We've looked at it on stream. I've talked about how if the Democrats don't fucking counter message against the Republican Party on the right-wing mania that they surround on the issue of immigration, they are going to lose on this issue. It's not like I haven't been yelling about this for fucking years. I just repeat myself every fucking day. So when people go, oh, this is a sunk cost, you know, this is, you know, they're too locked in. They're too locked in. They're laser focused on this matter. It doesn't matter. It's not like this is the first time I've tackled this. I've been fucking yelling about it for years. And now we are living in that reality that I predicted would happen. And yet people still go, seems like you don't care about the future of American democracy. Yeah, Haaretz wrote this opinion piece. Netanyahu not only wants Trump to win, he wants to be able to tell Trump he helped him win. Thomas Friedman argues in the New York Times article. Exactly. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I know. I know Trump has said the exact opposite of what he's saying here, chatter. I know we covered this. This is more honest. Okay? This is more honest. This is a more honest framing of Donald Trump. He lies about everything. What do you like? I don't know what we have to, I don't know what I can say. He also said the other day that he's the father of IVF 3 seconds after admitting that he didn't know what IVF was until the Alabama senator called him up. And he was like, I learned about it immediately in 2 minutes, better than anyone has ever learned about IVF. And now I'm the father of IVF. He said he's been a defender of IVF since day one, and then openly admitted that he didn't know what the fuck it was in the same conversation. It doesn't matter. People are fucking stupid. For the past 4 years, it seems like people have just been slamming their fucking head against the goddamn wall. They're like, I don't know. They just pick whatever they pick and choose whatever they want to hear because Trump is charismatic. They have short-term memory. They have no fucking memory of what it looked like when Trump was president. They forgot about it completely. Okay? They only remember negative real wage growth under the Biden administration and how shitty it was. That's all they remember. So they're like, oh, Trump is great on the economy, I think. And that's why they vote for him. And it's like, what is he going to do for the economy that's going to help you? I don't know. He's just great on the economy. It's stupid. It's stupid as fuck. Having said that, however, a competent party is supposed to look at the fucking table, okay? Look at the board, look at the game, recognize that Americans are fucking stupid, and then tell them, recognize where they are hurting and say, we're going to fix that. That's what they're supposed to do. Israel announced they're hiding Hezbollah tunnels under hospitals 2 hours ago. Just 30 minutes ago, they bombed the front of a hospital in Beirut. Jesus fucking Christ. Why should they do anything different, honestly? Why should they? They could say that there's tunnels under a hospital in DC and they could bomb it and America would be like, oh, I don't know. I guess they're right. Yeah. Great. Their Arabic spokesperson, Hezbollah keeps hundreds of millions of dollars in paper currency and gold under the coastal hospital in HAIC to finance its terrorist activities. We reveal dangerous information about Hezbollah placing the shelter of the so-called Hassan Nasrallah under the Sahel hospital. Oh, God, they're fucking gearing up to blow up every goddamn hospital in Lebanon. Holy shit. I don't know what to say anymore, dude. The director of the Al Sahel Hospital, Fadi Alameh, says the Israeli allegations regarding, I don't know what this is. I don't know what these OSINT accounts are. I need like direct quotes. Yeah, they bombed a bunch of banks and they were like, these are Hezbollah banks. It's like, dog, they're banks. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Israel makes sensational allegations against Sahel Hospital in Beirut, directly a part of the Gaza playbook. Avishai Adrae, the Israeli spokesperson for Arab media, writes in a post on X that Hezbollah is storing hundreds of millions of dollars in cash and gold beneath the Sahel Hospital in HAIC, alleging that these funds are earmarked to finance groups' terrorist activities. The hospital conceals secret entrances and exits leading to a shelter below, he said. Adrae goes on with the news that Israeli aircraft are currently surveilling the site and called on the Lebanese government and international organizations to recover these purportedly stolen funds and prevent their use of terrorism. In response, Fadi Alameh, the hospital's director, strongly rejected the accusations, called for the Lebanese ministry to investigate, and asserted that the Sahel hospital has no ties to any political parties. The hospital, he confirmed, had been forced to evacuate. That's where I was born, Lamau. Well, sorry. Once they fucking hit that 3D simulation, you know it's about to fucking erupt. What is this shit? Okay. This sounds like some American conspiracy theory shit. Money stashed into hospitals for terrorist funding. How stupid. I mean, it doesn't have to be smart. It does not have to be smart. It doesn't matter. Hezbollah's gold mine catches fire. Nasrallah's bunker under hospital held $500 million. Yeah, they're running with this narrative. Did you not see this one in your video feed this morning?
يعود لعائلة الشريف في مشروع بيت لاهيا. الآن يرتفع العدد إلى 22 شهيدا عبد القادر نتيجة هذه المجزرة الكبيرة بحق عدد من العائلات في محيط مسجد القسام. طبعا أحد المنازل الذي تم استهدافها هو منزل يعود لعائلة الشريف عبد القادر. هو منزل يعود لعائلة الشريف في مشروع بيت لاهيا. طبعا في هذا المنزل يتواجد عدد كبير من النازحين. عبد القادر كما تحدثنا عن مجزرة يوم أمس أن النازحين لجأوا عند الأقارب ليستقروا في هذه المنازل. لكن أيضا الآن
But now in the massacre, we're talking about 22 people killed from the initial accounts of this massacre. This is Al Jazeera journalist Anas Al Sharif. He was reporting live on air when he found out his relatives were killed by an Israeli airstrike. I don't even want to finish this, dude. It's so dire. It's so devastating. It's
عن 22 شهيد كحصيلة أولية في هذه المجزرة.
هل هم من أقاربك؟
بالتأكيد عبد القادر.
He says, are those your relatives? He says, indeed.
لكن الآن بالتأكيد عبد القادر هم أقاربي. المنزل المستهدف هو منزل يعود لعائلة الشريف في مشروع بيت لاهيا.
He says the home that was targeted, and also the home that belongs to the Obeid family, and a house that belongs to the Al Darawi family. The home that had the most people in it was the Al Sharif home, which had several floors. 22 people have been killed there as a result of the Israeli airstrike on this residential square known as the Beit Lahia project. Dozens of injured people and dozens of missing people. Most of them were women and children. Israel's air attack in Beit Lahia killed at least 87 people, with many missing under the rubble, and injured 40. Israel reported it was exaggerated and not as bad as being reported. This was reported in Al Jazeera. Yeah. What is this? Scoop from Barack Ravid. Israel gave the White House its demands for ending the war in Lebanon. President Biden's envoy, Amos Hochstein, is visiting Beirut on Monday to discuss possible diplomatic solution with Lebanese officials. Remember, Amos Hochstein is the guy who, alongside another Biden official, was the one who was like telling Israel to go and invade Lebanon, giving them the go-ahead. Some of the bullet points apparently include: one Israeli demand is that the IDF be allowed to engage in active enforcement to make sure Hezbollah doesn't rearm and build its military infrastructure in the areas of southern Lebanon that are close to the border. The official added that Israel also demands its Air Force have freedom of operation in Lebanese airspace. It's this exact same playbook. Then they can turn around and be like, well, you know, that there's you have to accept the occupation or else you're, you know, fucking up the peace talks. You have to accept everything on our framing. Ben-Gvir hosts a Gaza resettlement conference. Far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir leads the crowd in song at Preparing to Resettle Gaza conference, which took place over 2 days on Israel's southern border with Gaza. Ben-Gvir was greeted by eager applause from the crowd. We are the owners of the land, he told them. And when we act like it, this is what brings results. He repeated his call to encourage Gazans to voluntarily transfer to other countries because that land belongs to us. Let's be clear, no one can control Israel right now. An arms embargo would mean they would run out of weapons in 2026. That's bullshit, dog. That is bullshit. Because here's why it's bullshit. Because they don't have the defense capabilities without the United States of America. Okay? And not only do they not have the defense capabilities, America regularly fucking refills all of their offensive munitions as well. The idea that they would simply not run out of fucking munitions if America wasn't steadily supplying them with armaments, with munitions, with bombs is wrong. Okay? But it doesn't even matter. The moment that America says you're done, it's over. Why? Because if they were to say you're done or else no more weapons, that means Israel will not be able to defend itself. Okay? That means it's over. It's done. Because if they still continue bombing after America says, no, you're done, then there are a shit ton of other financial pressures that America could apply to Israel. Every Israeli general and every Israeli politician knows this. Netanyahu is seen as a reasonable leader. We are not the only suppliers. We supply 70% of their fucking munitions. You are wrong. You are obtuse, either intentionally or you are just not knowledgeable on the matter. We supply 70% of their weapons, dude. We supply 70% of their weapons. 70. 70. We're not the only suppliers. It's such a funny fucking take, especially because it doesn't matter. Because when America says you're done, you're done. Okay? That's the point. Pressuring America is not the winning angle of attack. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, this is 65.6%. Sorry, what now, liberals? I got owned. Major arms transfers volume from 2013 to 2023, 65.6% is from the United States. 4.7% is from Italy, and Italy has said that they are reconsidering their weapons transfers to begin with, and Germany supplies 30%. Germany can shoulder that load alone. Yeah, exactly. That's a delusional take. Especially considering that Italy is already saying, like, maybe we shouldn't be giving you guys these weapons right now without America even changing their attitude. You are out of your dang mind. America is literally creating not the permission structure, but like the damn near entirety of the social and political capital being expended to defend Israel in the global stage right now. That's it. The United States is overwhelmingly the biggest supplier of arms to Israel. In 2023, 69% of Israeli arms imports came from the U.S., according to a report into international arms transfer by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Germany was the second largest, providing 30%, followed by Italy with 0.9%. The UK, France, and Spain were among other minor contributors. The U.S. imported weapons have played a major role in Israeli military actions against Hamas and Hezbollah, the think tank reported, noting that at the end of 2023, thousands of guided bombs and missiles were delivered from the U.S. to Israel. F-35 and F-15 fighter jets were also delivered to Israel from the U.S. in January 2024. CNN analysis identified multiple instances that the U.S. manufactured munitions were used throughout the war, including strikes that killed civilians. Recently, CNN found the U.S. manufactured 2,000-pound bombs were likely used in the Israeli attack that killed Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, in Beirut. The U.S. also provides financial assistance to Israel, delivering over $130 billion in bilateral funding since 1948, according to the U.S. State Department. In 2019, the two countries signed a memorandum of understanding that ensured the U.S. would annually provide Israel with $3.3 billion from the Foreign Military Financing Program and another $500 million for missile defense. If America's role in this wasn't so important, okay, then Israel wouldn't spend hundreds of millions of dollars in PR, propaganda, and lobbying in the United States of America. They wouldn't be cutting commentary both in Hebrew and also in English. Okay? It is ridiculous. It is like so obvious. And when you refuse to recognize this reality, you are at odds with what fucking like the Israeli military members say. You're at odds with what Israeli politicians say. Benjamin Netanyahu's primary selling point is that he knows how to deal with American politicians. That is the reason. He is seen as the security candidate and also the guy who knows how to deal with America. What? How do you feel about using the same tactics as Donald Trump and Bebe, in that you deflect from any on all valid criticism directed towards your controversial and perceived bigoted views, all while praising gangsters and criminals? Just wondering if you're able to see this in your rhetoric and actions. Only paying attention to what you agree with is dangerous to your mental health and your community's well-being. Can you give me some examples that aren't just utterly delusional in terms of like what what the real criticisms are directed towards my controversial and perceived bigoted views? Because depending on where people are coming from, there are plenty of insurance executives and members of the mainstream media that would consider my views on Medicare for all to be quite controversial. You might consider that to be ridiculous. I like that you also couched it as perceived bigoted views, because you also secretly, or at least internally, you also understand that, like, I do not hold bigoted views, but maybe some of the things that I say might be perceived as bigoted because I do try to represent myself as deliberately as possible. Now, of course, I'm going to have emotional, heated moments where something might come across as like different than what I believe, but even then, you know, the settler babies comment is pretty crazy and comes across as bigoted. Yeah, I don't think that is appropriate, chatter. What are you talking about? I don't think that people should be allowed to kill settler children. Why do you think I fucking advocate for a one-state solution? Because I literally claim, openly state, that 750,000 Jews live in the West Bank, in occupied West Bank, and forcibly expelling them from this land that does not belong to Israel, that Israel is illegally occupying, would be an unimaginable harm. Baby settlers. That's crazy to fucking hear the exact opposite argument that I'm making and then claim I'm making the pro argument. So, do you care about the truth? Do you actually care about my perspective? Or do you want to just like shit smear? If you want to just like lie about my positions, then yeah, go ahead. His point was that there are settlers who are babies. You can't just go murdering settlers indiscriminately because there are babies. That is what Hasan Abi said. I'm so sick of the baby settlers bullshit. I know. Anyway. When you go to dunk but don't reach the rim, yeah. Wait, you're telling me you're not in favor of murdering babies? The only baby murder I'm in favor of is abortion, baby. That's right. Abortion all the time, nonstop. You are now getting slandered on another H3HG live podcast episode. If you see unhinged shatters, now you know why. Yeah, it's fine. It happens. It's just like if I were to address some of the most common supposedly like valid criticisms launched against me, I would have to sit here and repeat my talking points over and over and over again. Okay? At that point, I urge you to be charitable and go seek out this information in the readily available format that is provided to you. Go to my fucking YouTube page and watch a single fucking video on the matter, and you will very quickly arrive at your own conclusion. Okay? That's it. They didn't listen to you the 14 times you said it. Why would listen to the 15th time? Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Once again. Are you excited for the start of the NBA season tomorrow? Sure. Wait, what? breaking 4 people killed, including a child, and 24 wounded is Israeli strike on the premises of Beirut's main public hospital, Rafik Hariri University Hospital. This is just now from Iraq bureau chief of of Reuters, Timur Azari. Ay, ay, ay. They targeted the banks yesterday, and they brought forward that same classic, like they brought forward their same classic fucking argument. Hezbollah's gold mine catches fire. They're saying that there's a bunker full of money under the hospital now, and tunnels under the hospital, which means it's worthy of striking. Will there ever be a moment where people say, hey, you guys said this every single time you struck a hospital and then provided zero evidence after the fact? Is there a point where, the rest of the world will just go, enough, like, enough? Yes, I saw. The CNN article is insane. He got out of Gaza, but Gaza did not get out of him. Israeli soldiers returning from war struggle with trauma and suicide. Now, this is a very common article that is written specifically about like IDF vets and shit in regular frequency. I'm just shocked that like because the genocide has gone on for 12 months, that while it's still happening, they've already started writing these articles. Americans do it too. There is only one. There's only one thing that I find particularly interesting in this, which is the mental health toll. Mizrahi deployed to Gaza on October 8th last year and was tasked with driving a D9 bulldozer, a 62-ton armored vehicle that can withstand bullets and explosives. He was a civilian for most of his life, working as a manager at an Israeli construction company. After witnessing the massacres committed by Hamas, he felt he needed to fight. The reservist spent 186 days in the enclave until he sustained injuries to his knee, followed by hearing damage in February when a rocket-propelled grenade struck his vehicle, his family said. He was pulled out of Gaza for treatment, and in April was diagnosed with PTSD, receiving weekly talk therapy. His treatment did not help. They didn't know how to treat them soldiers. Jenny, who lives in the Israeli Ma'ale Adumim settlement in the occupied West Bank, said, they, soldiers, said the war was so different. They saw things that were never seen in Israel. For the record, this is part of the reason why a lot of the fucking dudes who tour Gaza end up joining Breaking the Silence. Oh, Maya is here. Okay, hold on. Doors open. Fuck, I forgot. And yeah, we're gonna move on to some less sad stuff. We're gonna do a little fun reset from this. Hello. Yeah. When Mizrahi was on leave, he suffered from bouts of anger, sweating, insomnia, and social withdrawal, his family said. He told his family that only those who were in Gaza with him could understand what he was going through. He always said, no one will understand what I saw. Jenny wondered if her son killed someone and couldn't handle it. He saw a lot of people die. Maybe he even killed someone, but we don't teach our children to do things like this. So when he did this, something like this, maybe it was a shock for him. Guys that can, Mizrahi's friend and co-driver of the bulldozer, provided further insights to their experience in Gaza. We saw very, very, very difficult things. things that are difficult to accept. The former soldier has spoken publicly about the psychological trauma endured by Israeli troops in Gaza. In a testimony to the Knesset Israeli parliament in June, Zaken said that on many occasions, soldiers had to run over terrorists, dead and alive, in the hundreds. Everything squirts out, he added. Zaken says he can no longer eat meat. Now, if you have no interest, if you have no fucking interest in understanding the humanity of the people that are being bulldozed over like Rachel Corrie was, okay, then yeah, you look at this and you go, the only people that are human in this story are the people driving the bulldozer and not the fucking people that they're driving over. Perhaps that's the reason why the trigger warning for this article is not harrowing, gruesome acts of violence against an entire population that's being genocided, but instead a trigger warning for suicide. Because CNN understands, just like we do, that the victims, those who are in the crosshairs of Israel, are not human. They're simply terrorists. Okay? Zaken says he can no longer eat meat as it reminds him of the gruesome scenes he witnessed from his bulldozer in Gaza and struggles to sleep at night. The sound of explosions ringing in his head. When you see a lot of meat outside and blood, both ours and theirs, then it really affects you when you eat. He maintains that the vast majority of those he encountered were terrorists. The civilians we saw, we stopped them and brought them water to drink, and we let them eat our food. He recalled, adding, and even in such situations, Hamas fighters would shoot at them. There's no such thing as citizens, he said, referring to the ability of Hamas fighters to blend with civilians. This is terrorism. Like, the guy is literally talking about how he exploded people by driving his fucking bulldozer over them and then saying, oh, there were some civilians. But then he immediately says, oh, there are no civilians, actually. This is terrorism. Yeah, not what you did. The real reason why they are experiencing PTSD is because no human being should be tasked with engaging in such gruesome acts of violence. But the other reason why they're experiencing PTSD is because deep down inside, they do recognize that they're exploding human beings. And no human, regardless of how fucking primed they are into assuming that these guys are all enemies that must be fucking brought to heel, will be able to experience normal life after doing that sort of thing. When soldiers do encounter civilians, however, many face a moral dilemma. According to the IDF medic who spoke to CNN anonymously, there was a very strong collective attitude of distrust among Israeli soldiers towards the Palestinians in Gaza. I wonder why. There was a notion that Gazans, including civilians, are bad, that they support Hamas, that they help Hamas, that they were hiding ammunition, the medic said. In the field, however, some of these attitudes change when you actually see Gazan civilians in front of your eyes. The IDF has said that it does all it can to minimize civilian casualties in Gaza by including sending text messages, making phone calls, and dropping evacuation leaflets when to warn civilians ahead of attacks. It's exactly like Vietnam. Sometimes civilians attack us. Instead of thinking, maybe I'm the bad guy, all civilians become the enemy. Yes. I've read about the lack of morale in the Israeli battalions due to them having to go to the same points in Gaza, like we see now with northern Gaza being attacked again. And how the soldiers go to a house they've been to over and over again as a base, and there's booby traps everywhere. Each time they return, and clearly the battalions really haven't eliminated anyone. Israelis aren't terrorists at all. Brother, how can you look at the output of any military whatsoever that so deliberately and so deliberately engages in like insane amounts of violence? I assume that guy was being sarcastic. We just watched someone talk about their crippling PTSD because they ran over someone with a fucking tank, dude. Yeah. CNN tried to do a sympathy piece on IDF soldiers, and then halfway through the article, you find out this guy was a D9 bulldozer driver that regularly drove over people while they were alive. Here is I Really Hate You, BM. Same D9 operator, Guy Zaken, with his friend Eliran Mizrahi, who killed himself recently, were interviewed in April. They said they destroyed 5,000 houses of terrorists, but when asked, how did you know they were terrorists, they clarified that every house is a terrorist house. This is the guy that killed himself, I think one of them is. What is the noise in the end? I missed this. I missed this. Why is this noise in the end? An explosive device that we drove over while we made a video. Another one of the many surprises they made for us there. How many houses did you demolish? You wrote somewhere 1,500? We got to 5,000. 5,000? Yes, and more. Zama 271. It's documented, proven. The whole unit. Our company. You two. We stopped counting. 5,000 houses. Of terrorists, of course. Someone goes, the anchor goes, how do you know it's terrorists? We had a lot of, there's no house where there isn't a surprise waiting for you. There's no such thing as a house you go into and there's nothing there. Yeah, dog. They are defending their homes from you. Like, what do you mean? Of course they are going to do, like, oh my God. Oh. Like, you have to think about this. Like, the pivotal attitude shift must occur at a simple point. If someone is coming with a bulldozer after blowing up your entire city block, if someone's coming with a bulldozer and you're about to evacuate, do you leave a surprise for the people? If your answer is no, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, it is... like, I don't understand how people can just like be so callous in their indifference to human lives. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any fucking sense. Wow. We were running around with weapons and breaking and entering and destroying people's fucking houses, and they weren't too fond of us is crazy. Like, yeah, why the fuck would they welcome you, dog? What are you talking about? You're killing a shit ton of civilians. And also, I think the guy is from a family that is a settler in the West Bank. Notice CNN chose to use childhood footage, not of them, of the hundreds of people this Israeli soldier killed, but of him as a child. The frame is inside his family home in an illegal West Bank settlement. Yeah. I think it's important to notice, and as many people are noticing, that, this framing itself is like already setting the standard for the inhumanity of the victims of Israel and the only humanity of the perpetrators of violent actions, which, by the way, ironically, The Onion wrote a piece on as well. IDF soldier recounts harrowing heroic war story of killing 8-month-old child. CNN published a piece today about Israeli soldiers returning from Gaza. One bulldozer driver testifies that they drove over Palestinians dead and alive in the hundreds. it's crazy that like this conversation is framed around the psychological trauma of the soldier that fucking drove over hundreds of Palestinian bodies. But because he says they're terrorists, it's okay, I guess. The IOF are inept in general, too. One of the guys in my DSA is an anti-Zionist Israeli retired journalist. The Israeli occupying force killed his wife, her mother, and his children some years back. I can't get the archive link to work, though. The IDF killed my family, but refuses to take responsibility. U.S.-born Brian Atinsky, who lost his wife, children, and mother-in-law in a horrific crash. The military truck is campaigning to change Israelis' behavior behind the wheel. But yeah, there is a morale loss among many of the people. It is not an accident that the overwhelming majority of Breaking the Silence IDF veterans are comprised of people who actually went in and sieged Gaza prior. Okay? Do you understand? Based on interviews with soldiers and families across units, it's described as a suppressed but growing phenomenon. This is from Hamakom. Quiet and muted refusal. Regular fighters are no longer willing to continue fighting. We don't understand what we're doing here. From the army to the commando brigade, from Gavati to the paratroopers, more and more fighters from all infantry units testify that the erosion and opacity of the IDF left them no choice but to refuse. The piece opens with a striking anecdote. This is from senior fellow at CI Policy, Sina Tusi, Center for International Policy. The center opens with a striking anecdote. In September, the Nahal Brigade began its 11th round of combat in Gaza, but out of a platoon of 30 soldiers, only 6 showed up. The rest claimed medical exemptions. I call it refusal and rebellion, says the mother of one soldier. The wards are empty. Everyone who is not dead or injured is mentally damaged. There are very few left who return to fight, and they are not completely healthy either. Remember the old statement from both the Algerian Liberation Front and the North Vietnamese Liberation Front, as a matter of fact. You can kill thousands of us. We have nowhere to go. All we have to do is wait it out. That's why Palestinians say that our existence is resistance. This is why I told you that for many in I told you that like Israeli society is developed in a way that is Western adjacent. And for that reason, because Israeli society is developed in a Western with a Western vision in mind, there is a level of comfort that they are used to. So when you put a shit ton of these reservists into direct combat, like harrowing combat, and tell them like go crazy, and then you rip their normal understanding of the world, you rip them away from their normal understanding of the world, like they're not gonna fucking come back and be normal ever again. It's over. One IDF soldier explains that the growing shortage of manpower means missions are done halfway. He adds that the platoons are empty. Those who aren't dead or physically wounded are mentally broken. Very few come back to fight, and even then they aren't fully okay because there's no SDF. So things are done halfway and the mission is not really carried out well. They are not really protected. When you are told they will come to replace you, it's 50-50. The wards are empty. The soldiers notes that all of this was happening before the escalation in Lebanon and the current ground incursion. He says, I don't know what army they will think they'll enter Lebanon because there is no army. I'm not going back to the battalion. The article states that this is a suppressed but growing phenomenon of soldiers refusing to fight. The unity and sense of mission that once drove them has faded. They fought until their last ounce of strength, but reached a point where they just couldn't continue.
Israel, the ongoing conflict after Hamas's October 7th terror.
The Israeli reserve is refusing to fight in Gaza. Anyone who says all of this is happening for Judaism is wrong and immoral. Okay? Anyone who claims all of this death and destruction is being done in the interests of Jews and that all Jews agree with this is wrong. Okay? It is unironically anti-Semitic. The question I have is, what do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? There is so much. There's only so much death and destruction. There's only so much death and destruction until, like, the Israeli society collapses in its entirety. Seeing some crazy anti-Semitism in the chat, but I guess keep patting yourselves on the back. That's insane, dude. You are literally hearing my words come out of my mouth saying that these harrowing accounts of death and destruction that is collapsing Israeli society in its entirety should never be associated with Judaism or the Jewish people, and that it is literally anti-Semitic to do such a thing. And you're hallucinating that there is some crazy anti-Semitism going on. If you see anything anti-Semitic that the mods have not cleaned up in the chat, report it to the mods and we will deal with it. Someone said Jews run the world. Do you think that we didn't immediately clap that person? Do you think that there's a 10-minute or there's now a longer follow limit, as a matter of fact. If you've been in here long enough, even though you haven't, you've been in here since July, okay, you probably have noticed that there are a shit ton of trolls in this chat. They got banned immediately. There you go. Yeah, true. Jews are awful. Boom. Banned. Like instantly. 1408. Yeah, true. Jews are awful. Banned. 1408. Here's another one. Well, Jews run the world. 1407. Banned immediately. That's ridiculous, man. I'm not talking about what you're yapping about. I'm high as balls. My bad. You can respond to me, but not your co-host. Calm down. They just want you to spend a whole stream just showing a list of people banned from your chat. Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, I'm just high, man. Sorry. Yeah, you must be high. There's a genocide ongoing. I'm trying to do my very best to communicate the humanity of the victims of said genocide. And you're over here being like, well, sorry, the 5-second time frame in which your mods clap anti-Semitic sentiments in the chat is not adequate for me. That's crazy. Anyway. That's crazy that like after 12 months of genocide, the only time you're primed and activated is to like ban one of the fucking largest content creators speaking out against such said genocide in North America. That's cool, man. Really showcasing your fucking motivations here. That's crazy. Come on. Trying to use an avenue that is so fucking repugnant too, to say like, oh, this guy is anti-Semitic. His community is anti-Semitic. When it's not something that I believe in, it's something that I've actually railed against my entire fucking life. Anyway, we are going to move on for a little bit to some fun stuff, and then we'll get back to the main matter at hand. Okay? There's a lot of poll watch that we need to do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this is like the moment that you're coming in here. There's like, it's just, no, it's fine.
Hey guys, I feel like it's like maybe not the best time. I don't know.
No, we're here to learn about animal facts.
Okay.
Hold on. I wanted to explain to you that, like, you know, are you hungry?
No.
You're not hungry. Okay. Maya's in the building, everybody. Maya Higa
Hi, everybody.
of Alveus Sanctuary.
Hello.
I tried to explain to her that like things get a little heated on especially Mondays, but well, not necessarily heated. We're in a unique predicament because like there's a lot of crazy stuff happening. But you know, that Mondays are usually news days. I try to do this on Sunday to be fair, but we weren't able to do so. Do you see her eye? Look at her left eye. It's red. Oh, you can't tell? Okay, that's good. That means it's no longer as bad.
Are you sure? I can wait for like an hour.
No, it's fine. Well, let's do it.
I feel really bad and really weird.
It's fine.
Hello everybody. My name's Maya. This was planned ahead of time. And so I'm just here on schedule. You know, just here to hang out. Wait, why are you like naked?
What do you mean?
Facially.
Oh, I shaved because people kept saying that I was like a anti-Semitic Muslim fundamentalist terrorist lover. So I was like, I gotta look more white. Oh, you asked? That's the reason.
I stole a sodi.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Hello everybody. I'm here for morale. My name's Maya. I have an animal sanctuary. Hasan's been there. And I just thought it'd be fun to teach you guys some stuff about animal sex. Some of my viewers yesterday were saying that you said we were going to do like a tier list or something.
No, I thought that that's what you wanted to do. That's why I was like, do you want me to get a board or something for you? No?
No.
Do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Something we can look at? Okay, if you Discord DM it to me, I'll put it up.
I'm doing that. I have curated a presentation for you all.
Can I show you something before we get started on animal sex?
Yeah, as long as it's good vibes.
Okay. Chat, where's the ticklish video? Let's go. Someone has the link. Not the ticklish like song, but the actual video that we found. Oh, ew, I can't believe it. Okay, don't look at the screen.
Why?
It's just I don't want to I don't want to spoil it. Does anyone have the link? The comparison. Does anyone have the link?
What are you guys talking about?
That we found it. Watch this.
Uh-huh.
Did you know this?
No, I did not know all these specifically, no. I do have some fun sperm facts today, so this is a great segue.
This is a classic.
I like the music.
It's a copyright-free song called Ticklish that they're using that I like to play when we watch car chases that occur regularly in Los Angeles, California.
1.5 billion per milliliter. I didn't know that one. That's crazy. 9 billion per milliliter. Oh, that's not the billion.
Chicken have 4 to 6 billion per milliliter.
That's some crazy cock. You could have laughed. I thought that was funny.
Sorry, you're right. That was a banger. Muscovy duck, brown bear, they nut hard.
Okay. Say it like that.
Barry Balls, thank you for the 74 gifted subs.
74?
Yeah. Barry Balls is another 10. How did scientists find out about this? I
Oh
don't
my
know.
god, it's so many.
Man is 5 milliliter per ejaculate, and the sperm count is around 20 to 150 million per milliliter.
Gross.
Yeah.
Can I see the end? I just want to see the last one. You want to watch the whole thing? We can watch the
Yeah,
whole
we
thing.
were watching the whole thing.
Okay, sorry. Giraffe being less than camel is strange. Bull being more than camel is strange. Ram being more than bull is strange. Oh, no, it's not. Because
I don't understand. Yeah, the sperm count is like, I think they're saying like how many
Potency.
milliliters per ejaculate
Right,
is what
right.
they're talking about. But like the sperm count is actually, there was a couple there that was like 1 billion, you know, like
Right, right,
5 billion earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dolphin, almost 1 billion per milliliter. That's a wide range. It's like 7 million to 990 million. So some dolphins are just like, they got crazy sperm.
I imagine it's hard to take samples. Because they probably float away, you know?
Yeah. 2 billion sperm count for
Wow.
dogs. Rhinos nut hard. And so do
Horses.
horses. I know that from
We've
my
talked
time
about
working
jacking
at,
off horses. Yeah.
it's fucking awful.
Sure.
Jesus. 20 liters?
Sure.
20 liters per ejaculate?
Do you know how big their penises are?
No.
Yes.
Like a car, like a Toyota Prius?
8 to 10 feet long.
God damn!
Do you know how much they weigh?
how
How much the
is?
penis weighs?
How much?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. Is 8 to 10? You said 8 to 10 meters?
Feet.
8 to 10 feet long? God damn. Okay. 8 to 10 feet long. It's gonna be 700 pounds.
Like 150 pounds.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, so they got like
I mean, don't act like you're not impressed by that.
they got like slinkies. It's gotta be, right?
I mean,
Because it's like,
I'm 100 pounds and I'm 5 feet tall. So I think it's just like if I was 8, yeah. Like if I
yeah,
was 8
you'd be
feet
like
tall.
a slinky. You like Wemby is what a whale penis probably looks like. Like
what?
long. Yeah, Wemby. He's an NBA player. He's very long. And he's like around 8 feet
Okay.
in length.
All right. Cool. Well, I have a lot of cool penis facts for you guys. I DM'd you the presentation on Twitter.
Okay.
Um.
Okay. Zoo fan art stream. Show Maya.
Aw. That's cute.
I know. We had a wonderful time. This is we're gonna also have a wonderful time. We're gonna recreate having a wonderful time now. In spite of all the things that are going on in the world, this is an opportunity for everybody to forget about all those things. We'll get back to it in a little bit. Here's the link you sent me.
Yeah, we're going to talk about boinking and doing it.
Sex. The fuck?
Yay, my presentation. I made this. Oh, don't spoil.
Okay. What do I do? Do I just like, can people click on the link?
They can click on the link and view it, but you can probably just full screen it, right? And then move it.
Okay, hold on.
Yay!
Let me full screen it. Boom.
Oh, it's cute. I made this smile. Why does it have grid on it? Why does it have grids on it? I don't like the way that looks. Wait, did you get watermarked for some reason? Because you don't have...
Yeah.
Okay, I think... Let me log into my Canva so that we don't get watermarked for this whole presentation. Because that's cringe.
Okay, you're right.
Google.
Sign up with your work email.
Continue with Google. I'll sign it. Like on your computer.
No. Let's just do it like that. Here.
But then you have to...
No, you have to sign in.
Yes, continue with Google.
I know, but it's going to automatically try to log in with my Google account.
Use another account.
I know, but then it's going to show your account always on here. Here, do it. Do it. It's hidden anyway. Hold on. Don't change the... I got to pee. Hello, Kyle.
What is he? 39? I'm logging in. I'm hacking into the mainframe. Hey guys, how's it going? It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've been here. I hope you guys are doing well. Maya takeover. Should I do some crazy shit? Should I sabotage? Sorry, I'm two-factoring. Yes, do some crazy stuff. Why is it having me two-factor twice? It doesn't trust me. What a flick. Huh? Because the whole like verifying through YouTube thing is dumb, right? I feel like it never works. Oh, it worked. Okay, it worked. Yay, we're in. Okay. Okay. By the way, if you guys want to check out Ova's Sanctuary on Twitch, you can do that. I'm just going to throw that out there. I do have an animal sanctuary, and we have 24/7 cams on them all the time. You can go watch the animals all the time. It's a really great second monitor. If you know, if you're listening to us on talk about whatever and you want to have it up on the side, you can do that. Just saying. Okay. I have notes.
Okay. Someone said W plug. Did you plug?
No.
Grid view, scroll view, present full screen.
Present full screen.
Okay. Should we play a song while this goes on?
If you want.
Okay, I got a really good one.
Welcome to class, everybody. Please get out your pencils and paper. There will be a quiz at the end, and if you fail, you flunk out of the class.
Okay. Sex. A presentation by Maya for Hasan and Hasan's chat. Let me move us. Where is it better to put us here? Okay.
Okay, welcome to my presentation, everybody. It's called Sex. It's for you, and it's for Hasan, so you guys can learn some things. You can go to the next slide.
Do I just click?
I don't know, I guess. First of all, we should start with what is sex? And Hasan is going to answer this question for you.
Sex, like as in like having when a man and a woman love each other very much.
Yes.
The act of that, is that the question?
Yeah, I just think it'd be good to like set some context before we have this conversation. Like, what is it?
Chat, when a man and a woman love each other very much, okay, they get together and a stork comes in and delivers a baby 9 months later.
Okay.
That's, I think, how it's done.
Sure, that's fine. I'll take it. Thank you for the intro.
How is it done?
Also, or when a woman and a woman.
Yeah, or when a woman and a woman.
Or 3 men.
Yeah, or
you 4 men and 2 women.
You could do an orgy. There's many different
men.
ways of doing it. I was just thinking like as a reproductive unit.
Yes, we are going to be talking about reproduction today.
Yeah.
Okay,
because there's
so
sperm and stuff on there.
First of all, because we were talking about sperm, and because you guys are Twitch chat, and you'll probably think this is funny. The next segment, you can go next, is on wieners and different kinds of penises. So I thought I would start off by telling you about them. The first one was already spoiled. The largest penis is what, Hasan?
My penis.
Ew, ew.
I had to do it. I'm sorry.
Ew.
I'm sorry. Okay. The largest penis is blue whale.
And how long is it?
It's 8 feet, 8 to 10 feet.
And how much does it weigh?
It weighs 150 pounds.
Yeah, nice.
Why are you shocked? I retain information.
I'm just impressed. Okay, so that's the largest penis on the planet. What do you think is the largest penis to body size ratio on the planet?
Ooh. Okay, so something that I've learned.
You can go full cam.
Something that I've learned in I'm a little bit knowledgeable on this stuff. Also, don't show your screen to anybody. Spoiler alert. Yeah, they'll see your notes.
Screen.
They'll see your notes and then they'll spoil it. I think it's got to be like something tiny with like a ginormous penis, because from what I understand, like a lot of penis size is directly related to like sexual competition. I think, like for example, gorillas that I believe gorillas that like already dominate in other avenues, like with strength and whatnot, are like established as the alpha in the pack for other reasons. So like their penises are tiny, so they don't have to have like there's not a lot of like competition sexually, I think. So a
lot of them know. A lot of chat knows.
Wait, really? I haven't looked at chat. So it's got to be like something small with like not like a lot of sexual or with a lot of sexual competition, but like they're not necessarily like violent. So I'm gonna go with, could be like a fish, maybe.
It's a barnacle.
What, a barnacle? What the fuck is a barnacle?
Is right. It's a crustacean. You know, the things that like are on the bottom of boats.
Oh.
Like that get stuck on the bottom of boats, or when you get mad and you say barnacles.
I've never gotten mad and said barnacles, but okay. What the fuck? Where's his penis?
Is that the underside of a barnacle? The picture
Barnacles
under it,
like you've never seen before.
the picture under it is what a barnacle looks like from the top.
This right here?
Mm-hmm. So its penis comes out from like the top, from that hole, and it's 8 times their body length.
8 times?
8 times their body length. So you're what? Like 6 feet tall?
I'm 6'4".
Yeah, so that's 8 times Hasan's body length if he was a barnacle.
That would be insane. I feel like that's hard to bring around. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like
but I guess
retractable.
they pack that shit in.
It's retractable. You know? The reason it has to be that long though is because they can't move. Like they attach things, they get stuck there, so they have to reach.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
They're lazy lovers, it seems.
Yeah. Well, they can't move. So.
Yeah. Typical.
That is the largest penis to body size ratio. Now we're gonna go quantities. Generally, when we think of penises, we think of 1, right? But there are animals that have 2-headed penises. Platypus have 2-headed penises. Snakes have 2-headed penises.
The fuck?
Snakes called a hemipenis.
Okay.
2 heads.
Why?
Better odds.
Wait, really? Is it to like have a threesome? Is that what it is?
No. Snakes.
Like they're just getting down and dirty. They got someone saying echidna has 4 penises.
Echidnas have a 4-headed penis. You know what an echidna is?
No.
It's kind of like a spiny anteater. It's a monotreme from Australia. You'll probably recognize it.
I'm looking up echidna penis.
Oh, well, it's
Whoa! Is that TOS? I don't think I can show it. That's weird as fuck. Yo, it looks like there needs to be 4 circumcisions conducted. Like that's what it looks like.
it kind of looks like a little little hand. A little bit.
It does. It does look like it. Can it pick up things with this penis, you think?
No, but we'll get there.
There are some penises that can pick up shit. I feel like that'd be so much better. Like you could just, dude, have you ever picked up stuff with your feet?
Yeah, all the time.
It's liberating, right? If I could pick shit up with my penis, I would do it all the time.
All right.
Like I would literally just like fucking swing it around, picking stuff up left and right. It would be so sick. It'd be like a party trick. Like I would literally deploy it at parties.
Okay.
With consent, of course.
It kind of looks like a little hand. Echidnas have a 4-headed penis. Theirs is actually really cool. The reason that it's 4 heads is because female echidnas have a 2-segmented vaginal tract. So it's like it goes 2 at a time, but they can alternate between 2 heads and 2 heads. They alternate pairs, so then they can have double the sex.
The fuck? Are they like nutting super hard? Is that what it is?
Or frequently, or yeah.
Are they having better sex than we are?
I wouldn't know.
Isn't that like a thing where people say like pigs experience orgasms for like 30 minutes long or something?
I mean, there are animals that mate for like days at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, echidnas have a 4-headed penis. Snakes, hemipenis, platypus, hemipenis. They come in all different sizes, quantities, whatever. The next category is weaponized penises.
What does that mean?
Actually, first of all, garden snails. Okay, so like literally the snails that you guys are used to seeing. Snails, their goal is stabbing each other. Snails are hermaphrodites, which means they have male and female reproductive organs. But
like
both
seahorses.
of them, I don't think seahorses are hermaphrodites.
Are they? Or they can.
Maybe they are.
No, they can. They have the capacity to change their sex.
Okay, so they're hermaphrodites.
Yeah, like they can if they're. I don't think they're like. People are saying no. I don't think like. I thought seahorses would like if there's not any female seahorses in the area, like the male seahorse can like switch and become female.
That's what would happen in Finding Nemo. Do you know that? Finding Nemo had a mom. Nemo had a mom and his dad, and then his mom died. So what would have happened to IRL is his dad would have switched sexes because they're hermaphrodites and would have become a female, and then probably would have fucked Nemo.
Ew, gross.
Snails are hermaphrodites.
I'm glad that they didn't do that in the show.
Yeah.
I'm glad he went on a journey to find him instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would have been weird. That would have been a much weirder televised child show.
Yeah. Snails are hermaphrodites. They both want to play the male role. Why? Because it's freaking easier. And all they have to do is inseminate, and then they pass their genes on.
It's hard, okay? It's not as easy.
So how do
you
they
gotta put in a lot of work.
How do they actually? I gotta send you. How do they compete to play the male role? You may ask. I'm sending it to you on Twitter again. Actually, you can just look it up.
Who can? Who is the most misogynistic? Is that how?
No, who stabs the other one the most?
Okay, that's pretty misogynistic.
With their
domestic violence.
Love dart. Look up snail love dart and show them. You can show this one. It like doesn't look that phallic. It kind of does, but not really.
Snail, slime trails, and love darts on the strange slow skirmishes. Should we watch this video?
I don't know that video, but sure. It's that.
What the fuck? Yo, that's creepy as hell, dude.
So that like white tooth thing is a dart, and it's made out of calcium, and it injects sperm boosting secretions into the other snail. So whoever stabbies fuckies more wins and is the male snail.
Snails are kind of so they're just like snails are kind of doing the thing that people meme about, like docking penises, basically.
I don't know what that means.
Docking when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis and the other one doesn't, and then the non-circumcised penis you like put into the circumcised penis, basically. Like you unfold the uncircumcised part of the penis, like the tip, and then you put the circumcised penis in it like this, like a spaceship docking.
And they just touch? It's not like...
It's kind of like that.
Is that sexual or is that just a joke?
I don't know.
I don't think that it's like that at all. Their penis and their vagina is in their neck. So
that's a weird place to have it.
Yeah, that's what's going on right there. And then this one snail is going to stab the other snail. Crazy about the stabbing, it's actually super selfish and super misogynistic because it's not just sperm boosting secretions, it also reduces the other snail's lifespan and reduces their fertility so that they have no chance of competing. Like they can't go fuck somebody else. It's like my kids and then you die. Snails, when they did this in a lab...
Kind of like my bitch ex-wife, am I right? Okay, let's keep going.
When they did this in a lab in Japan, the snails that were stabbed only lived like 3/4 of their lifespan.
Wait, so these fucking guys in the lab were just like stabbing with penis darts other snails?
No, the snails were stabbing each other.
Oh, okay. They were just like letting them ride.
Yeah.
Deborah reduced my virility and killed me. Okay.
Also crazy because this is like a competition, right, between these two snails of who gets to play male. It's becoming this like co-evolutionary sexual arms race too. So these darts are becoming more freaky and like maybe barbed or sharper or whatever. Like it's an arms race.
That's
or like
crazy.
And then their skin is becoming tougher, so they have to evolve something crazier and more brutal.
But it doesn't make sense because like well, some snails still got to take it though, otherwise they're not going to be able to reproduce at all.
Yeah, but they don't want to be the ones to.
Okay.
So they're evolving.
The mutually assured destruction and the snail penis wars. Okay, what else? Weaponized.
Flatworms do that too. It's just like their goal. Flatworms' goal is just traumatic insemination, which is a real phrase. Bedbugs do that as well.
What?
I wouldn't
Ew.
look up. Oh, he's looking at flatworms.
Traumatic insemination. One flatworm mounts the other and stabs its needle-shaped stylet straight through its partner's skin, ejaculating directly into the body. This disturbing act is found throughout the animal kingdom, from bedbugs to spiders, and is aptly known as traumatic insemination. Oh, what the fuck? What is penis fencing?
Exactly what it sounds like.
No way. Wait, what the fuck? Chat, look at this. This shit's crazy, dude. Two flatworms doing penis fencing. Preparing for penis fencing.
Am I helping morale or no?
You are definitely. I like it.
I feel like this is a lot. Are you having fun?
I'm having fun. Yeah. Okay.
I was like, guys, I'm here for morale. Traumatic insemination.
Okay.
Okay,
What
so
else?
you asked about prehensile, right? Things
What
that
is
can-
that? Oh,
like-
things that you can pick up.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
like cows.
Dual use, dual utility penis.
Yes. So like monkeys' tails are prehensile, right? They can hang from branches with it. Cows' tongues are prehensile because they can like wrap it around grass and pull the
They
grass
can
out with their
hang
tongue.
from branches with it.
Guess who has a prehensile penis? No.
Who has a prehensile penis?
Dolphins.
What the fuck? What are they doing? Is it so they can rape better? Because they're rapists, right?
There is a lot of rape in the animal kingdom, yes. Female dolphins have
I thought dolphins
super...
were like particularly bad at rape, though.
Yeah, they're
Or did they get a bad rap in
I-
comparison to like, I don't know,
I
macaque?
don't know how to I don't know how to compare how sexually deviant our dolphins are to how sexually deviant the media thinks that they are, but they definitely do like rape each other.
Okay.
Anyway, female dolphins have like a really complex, crazy vaginal canal. So the prehensile penis just like, it's gotta work its way around in there. It's not just in. So dolphins have a prehensile penis.
Someone said, I've heard dolphins are one of the only cross-species case of it. Like they just like, they fuck other species.
Bedbugs will do that as well.
Wait, are they fucking us when we have bedbugs?
No.
Like he's just nutting?
No. But they'll dramatically inseminate other
on
species.
Humans?
No.
So they're not. So when you got bedbugs, the bedbug's not fucking you.
No.
It can fuck like a cockroach though.
Something smaller.
Something smaller.
Yeah.
Okay. Like a smaller cockroach.
Sure. For the sake of ending this conversation. Yeah, so dolphins have a prehensile penis. The next one is disposable penis. Single-use penis, if you will.
That's crazy too. You just fucking you just let it ride and then you're done. It's like a lob, like an anti-tank missile. You just boop, one hit and then you just dump it.
Did you guys ever use those pencils where like it's a little plastic tip with a pencil and then when it's done you put it in the back of the pencil and it pushes the new one down?
Yeah.
It's like that. It's a sea slug. Sea slugs, there's a type of sea slug. It has a 3 centimeter long schlong, and it only uses 1 centimeter of it. So then once it uses the 1 centimeter, that centimeter falls off.
How many, is there a finite amount of centimeters that he has?
Based on my reading, it seems like 3.
So he can fuck 3 times and then that's it?
Yeah,
that's
but
crazy.
that's a lot.
That sucks. What do you mean? You fuck 3 times your whole life and then you're done. You nut 3 times, it's over.
Okay, well,
I would video game myself.
I think you're experiencing a very egocentric, human-centric idea of sex right now.
That's true, because I am a human being.
Yeah, and their lifespans are shorter.
I'm anthropomorphizing fucking sea slugs.
Right. Next one. This is one of my favorite ones.
Someone said that's more times than chatters, and I think, okay, fair. That's 3 times more than you guys.
Are you guys out there fucking?
This community actually has a pretty large population of non-virgins in it.
Whoa!
Yeah, we have a census that we do, that we conduct.
Oh, they're saying no. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, they're also older. Okay.
Next, acoustic penises. This one's
That's
like one of my
insane.
favorites. It's called a water boatman. Okay. Water boatman is a little tiny aquatic insect and it can rub it has this special like abdomen appendage and it rubs it against its penis. And it makes a sound that attracts other water boatmen. Crazy. It carries a little air bubble down with it to help with resonating the sound. So it's like a little air bubble speaker. So cute. And the sound that it can produce can be up to 99 decibels.
How loud is that in comparison?
A chainsaw is like 100 decibels. It's like disgustingly loud. Like compared relative to its size, the water boatman is the loudest animal in the world. Like it's actually insane.
That's fucking nuts.
It's so loud.
What does it sound like? We have to listen to it.
You can look up a video. I have to pee again, even though I peed when I need a bladder augmentation.
Okay, don't worry about it. Go do your thing while I look up. What am I looking up?
Water boatman.
Water boatman penis sound? Yeah. How loud is your penis? Okay. How loud is your penis?
So you're with your mates, you had a few, you got your eye on the same girl. The question is, how loud is your penis? How loud is your penis? We have a world record breaker in our midst. This is a game in nature where size really does not matter. It is more how loud your member is. What water boatmen will do is when they see a female that they want to mate with, basically see a female, like it, rub your penis on your tummy.
British people are crazy, bro. How do you fucking get a job doing this? How loud is your penis? Yes, that's right. Today we uncover the truth about water boatmen and the size and loudness and the frequency of the decibels of the penis of the water boatman. That's crazy. British Maya, she's out of control.
Excellent. Really don't like seeing penis. attract the female, mate successfully, boom, bam. A mighty 99.2 decibels.
Come on, let's
is
hear it,
created
man.
When the water boatman rubs its penis on its stomach, roughly the same as a human hair, and yet it makes this massive noise, the noisiest animal on Earth relative to their size. Your penis song is the key to a woman's...
She doesn't even play it.
She doesn't. We just got fucking debated, dude. That's annoying.
Try that one.
Water
This
boat.
is Frank Taylor coming to you with
If this
water boat and let's science equipment to do great science. What I've got here, well, I just moved these water boatmen into one of my bug boxes that on the bottom has a grid 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters. That's about, each square is about 3/8 inch long. So you can see that these guys are only about 3/8 of an inch long. And yet, you know what? And here's the crazy thing about them. They may be the loudest animal on the planet for their size. Yeah, loudest animal on the whole planet compared to their size.
You want it?
The loudest...
You found it? How the fuck did you find it so fast? That's it? No. Shut up. No, that's a lie. 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 No, you're lying. You're fucking lying. Ain't no way that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a boat.
No, it's not. It's not it.
Oh my God, you're such a dick
It sounds
for
like
that.
this.
Wait, that doesn't sound 90 decibels at all.
No, it's underwater.
Oh, have we
It's
ever
an aquatic insect.
have we ever heard the penis sound outside of water?
I don't know. It's pretty underwhelming. but-
Okay, the was you
That was-
fucking cooked us with that because now that's my expectation. That's
No,
crazy.
It's not like that.
Okay.
So that's the water boatman, and then the last one that we have is exploding penises, which some of you might know because I feel like this has been something that's gone around in the media. But bees, drone bees. There's some bees in the hive that their job is to mate with the queen, and so they try to mount the queen while they're in flight. And if they successfully mount her and mate with her, the end of their penis rips off and their testicles explode, and then the abdomen is severed from the body, which sounds really unpleasant. And
die?
it totally, yes, they die, Hasan.
Okay, I don't know.
Half their body exploded off.
Okay, well, that's crazy. Like it's like a weird gamble where like you get to have a penis that's half your body, but then it explodes when you use it.
Well, it's not, the penis is not half their body. Their abdomen explodes off.
That's crazy.
But that's actually a really
That is
good
the best
thing.
nut. I've nutted before and then
Don't
cramped.
say that. Don't. God, Hasan, stop.
Like, I've had a
Stop,
cramp
stop,
before,
stop,
like
stop,
an
stop,
ab
stop,
cramp.
stop, stop.
Sorry. I suspected I was trying to empathize with the bees. I'm done talking about it. I'm just trying to empathize with the bees.
The good thing about the fact that they do that is that if they successfully boink and then their abdomen rips off, it stays in there like a plug. So nobody else can get in there.
So
Guaranteed.
So it's-
genetics.
So wait, okay. So like, they put it in the bee pussy, like that's
Yeah.
and they plug the bee pussy,
Yes.
bee pussy. Okay, I don't know.
Yep.
That's not a real nice move for all the other dudes that might want to, have fun later down the line with the queen, or if the queen wants to have fun later down the line. But, it is what it is, I guess.
Okay, well, we've now successfully completed the intro of my presentation, where I just wanted to lay out some of the cool stuff. One of the things I want to emphasize is that humans are so boring. Humans are so boring biologically. Psychologically, we're not. But biologically, we're boring. And sex is so much cool everywhere else. And the other thing I want to pitch really quick, if I may, is that bugs are really cool and really important. You should like them. Not just because they have really cool sex, but also because they're really cool.
Good luck with your pro-bug agenda. I will still be swatting them shits left and right.
Why?
'Cause
Take it back.
they're-
I taught you about this. Take it back. Why would you say that
they're
on this platform? that you have?
gross and scary.
Hassan!
I'm sorry. It's
If
true.
all bugs died, we would all die.
Okay, that's fair. But like they can exist. It's just like not
Imagine
around
being
me.
like 6'7" or whatever the hell you are, and rich and famous, and being like, "Now fuck this little tiny bug forever. Let me kill it."
Yeah, it's like fucking me
That's
up.
so lame.
It's
dude.
fucking my day up.
That's so lame.
I have bug bites in my back right now.
Have you ever thought maybe it's because you deserve it?
What? No, I haven't thought that, and I don't think that.
Well, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe that's an ego thing.
I
These are some pictures that I included of penises. That is a barnacle penis. The first one we talked about.
That's crazy.
That's a water boatman. And then that is an exploded bee penis.
Which one? The one on the bottom?
Yes.
This one is an exploded bee penis?
Yep.
Oh,
it also it
shit.
makes an
It's
audible
in the butt, so it's like literally stuck to the queen.
Yeah, it makes an audible popping sound, by the way.
Ah! That's crazy.
Yeah. All right. So that's the intro just to like set up the scene. Now I have some stories to tell you guys about specifics. First
Say
of
hi
all,
to my not so little friend.
because we've talked a lot about penises, I would like to talk about some clitorises. Hyenas. Have you ever heard about this?
No.
Hyenas have an 8-inch long clitoris. Say slay.
That's crazy.
He didn't say slay.
Slay.
Yeah.
That is slay. Okay.
8-inch long
8
clitoris.
inches? Do the male hyenas like feel bad? Or are they like, damn, you got
It's matriarchal, so
your fucking pussy is larger than my penis.
that's probably what they say to each other. IRL.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like, damn.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they have an 8-inch long clitoris, which is
That's
incredible.
crazy.
You know what's crazier is
What?
that they
Is it as sensitive as like the human clitoris?
that I don't know.
Okay. All right. That they gotta be nutting hard. Like hyenas, female hyenas. That's wild.
They pee through it. They
pee through their clitoris?
They pee through it. They fuck through it, and they birth through it.
Wait, what? They burn through their clitoris?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
That's
dude.
insane.
You can go next if you want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it. Yo. So wait, pee is stored in the balls for hyenas. And that
no.
women hyenas do actually piss from their vagina clitoris, specifically their clitoris.
Yes. They yes. This is actually a terrible system for the record. Their birth success rate is very low. Like this is a really, really dangerous
Yeah, how the fuck
way.
that little ass thing come through the...
It's a really dangerous way to give birth. Like really dangerous.
How have they survived this long?
That's a good question.
Do they got hyena C-sections?
No. So the reason for this is a few things. One, females are socially dominant in hyenas. Baby hyenas, when they're born, one of the theories is that the sexual mimicry between females and males make it less likely for them to be killed by other high-ranking females because they like can't tell when they're babies. And then the other theory is that it reduces the potential for forced copulation. So the females get to choose like who they're boinking with, because it's very hard unless the female is like. It's impossible. Unless
How
the
can you
female's down.
like? How big are the hyena penises?
I think they look very similar, like about the same.
So is it also 8 inches? Like hyena penises are also okay. Wait, so do they fuck the clitoris then? So
It's
they
like
just
that's
don't
like
even,
docking.
Like, wait, why wouldn't that be considered just a vagina at that point? You're doing all the functions of a vagina, but why do they call it a clitoris?
I don't. Penile clitoris, pseudo penis.
It
I
doesn't-
don't know.
Yeah, they're sounding. That's not even docking at that point. That's sounding.
Is that when you put something in there?
That's something. Yeah, that's when you put like a stick from the tip of your penis,
Stop.
like
I got it.
the penis hole, and you just shove it in
Okay,
there.
yeah, well, I said stop, but thank you. They're also, their external labia, they're fused together, and they resemble a scrotum. So they're really like, it's pretty indistinguishable.
Wait, do they
just looking at
do
them
they have
from
a
the outside.
butthole? Do they poop out of, or are they also pooping out of the clitoris? If you say that, I'm gonna lose it.
They do have a butthole.
Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, at that
They
point, it's
poop
like
out
something
of.
entirely different, you know?
Isn't that crazy though? Birthing through that is so fucked up, and I feel really bad for them.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make like evolutionary sense, which is why I'm like confused about how they have survived thus far.
I mean, they
must really be fucking like a lot.
Maybe.
You know, to be able to still, you know, pop them out. Yeah. Okay.
Next story. This one
oh no
is about bugs. Hasan's favorite. Here's the thing. You can go full screen. Here's the thing.
Oh, you don't want to speak over incest is okay sometimes?
Well, we can. I just figured.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
By the way, is my presentation cute?
Yes, it's very cute.
Thank you.
Even though we're talking, this is the cutest way that we could broach a subject matter that is so informative, but also kind of gross at the same time.
Thank you. Okay, so there's like quite a bit of incest when it comes to bugs. For a few reasons. One is because bugs are small, and so they can't go very far. So they don't have like Tinder and Hinge and shit. Like they can't go far and wide to find their lover. They're only going like freaking this way, right? So there's just not many options. Their lifespans are short a lot of the time too. So again, just not a lot of options. So it's very convenient, okay? So
you can say that about Alabama.
No, and here's why. Because some colonizing bugs, like roaches, like bees, they're haplodiploids. So the female has 2 copies of genes from the mother and the father, and the male only has 1 copy of genes from the mother. So bees, for example, keep up, chat. Male bees do not have a father, but they do have a grandfather, and their mother is a virgin.
What?
Did that make...
Wait, what?
Did that make sense?
Explain that again. So they do Jesus Christ style birth? Like...
When female bees lay eggs unfertilized, the babies are always going to be male because males are haploids. So they only have 1 copy of genes. So if a female bee does not boink, can lay eggs, has all boys.
They can still keep giving birth without...
To all boys. Only boys.
And then like ultimately one of the boys is going to fuck the mom? Is that what it is?
Yeah, a lot of times, yeah.
Oh, gross.
But then if the female bee boinks and has babies, those babies are all going to be female because they're all going to get 2 copies of genes because it's fertilized. So male bee, if you're a male bee, your mom was a virgin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you do not have a father.
Yeah.
But you have to have a grandfather.
And that's probably why they become like Oedipal, you know? Because like that's a bad development, you know? Your mom is a virgin, you got no father figure in your life, you end up going crazy.
I feel like you're anthropomorphizing again a little bit.
I can't stop doing that. And I will continue doing that, I think.
Male bees' mothers are a virgin and they do not have a father. Does that make sense to you guys? After what we just talked about. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me. Yeah, I get it. I mean, it doesn't make sense at all generally, but I understand that it's a thing that happens. I understand how it happens.
Okay. Repeat one more time. One more time.
Okay, you want me to repeat it?
Go ahead.
When a female bee has the capacity to give birth, but when they give birth without having a male bee fuck them, and when they actually give birth without a male bee fucking them, all of the bees that the female bee has given birth to are male bees. If one of those male bees or any other male bee fucks the female bee, and then they give birth, all of the bees that the female bee gives birth to will be female bees.
Yes. So if you're a male bee, your mom had you without fucking.
Yeah.
So you do not have a father.
Yeah.
And your mom is a virgin. But you do have a grandfather because to get a female bee, you need a male and a female bee. So you do have a grandfather.
Yeah, no, I got that.
That's that broken down. Okay? Male bees have no father, but they do have a grandfather and their mothers are virgins.
It seems weird. They should have just fixed that somewhere along the way and should have just done it the normal fashion.
No, it's so sick for them.
Half female, half male.
No, it's so sick for them. For a couple, bed bugs are kind of a bad example, but if you take bed bugs, like bed bugs do a ton of this incest. And they can colonize with so few individuals. Like they all just fuck each other, and it's totally fine.
That's weird. That's why they look fucked up.
Something like a
So much incest.
no, it's not
Made
the
him look
same.
all alien-like.
It's not the same.
Made him look fucked up.
Also really helpful in the case of like a button beetle. A button beetle is a really cute little tiny guy. They sometimes live in buttons, and sometimes they live in the pits of fruits or like the stones of fruits. Tiny little guy.
So like you could eat a fruit and accidentally eat a beetle?
Yeah, are you chewing on the pits?
Ugh,
Fucking weirdo.
Sometimes. Sometimes I like to suck on the pits. Okay. Do animals doing incest have the same genetic issues that humans engaging in incest have? Not a higher likelihood of voting for the Republican Party? Would the animals vote conservative because of how incestuous they might be?
They don't have the same genetic problems because they're not of the same genetic make. They're the haplodiploid thing that I'm talking about makes it so that doesn't happen for insects. For bugs,
but what about for
bugs.
not insects?
Then they would have then they would have the same problem. Like they would have genetic defects. Like if two dogs or something, if there's inbreeding with dogs, they're gonna have genetic defects.
Do bees have age of consent or not age of consent? Sorry, do bees have problematic age gap relationships? Or can
their
like a young
lifespans
bee,
are very short. So
can a young so then like what would be a problematic age gap? Like fucking 3-day-old bee with a mother that's like been around for a week.
You want to hear about a problematic age gap? I got one for you.
Okay.
Button beetles, when they're born, right when they hatch, they can fuck their brothers and sisters, obviously, because of what I just talked about. Because of what I just talked about. They're haplodiploids. They can fuck their brothers and sisters. Take little female button beetle. What do you want to call her? Name her.
Bettina.
Okay.
Bettina.
Little Bettina hatches. She's like, wow, look at this whole new world. Time to fuck my brother. And if she is not able to fuck her brother, she'll be like, all right, fuck y'all. I'm leaving. She'll walk off. Slay. Okay. She walks off. She's like, I don't need a man. I can have babies without a man. Slay. She has babies. What are the sex of all of her babies? Because she's not
a female. She didn't fuck any male. So all the babies are going to be male.
Yep.
So then she gives birth to her own like entire harem of men that will inevitably fuck her.
Yep.
That's gross.
She doesn't need a man. She can make her own. Then they all fuck. And then she probably eats
now
them.
you're anthropomorphizing and also in a weird direction.
I'm being an educator.
Okay, fair.
By the way, while we talk about all this sex, can I just say, I don't want to be a part of any of your weird ass edits with Hasan saying something about sperm, okay? Keep me out of it. Cut me out. Make it vertical and have it just be him. I don't want to be in that shit.
I don't think that this is going to invite a lot of like sexy TikTok edits.
Hasan, they've popped up on my For You page without my consent, and I cannot.
Wait, there's sexy edits with you in it?
No, you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you should just hit it with a like next time you see one, just to support your friend.
Dude, Hasan will say nothing. He'll be like, oh, what time is it? And then all the comments are like, what time is it? He's so baby girl.
That's messed up that you're doing that you're, against the thirst talks. It's the primary form of propaganda that this community has that like my haters can't magically make me ugly.
It's actually so horrific. It's so fascinating to watch this like collective psychosis.
It's the one thing that my haters can't present me as. Like they can lie and literally just bastardize my talking points, say that I believe things that are the exact opposite of the things that I believe, but they can't just like be like, nah, look at how ugly he is. You know what I mean? And I did that to myself. I shaved my beard. So I gave in. Anyway,
I'm happy for you.
Don't worry, there's no sexy edits coming. I don't have a beard right now, and people hate it.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Nice.
All right, saved. I just want to say that. All right. So that's it for my second story of why incest is okay sometimes.
Is there a third one? Or am I moving?
Yeah, I have more.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you can go to the next slide. You can. That's Butalina.
Oh.
Isn't she cute?
Hairy as fuck.
Okay. That as like an audio clip was so mean.
She's also
that without the video is actually so mean.
She is actually kind of cute though. I see it.
Yeah, right? Little
Like,
Butalito. So cute. So cute.
What the fuck? Your propaganda is working on me.
Yeah, admit she's
Normally
cute as
I'd be like, burn it with fire. I'm just saying. Like, this is like kind of a cutie patootie.
Chat, do I need to tell you guys about... Oh.
What? What is this fucking slide? What is this slide? Explain this slide that you made.
My next story is called Imagine...
The top of the hour ad break is what it's called. I'm running it right now. And if you want to see the uninterrupted explanation for the slide, you're going to have to subscribe for $6 or free with Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Barry Balls with another 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to see the uninterrupted experience. Do you have more Insta stories before we get to this sperm slide?
That was all.
Okay. What the fuck happened here? What is this? Imagine if Hasan's sperm cells were the size of a 7-year-old child. Whose fucking sperm cells are the size of in comparison to their body? It's a bug, right? It's got to be a bug. No one is nutting that much.
Yes.
Adjusted to their own body, chat.
Where's the name of the freaking bug? I don't have the name of the bug in my notes. Okay, it's a bug. It's a beetle. It's a beetle. It's a type of beetle. I realize there are 300,000 species of beetles, but just none of you have to know that. Just
is it
it's
the
just
largest? We can look it up.
You're not going to find it.
Largest sperm cell per body size.
By the way, guys, what I just said, there are like 300,000 species of beetles. Birds, all vertebrates, birds, mammals, reptiles, everything that you think of as an animal combined, there's like 45,000 species. And there's 300,000 species of just beetles. Bugs
it's a
rule
minute
the
beetle.
world. They're so cool.
It's a minute beetle. The mature sperm of a Pitinella aptera is a helically coiled flagellate gamete, 1.4 millimeter long, twice the length of the beetle itself.
That's wrong. It's a feathering beetle.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay. So a feathering beetle, guys, their sperm cells are huge. Huge. So the actual sperm cell. Yes. Correct. Yes.
I fucking nailed that. That's how you say it.
Very nice.
Feather wing beetle or feathering beetle?
Feathering.
Feather wing beetle, I think, is the right.
Feather wing.
Wow.
Their sperm cells are up to 2/3 the length of their bodies.
Why? Are they just like doing a big nut and just doing AoE damage to all the...
What's AoE?
Area of effect. Like it's just like you're like a Molotov cocktail of cum. You're just dropping a big load and you're like whoever picks up
They're
this
gonna
load.
make edits. They're gonna make edits. I actually grossed me out.
What? No, they're not gonna make edits.
Ew.
No, none of this is hot. What are you talking about? This is literally me being a dumbass and also learning about science. Okay.
Oh my god, ew. Okay, sorry.
Is that what it is? Is it AoE nut?
Well, you remember the thing that we talked about with the bees?
Yeah.
How it like plugs?
Yeah.
It's like,
what the fuck? Does it calcify or something?
It can be seen protruding out of the female.
Like a cum shot.
I don't
like
really
a cream
know.
pie.
I don't really.
What the fuck? Oh, gross. It just fills the fucking female beetle up with this beetle semen? Beetle cum?
Yes.
That's gross.
But just one.
What?
Just one sperm. Because it's huge.
Wait, so when a beetle nuts is just one rope? That's it?
Yeah, well, there's a few bugs like that. This beetle, yeah, it's 2/3 the size of their body. So it is like Hasan. This is why this is my title. Imagine Hasan's sperm cells were the size of a 7-year-old child. That is what this is. That's what we're talking about. Why is that a good thing? One, because it shows that you have a lot of resources and you can make something freaking crazy.
I mean,
Okay?
if you're nutting and the size and your nut is the size of a 7-year-old child, you basically made a child in and of itself by yourself.
That's valid. But then also it's really
I
good
could craft
for
my nut in my own image. I could just be like, that's my child. This is a baby me.
It's a miracle.
Yeah. Is that where Beetlejuice comes from?
I don't think so. I have no idea though.
Gross.
But it's also really good because it like eliminates competition entirely. It literally sticks out. Like the sperm cell sticks out.
Someone said having a kid is
of the
like
female.
having a kid is like having cum as a pet.
I don't think that that's true at all. I don't think it's like that at all.
For fucking beetles, it is apparently.
There's also fruit flies are pretty famous for their sperm cells. You guys have probably I keep thinking you guys have seen this because I think you're like in on the bug news like I am. You probably haven't heard this. Oh,
No.
that's the guy. That guy fucks. That's the guy with the huge sperm.
Yeah.
But fruit flies produce a sperm cell that's like 20 times the length of their body, but most of it is tail. So that would be like if Hasan produced sperm cells that were the length of like a cruise ship. I did the math.
What the
I said
fuck?
20 times the length.
What? You think, wait, you think I'm 1/20th the size of a cruise ship?
Yeah.
I think that math doesn't add up. If you put 20 of me together, it's not going to be the size of a cruise ship. How big do you think I am? Cruise ships are massive.
Cruise ships are bigger than 140 feet? That's really big. Okay, a yacht. Sorry. Whatever.
Yeah, that would be like a pretty tiny.
Okay, it'd be like if Hasan produced a sperm cell that was the length of a yacht.
Okay.
Sorry, all you rich people
Yeah,
that know about big boats.
like a big yacht, I think, right?
I don't know.
Anyway, all right.
Okay, last story.
Someone said cruise ships are the average cruise ship is around
What? There's no
1,300
way.
feet. Do you not know what a cruise ship looks like? That's so sick.
Average
You're such an
cruise
environmentalist
ship
that you don't even
length.
know what a fucking cruise ship looks like.
Oh my god, it does say 1,000 feet.
Yeah, of course. Do you know how big
But
they
it
are?
says
They're
river
like,
cruise ships are much smaller, ranging from 110
look at
to
this.
600
This is like
feet.
literally a fucking city. Like multiple cities on top of a fucking boat.
Okay,
They're
I'm
also
sorry.
really bad for the environment, by the way.
Yeah,
They're
I'm sure they are.
disgusting for the
Guys,
environment.
I'm really sorry for misleading you. This is really bad science. I've really been trying to uphold good science all day today, and I really fucked it up with
don't
this
worry.
fact.
It's just math. Who cares? This is the
Anyway.
lamest of the sciences.
Okay. Sorry for the misinformation. Okay, last story. Go next.
You are the father of all of your sister's children. What
We're
the-
back to incest and bugs.
Incest is wincest
Don't say that.
for bugs.
Ugh.
For bugs.
Okay.
You cannot cape for incest this much this entire time.
Well, I just didn't
only
say it
to
like
fucking
that.
flip it
I didn't say
on
it
a
in such a
dime like
clippable, like
this.
quotable way. That's just kind of crazy.
Yeah.
No, okay, so there's a mite. You know what? I actually asked for this pronunciation from an entomologist, and then I forgot to practice it, and I didn't want to say it wrong.
Wait, let me read it first.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna nail it. Are you ready? Which one is it? A dactylidium.
Coccotripes dactyloperta.
Wait, that's
Yeah, that's a different word. I'm actually sorry. I made you look dumb
yeah.
as
What
hell.
the fuck? I said it right though.
I made you look dumb as hell. No, you did a good job.
Where's the other one?
I thought I had a different pronunciation.
Show me the other one.
I don't even know where it is.
What the fuck? She made me read some. She set me up, dude. What the fuck?
You're so dumb, dude.
Oh
you can't
my
read.
God. What the fuck?
What Hasan just said, it's a mite. It's a mite, and its offspring are born already pregnant. Pretty sick.
Okay. That's
So pregnant
the
mites
fuck?
will carry female mites plus male plus a single male, and then inside the mom, the male will mate with all the females, and then they eat the mother.
those are the conservative dream.
Oh my
Pregnant
God.
already
All
at
right.
birth. Dude, that's a double abortion if you stop that process. That's a liberal's dream. Okay, let's continue. Sorry.
All the larvae eat the mother from the inside out, and then they emerge.
Oh. Wait, so
And
the
the
mom is
females are-
dying no matter what.
Yeah, and the females come out pregnant.
What the? Wait, and then the females also get eaten from the inside out again, and it's an endless cycle of being eaten from the inside out.
Yep, and the male dies like really shortly after.
What the fuck? It's just like how can they continuously reproduce? That makes no sense.
There he is.
Ah!
Number 1 dad.
Oh.
Slay.
Okay. Wait, is this? Oh, this is the last one.
That's all I got for you, folks.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for enlightening us and opening our minds. Now, I think it would be best if we did a quiz
Oh,
to test my knowledge. I want you to ask me some questions from the things that you have already explained to see if I retained any of this information about the kooky nature of animals and
Okay.
bugs. It's more so bugs, though. Not enough animals, but whatever.
first of all, bugs are animals, and they rule the world, and they're way more important than
They're
you.
gross. Okay. They should stop being so ugly.
I've seen a lot of people say that about you.
Okay. Have you?
Yes.
I thought that you saw a lot of people say the opposite about me and that was grossing you out. That's what you were saying earlier. You were upset. Okay, pop quiz time. I'm such a teacher's pet. I literally was like, quiz me now, teacher, please.
All right, let's start easy. How
Okay.
many heads does an echidna penis have?
4.
Okay. You want to go like
What?
Okay. Let's see.
I'm not looking at chat. Chat, shut up. Why would I look at chat?
What is
I
it
know more.
called
What?
when an animal has both male and female reproductive parts?
Oh, fuck. Hermaphrodite. Oh, I thought you were going to ask me about the bee.
What
the
kind
mother
of
bee.
animal has a disposable penis?
I don't remember.
It's a kind of sea slug.
Oh, what kind of animal has a disposable penis? I thought there was I thought you were asking me the term of the disposable penis.
No.
Oh, okay. I got it wrong. Anyway, whatever. Let's keep going. Okay.
What?
Got it wrong.
How many decibels can a water boatman produce
90.
with its penis? Wrong. 99.
Oh, okay. In the range.
Actually not in the range. 'cause
Okay, 99.
decibels are
100
logarithmic.
is a fucking chainsaw.
Yeah.
Even though it's here, I'll give you extra information. Even though it's like softened because it's underwater.
Play.
Okay.
Okay. How long is a hyena's clitoris?
8 inches.
How long is a hyena's penis?
Also around the same length.
Name 3 things that a hyena does with its clitoris.
Pees, gives birth, and I guess like has sex through it.
Yeah. Okay, wow.
Does not poop from the clitoris. We learned that.
What is the genetic system called that allows some bugs to
That's,
engage in incest?
that's the thing that I already forgot. It was like something like a gamete or something, but I forgot what it is already.
You're in the right world, I suppose.
Haplodiploid.
Nice. Yeah, you remember
Yeah, I
that
read
himself.
it from the chat.
I remember that.
Haplodiploid.
Nice chat. Say the whole thing about male bees and their fathers
Okay.
and their mothers.
A male bee has a virgin mother, but also has a grandfather, but no father. because female bees can give birth without having sex with male bees, but when they do give birth without having sex with male bees or bees, they can only give birth to an entire, I guess, colony, the entire fucking thing of male bees. And then one of those male bees will inevitably fuck their mother. And then when they do that, then they'll only give birth to female bees.
Nice. Slay. How do I phrase this question? The featherwing beetle, its sperm cells are what percentage of their body size? In a fraction or a percentage?
It's like me giving birth to me sperming a 7-year-old in size.
Don't the way you just
if my sperm was the size of a 7-year-old. You wrote that in the fucking thing. What do you mean?
No, the way that you said that was so bad.
Wait, what did I say that was?
I'm not gonna repeat that.
Okay.
It's like if your sperm was the size of
if my sperm was the size of a 7-year-old. Sperming. Oh. Oh no. I didn't think about it like that.
Okay, well that is true.
Okay, continue.
That is true. But like what percentage of the beetle, like how big is its sperm compared to its body?
I don't know, like not half, I guess, or half? 3/4?
2/3.
2/3
is the correct answer.
Okay.
Okay. Fruit flies sperm cells. What times the length of their body? How many times the length of their body?
Oh, it's like me in a cruise ship 20 times.
You know what's crazy? I've said one dumb thing today, and Hasan has said at least 75 dumb things today.
I'm the stupid one. You're teaching me.
Answer the question. Not for how many times the length of its body?
I said 20.
Oh.
Just like me in a cruise ship. Go on.
What is the only group of living mammals that lay eggs called?
What is the only group of living mammals that lay eggs called? Do we do this?
I said the word once today.
Oh, what the
Chat, don't look at them.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't remember. Monotremes.
They go platypus. A platypus is a monotreme.
Okay.
But it's a group of animals. That's all.
Yeah, Maya's not very good with size because a 7-year-old is not 2/3 of my size, for the record. So, but we already figured that out because she said a cruise ship is 20 times my size. So we know already. We know already that she's not very good at that, but it's okay.
I looked that up too. What happened?
What is the
I looked up
plural of platypus?
Their height, their average height.
What is the plural of platypus?
Platypuses. And octopus is octopuses as well.
Oh, it's not octopi?
No, it's not.
Okay. You got any more? This stuff is nothing to me. I know so much now.
I think that was the end of the quiz. I just went through all of my stories.
Okay, hell yeah.
Asked you a question from each one.
All right. There's some stuff that I can ask you, but now I'm forgetting. Fuck, I'm blanking out.
Chat, did you learn a lot today? Are you feeling really good and funky and fresh and refreshed? Now you have some really good icebreakers for parties.
Speaking of animals reproducing, I've heard that you are carrying the child of Jason the Ween. Can you elaborate?
Yep, sure. We're madly in love. He came to Texas. I have a nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit animal sanctuary called Alveus Sanctuary. He came out there to visit. And as a result, I'm carrying his child. And you can find Alveus Sanctuary on twitch.tv/ALVEUS
Are you gonna give birth on camera?
Sanctuary. Yes, on twitch.tv/ALVEUS Sanctuary.
Okay. Will the child also have a camera? What other animals, aside from your love child with Jason the Ween, can people find at Alveus Sanctuary?
Winnie the
24/7?
Hasan loves Winnie the Moo.
I do.
We have a rescued cow who was going to be beef, but now she lives at Alveus. We have foxes. We have wolf hybrids. We have little monkeys. We have reptiles. We have parrots, and donkeys and crows and lots of other stuff. And this is them today.
Well, talk to us about the wolf hybrids.
Okay, so we have 2 wolf hybrids. Their names are Awa and Timber. Yo, yeah, pull up that extension. That's sick.
Yeah, that is sick.
Hell yeah. 2 wolf hybrids named Awa and Timber. We rescued them from a facility that has had like a ton of USDA and Animal Welfare Act violations over the past decade. And they're hybrids between wolves and dogs.
Oh, look at that sleeping.
Yeah, he's sleeping.
Oh my God. Can I pet them?
No.
Wait, really? Are they actually dangerous?
You can't go in with them. There may be a world where when you come back, you can like give them a treat. But they probably don't want you to pet them. The mods are trying to put it on the wolf. They're just
Wait. Okay.
Bad.
Okay. Yeah, they messed that up. Wait, but like, so the reason why I'm asking you this question is because I heard you talk about it before, where you said that wolf hybrids occur because people were like, although all dogs are technically wolves at a certain point, some people were like, oh, let's fucking breed them back because they look cool. But then a lot of people can't take care of the wolves because they're like a little dangerous.
Yeah.
And that's how you arrive at wolf hybrids. And that's how you arrived at wolf hybrids at Alveus Sanctuary.
Well,
now the question is, what if I could vibe out the wolf hybrids?
Oh my God.
Like, and they could respect me.
My job is hard.
What if I vibed out the wolf hybrids and then they were like, oh, like, we respect you. You can command us, kind of like the alpha of the pack. Could I take them out of Alveus Sanctuary and have them live with Kaya here?
No.
Why not?
So,
because he's sleeping very cute.
He is sleeping very cute. Here's the story that Hasan basically told. Is like, we've spent so long domesticating this like perfect companion for humans, right? Kaya, for example. And then people come in and they're like, oh, but I want it to be part wolf. Like, let's put the wild relative back in it and fuck it up again. And so that leaves us with an animal that both can't be released into the wild because they're not naturally occurring in the wild. And most of the time they can't be in people's homes. It's in like the 90s of percentage of wolf dogs that are euthanized because people try to adopt them and they end up attacking them or attacking their kids.
And I feel like when they attack, they're not like, it's not like a little dog attack. It's like,
no, it's just, it's
how
so
big are they?
sad.
Like in comparison to like an average dog? Is he bigger than Kaya?
No, they're 75 pounds.
Oh, so Kaya's bigger.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, look at that one. I've already domesticated a bear. I can domesticate a wolf hybrid.
Hasan, maybe get on my side here, you know?
Okay, I am on your side. I do also kind of understand why people are like, you could chill with these guys.
And then that monkey in the corner.
Okay, I want to show you something disgusting. Man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, that's a black tufted marmoset. He was rescued. Someone tried to buy him as a pet in Austin, Texas. And technically that's legal. You don't need a permit to do that, but it's also legal to cheat on your wife and you shouldn't do that either. So just because it's legal doesn't mean it's okay. Monkeys should not be pets. And
what do
he
you
had really
think
bad
about
care,
the rise of
and now he's at
XL
Alveus.
bully cats?
Cats are on the rise in the UK, and experts are urging people not to buy them. This new breed of cat has been created to resemble XL bully dogs, which were obviously banned in Britain earlier this year. They come from breeders in the US, mixing munchkin cats with sphinx cats to create a hairless hybrid with short legs. And with social media accounts...
They are fucking gross.
It's really sad.
They are so goddamn gross.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing? I think people that do this should go to jail. This is like some real freak shit.
Yeah, that's sad.
Promoting the sale of them, they're slowly getting more popular in the UK. But experts say these bully cats have multiple health and quality of life issues, including respiratory...
I mean, don't munchkin cats already have that? Like munchkin cats already have like a shit ton of fucking...
I don't know what the issues are specifically, but yeah, when you get into like the designer...
Yeah,
like,
and their skin, apparently their skin needs special care. Like they need to be lotioned up and stuff, and they can get sunburnt, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's really sad.
Respiratory and mobility
That's
problems
sad.
and skin sensitivity. And ultimately, this will lead to a shorter lifespan.
Yeah.
Wow, look at all this. You could make something really cool out of that.
Oh yeah, no, she's still. She's still very much shedding. Oh, my food is here, right on time too. Kaya's such a girl's girl. She really is. Kaya, place. Crazy. Is Kaya feeling okay? Yeah, she's feeling all right. What do you think? Yeah, what do you think about Munchkin or not Munchkin? Sorry, bully cats, XL bully breed cats.
I think it's sad.
Are they gonna be at Alveus soon?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, 1v1 basketball. When? We can't do that today.
I actually asked to do that. And
She
like
did.
I found a court and did this whole thing. And Hasan was like, I'm gonna be honest. I watched your 1v1 stream with Jason, and I just like I'm kind of scared that you're gonna fuck me up, and it's gonna be really embarrassing.
Did you beat
and so
Jason?
I would rather. Yep.
Let's watch. Let's roll the tape.
Go look at my edit on Twitter.
Okay, let's do it. No, it's not that I don't want to get off the desktop chat. Well, first of all, we couldn't do it today anyway because I fucked up my ankle yesterday, and that's not a lie. I'm not using that as a way to get out of this because I'm scared.
Keep going down. It's not that far away.
Yeah, you don't post a lot.
Okay, I'll do my best. See, I post a lot actually.
You do kind of post a decent amount. What
Thank
the
you.
fuck?
There it is.
Evacuate the court.
Stop. Sorry.
I liked it. I didn't even watch it. I
That's
was
crazy. That's nice of you.
I was just yeah.
That's
I
so
was
real.
supporting unconditionally. Unconditional. Actually, you played basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have like decent form.
Thanks.
That's pretty good.
Thanks, Hasan.
Weren't you very upset when I didn't treat you as a serious threat on the court?
Yes.
At shit camp.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pisses me off.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll love that you're showing Wake. It's just absolutely destroying Jason. I mean,
These
Jason
are just random clips. It's just a compilation. Just they're randomly selected.
Oh, from that exact same location too
Yep.
that you were fucking dialed in on.
Just all randomly
That's
selected
crazy.
clips.
Jason's putting
Just
up
RNG.
brawny numbers. That was such a funny mid-off game. Oh, you guys 1v1?
Yeah.
That's impenetrable defense that you showcased right there.
Thank you.
Like, it's very obvious that he was terrified by your aura.
Thank you.
That's so embarrassing, dude. Jason, Jesus Christ. And he tried to foul you.
I know.
He fouled you? That's
you know
an
what's crazy
one.
too? I didn't even call it because I felt bad for him.
Okay, what was the actual outcome of the 1v1?
He won like 3-2.
Wait, really?
Yeah, we only played a 3.
That's, oh my God, he's so bad. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'm proud of you. You almost beat him.
Yeah, I'm crazy with it.
She
I'm crazy
destroyed
with
You're
it.
up in a 1v1. Okay, this doesn't.
I don't like this video.
Hey! God damn! God damn!
Yeah, I'm pretty crazy with it.
You're actually cracked. That's crazy. Lol, you go backwards then forwards. Whatever works. Shut up, loser. It fucking worked.
Yeah.
That's oh, I'm sorry.
Loser.
Yeah, when you do it, you call it a hezzy, okay?
A
When
what?
she does it, it's like, oh, she went forward and then backwards. It's like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize that we were calling it something different when a woman was doing it.
Sexist asshole.
Yeah, fucking get him. Ow. Backboard elitist, yeah. You know who else was a backboard elitist? Tim Duncan, okay? One of the greatest fucking NBA players of all time. Maya and Tim Duncan are up there in the halls of the greats, okay? Maya, how long have you been balling?
You know what's something weird actually?
What?
I played in Asian League basketball until I was in like high school. I don't even know what that means anymore.
Asian League basketball?
It was Asian League basketball. Me and my sister played Asian League basketball. I'm half Japanese. I was the whitest girl in my league, and it was just all Asians, mostly Japanese girls.
There's a lot of like not real, I guess like not serious, super organized Asian League basketball happening in a lot of the courts in West Hollywood. There's a Pinoy gang, Filipino league. It's crazy though.
I guess
They
it's
go
something
hard.
like that. I don't know. It was pretty recreational. I mean, it was organized. Like we had tournaments and stuff, but
Yeah, I don't know if they have tournaments, even though they do get like they get baller gear. They're like very serious. It's a bunch of old Swagapino men and young Swagapinos as well, duking it out in the court.
Huh.
Yeah.
No, but I wish I played intramurals in college for basketball, but I played soccer through high school. You know, I played keeper in high school for soccer.
How is that physically possible? Do you have like an insane?
As long as you can reach.
It's not even vertical, I guess, at that point.
As long as you can get two fingies on the post, on the crossbar, you're good. Yeah, I played keeper.
Someone said, "Do you speak Japanese, Maya?"
No. My parents both do, but I do not. But I am doing Duolingo right now.
Is your dad or your mom white?
My mom is white. My dad moved here when he was 17.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
But she learned Japanese.
She did her master's in Japan. So she learned Japanese before she met
she's
my
the
dad.
OG weeb.
Yeah, she's crazy with
She's
it.
a bigger weeb than me. That's crazy.
So you think that
What?
you think we're a good matchup?
On the court?
Yeah.
I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared
Here's what
after
I'm
seeing this. Because you're pretty lethal. You're pretty devastating from the 3-point range, you know? And you're a bit of a 3-point merchant. I mean, I am too. You know, they call me Buckets Barry Buckets out there. Yeah, Steph Curry versus LeBron James type matchup. You know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows who wins in that situation? More like Briggs. Bro, you're 2 feet taller than her? What are you talking about? We're like matched up evenly. One will fall. Maya Deng versus Hosto. That's fucking awesome.
That's crazy.
What do you mean? You got Mudang in that one. I would have rather been Mudang.
You love Mudang.
I do love Mudang.
She's pretty cute.
Yeah. What? But you've taken on the MCU and BB, so there's that. What does that mean? What?
I don't know. Mudang.
They do call me Turk Nowitzki.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, wait. When are you leaving Los Angeles?
Wednesday.
Wait, so we could technically ball tomorrow.
I'm busy tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Hanging out with Cutie.
That boo. This is why she couldn't do it this weekend. I would have set it up. If
That
we were
is
to do it
actually
on the
funny.
weekend.
Hasan was like, "Oh, we'll stream this weekend," and I was like, "I'm gonna be honest. I just want to hang out with Cutie this weekend.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna stream."
Yeah.
And tomorrow
and
I'm
then you
also
did
just hanging out with
stream.
Cutie.
You went to Disney.
We went to
no?
Disneyland, but
Yeah.
that's still hanging out with Cutie.
Yeah. And yeah, you guys went to Disney without me. Nobody even asked me. To
Whatever,
come.
like you would have come to Disney at
Yeah, I
1
would've.
p.m.
Yeah, I
prime
would've.
freaking news
Yeah, I
hour,
would've.
whatever. He would not have come, and he also wouldn't have had fun. But you're going to Disneyland anyway.
She said on Wine About It, only one stream with Hasan. Yeah, it's fucked up. I know.
At least I'm here. It's been years, has it not?
That is true.
I think it's been like 2 years since I've been here.
Yeah, last time you were here, you and Cutie made me eat some weird ass shit.
Speaking of which,
What?
I'm pissed that you had Stavros here and you didn't invite me.
I think he might have left by now. Wait, what do you mean?
I love
you
that
could
guy.
have come. He was here yesterday. If you didn't want to hang out with Cutie,
You didn't tell me.
you could have hung out with me and Stavros instead. You could have balled up with Stavi.
Balled
Think
up
about that.
Basketball.
Yeah. What else could that be?
I don't know. You talk like a Zoomer sometimes. I
What
can't keep
balled
up.
up is not Zoomer lexicon.
Very well could be.
No,
They say
it's
some
not.
Stuff I
Balled
just
up
do
is-
not recognize all the time.
Okay, that's crazy. I do not speak like a Zoomer. I'm
Yeah,
a 30.
you do.
I'm a 33-year-old man. Sometimes baby girl, but also still a 30.
God,
Still a 33-year-old
Hasan.
man. That's all I'm saying.
I think I just
Also,
ruined
yeah,
that
aren't
clip
you a
with the
fucking
gag.
Zoomer? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Damn.
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
I was born in 98. 1998.
That's crazy. Famous picture from the Maya Stavi stream. Yeah.
Ah, yes. Classic.
Yeah. He was throating it.
Dude, I love that guy. He's so
He is funny.
He's so funny. That's a Zoomer. Yeah. No.
You speak more like a Zoomer than me, dude. I think it's because Twitch brain rot. Wait, he's 33. What the fuck? Shut up, Connor.
Hello, Mr. Pants.
I know your old ass did not just damn. I did. I always do it, though.
Do what? I have to pee again. Do you guys think I legitimately need a bladder augmentation?
Don't ask them. They're going to say yes. They're going to be like, they do this to me. They do this to me all the time where they're like, you're peeing quite a bit. My God. You're peeing quite a bit. What's going on? Do you have diabetes? Like, that's what they say. They fucking time my pisses too. Like, they'll be like, this is actually, this was a 90-second piss. Much faster than your usual flow.
Ew.
Yeah, literally.
Ew, guys, don't do that.
Straight up.
That's
not
weird.
a joke. Straight up.
All right, I'm going to pee.
Okay. It's just a baby kicking your bladder. Yeah, that's true. That's probably what it is. It's fine. It means your kidneys are working. Yeah. You asked that question and someone said, I see a pelvic floor physical therapist. Bro pissed on the mic at the DNC. Okay, chill, dude. King Charles got heckled. You're on creatine though, right? That's like 200 ounces of water you need, right? I do drink. I drink a lot more water than people think I do because I don't usually drink on stream, but I drink a fuck ton off stream. I drink a fuck ton of water off stream. Norms are 2 to 4 hours depending on your water intake from pelvic floor PT. I made a TikTok on the
wolf dogs. Wolf dogs, which means
I already watched this and I liked it, and that's what I was actually repeating back to her. Hold on, I gotta grab my food. It's been outside.
they're hybrids between wolves and dogs. They came from a facility that received a number of USDA violations and Animal Welfare Act violations. They were used as a breeding pair, breeding wolf-dog hybrids. One of the reasons that we have them to talk to people about wolf dogs as a whole. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this concept, but essentially for hundreds and hundreds of years, we've domesticated man's perfect companion, right? A dog. And then people have come in and decided it's not cool enough. And they've thought, you know, it's a good idea. Let's go backwards and let's put a wolf back in there. So then you get this animal that both cannot be released into the wild because they're not natural in the wild. And a lot of times they can't be, most of the time, over 90% of the time, they can't be in people's homes because they end up being a risk to the people in those homes. So their options are either be on display at a facility or be at a facility like this that's a sanctuary. And again, I said it in the Fox enclosure, there are not many facilities like this. So a lot of them end up being euthanized. They're in this weird limbo, wolf dogs, and it's really sad.
That was me. I just said that.
Yeah. Do they try to breed at the facility? What happens if they fuck?
The ones that we have are fixed, but they used to be a breeding pair at the facility they were at.
Oh, okay. Did you fix them or did they extract them and then fix them?
I think they fixed them before.
What if they want to fuck? Like, what then? Isn't that bad that you guys don't let them?
Balls.
Okay. Well, I asked you if you wanted food and you said no, but this is my feasting time.
Okay.
Do you want to try some pide? It's Turkish bread. It's going to be kind of mid on its own. You got to dip it into some cacık tzatziki.
What do you do while you eat?
I just still continue reacting to the news here and talking and doing commentary. Do you like it?
Mm-hmm.
It's good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ask her about anglerfish sex.
Sexual parasitism.
Well, oh, they fucking wait. What? How does that work?
Male anglerfish are really small. Females are way bigger. And when males want to fuck the female, they bite her on her stomach, and then his lips fuse with her body, and then he lives there and passes sperm to her and then dies like fused onto her.
It's like if you had a partner and they wanted to be inside of your sweater, kind of like that.
Yeah, it's like stage like 75 clinger shit.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
But they...
Is that why you didn't bring them up? Because they're kind of beta?
I don't want to make it too long.
Plastic silverware? Yes, chat. They send it. I don't know what you want me to do. Do you want me to throw it out? I don't want them to send me plastic silverware. I do not particularly like plastic silverware. But, you know, when I get sent plastic silverware, the fuck do you expect me to do?
They said, how do they eat? This is why it's called sexual parasitism, is they share a bloodstream with that female once they fuse onto her body. So they just leech off of nutrients.
15.63 ounces of straight white chicken breast grilled.
You're weighing it?
Yeah, I weigh it every day.
That's crazy, dude.
I have to log my macros, my macronutrients.
That's...
What? Yeah. Yeah, I'm crazy like that. They become her testes? Wait.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it like that. Personally.
That's weird. Maya, if I see a centipede, a spider, and a fly, I'll spare 2 and kill 1. Which one would be the least consequential for me to kill? What the fuck?
No one's ever asked me a question like that.
Yeah, well, we have the real weirdos in here, so.
I think a fly, because they're more short-lived than the other two. A lot of flies are pollinators, though, and so they're important in that way. But if it's like an adult spider and adult centipede, they had to like go through molds to get to that place, and so I guess I would say fly.
Okay, did you like the pide and the cacık?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Asking Maya, isn't there a species of wasp where the females are inseminated before they're even born?
I don't know of it, but probably.
Yeah, knowing what I know about bugs now, I suspect yes. Maya's mic gate is a little bit aggressive, I think. Oh, really?
I'm trying not to chew into it.
Yeah. Woman on stream, where are the Rogan clips? We're not doing that anymore. We're not doing Joe Rogan clips anymore. The OG Maya of your life. Have you ever?
This is what they do to one another on a daily basis. If you can tolerate it.
This is like a classic clip that we used to watch all the time.
Why?
Just, you know, British white women sometimes do crazy shit. I don't know.
You should allow this, as they will trust you more and can learn everything about you as a person, which includes your body chemistry, if you are sick or well, what you have eaten, and also if you are kind and non-threatening to them. Body movements should be calm and fluid. Sharp movements will frighten and shock them, making you look threatening. So gently,
and how you
is the
taste.
answer.
Yeah. They cop a little taste. If they like the taste of you, they'll eat you. Yeah. I have a question for Maya. What if you bred those wolf dogs offspring with domesticated dogs only from now on, getting the wilderness back out? Wouldn't that be good for genetic diversity in dogs? Wouldn't that be a good thing? Last time I'll ask. Sorry.
I need to read that again. If we continued breeding the wolf dogs with domestic dogs, wouldn't that be a good thing? That was your question?
Yeah.
Domestication is not like domestication takes hundreds of years. It takes generations and generations and generations. You would be creating a lot of individuals that are in the really bad place that our wolf dogs are in. That's not worth increasing the genetic diversity of dogs. No, there's plenty of dogs out there. I don't think that would be a good idea.
I think the question was because they were like talking about the the genetic impurities caused by inbreeding that creates like dog breeds to begin with.
Oh.
Mine was correct. Normally humans are boring, but humans can have 2 vaginas with 2 uteruses and have 2 different pregnancies with 2 different gestation periods from 2 different dads. There have been cases of it I learned about during my OBGYN rotation. Women have it so hard, dog.
Kangaroos, I think, have 3 vaginas. I don't know about that with humans, but I believe you. I think kangaroos have 3 vaginas. Or maybe it's 2.
Someone
One's
said
like
my
a false
sister-in-law
vagina.
has 2 vaginas. That's wild.
Yeah, so they're like perpetually pregnant. Because they're marsupial. So they have like, they're pregnant, plus they have 1 in the pouch, plus they have 1 outside the pouch. Endless cycle. A woman's labor.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Is there anything you... Wait, what?
Hello and welcome to Animal Watch, and today we're
Why
going to be
wolves
talking
hate men and
about
not
why
women.
wolves are not very keen on men.
As someone who has worked and mixed with wolves and wolf dogs for over 20 years,
What the fuck?
one thing is apparent. Captive wolves definitely treat biological males different to females, especially human males that
Guys,
have had
I don't know about y'all, but
contribution
I'm
to their
gearing up for
upbringing
some misinformation
and are
right now.
classified as strangers. This fear can manifest in retreating, growling, and general inability to bring themselves to bond close to a fully adult man. So today I'm going to try to introduce Bosch, a fully intact white wolf, to my son Kai, who
What
is
the
16
fuck?
years old.
We're
We
gonna
will
throw him
see
in
how
there and
Bosch
see what
reacts to him,
happens.
and see if through certain mannerisms and body language, which I'm going to get Kai to do, if we can encourage Bosch to accept him like he would any woman. Or perhaps find out if even a 16-year-old boy is still too much man for him. Plus,
This is
we will
weird,
survive
right?
fly strike. As for the
I
first
hate
time on
her.
Animal Watch, we encounter a fluke explosion of thousands of flies whilst filming. Yuck. Stay tuned to find out.
She also doesn't like flies, which, you know,
Yeah, fuck that.
yeah, we don't like that.
Yeah.
Now, dogs are our best friends. That means both women and men. But did you know that wolves and many wolf dogs are not so keen on the male species?
This is so stupid.
Now, if you raise a wolf or wolf dog from a
I feel like wolf dogs in
actually
general are not
pissing me
so
off.
keen about anybody.
This is like so. What is
It's
she
like a
talking
luck of the draw
about?
type situation, right? Like maybe some might be like better natured.
The
like
male
more-
species.
Maybe some wolf dogs might be like better, like chiller, right? But overall, it's like
absolutely
too big of
about
a risk, right?
the individual. Yes. This is a stupid video. Pisses me off. Pisses me off.
baby and you are a man, you are often okay with the wolf. But if you are a strange man meeting a mature wolf or wolf dog, it is often a very different story. Many captive wolves and wolf dogs are far more fearful of a man than a woman. So why is this? Well, the general consensus is that men give off a strong scent of testosterone, and this can be very threatening to wolves or wolf dogs, especially male wolves. Men are also taller, which is more intimidating than women. They speak with deeper voices than women, and often walk and behave with larger, more demonstrative mannerisms
God,
than
this
women
is
do.
so frustrating.
All of this can be quite
This is such
threatening
a
to
frustrating
the
video
wolf.
because it's actually produced and it's actually edited and it's like voiced over. Like it's not just like someone saying something in passing and they're actually just stupid. Like this is so curated. It's just to for what?
So it's wrong.
Yes, this is stupid as hell. It's pissing me off.
Okay, what? Address it. I don't know. Because I don't know. I'm actually asking.
First of all, I think it's like a. You see this a lot online. By the way, another pitch for y'all. Actually, I'll get to it in a second. A lot of things that you see online, people will talk about how like, oh, you don't want this as a pet. Like this isn't a pet, but then they're like laying on the ground with it, or they're swimming with it in the water, like swimming with tigers, or like cuddling with it in their house, and they're like, well, he loves me, he knows me, but people shouldn't have these as pets. Like, people should respect them. Like, I'm just special because I'm part of the pack. Whatever the fuck people do. I hate when people do that. And this lady is just doing this off the jump, and she literally has the wolves in her mouth. Like, and then she's talking about them as if she respects their wildness, which she does not. If you guys see shit like that, if you see people selling live animals or like for the pet trade or something online, World Wildlife Fund has a coalition to end online wildlife trafficking, and they have a report for them. It's cool. It's like new within the past couple of years. So if you see stuff like that on TikTok, or people being like, buy this monkey for $5,000, you can take that link and you can put it in that form on World Wildlife Fund. Just a note. Anyway, I don't know. It's just like, it's all very anthropomorphic and like gross and stupid. It's like, I hate it. But she's getting crazy views, so I guess that's why.
It's got 1.5 million views.
Who, contrary to belief, is a very timid and scared creature.
Cough. Hasan talking about bears. Cough. Okay, dude.
Hasan thinks you could vibe with a bear.
Okay, that's different.
He's not like the other guys.
That's different, because like definitely could. But I wouldn't like get a pet bear. You know what I mean? I wouldn't like go and purchase a pet bear. I guess like I adopted a pet bear like dog.
Yeah, see, that's fine. Just get a dog. Just get a dog. Everybody.
Sure. Wolves work well as a pack and use each other as each other's strength. So when you see a captive wolf alone or a pet wolf dog without a pack, he can often run the opposite way when a man approaches. Now, Animal Watch has met the white wolf Bosch before. Bosch is an intact male and a very confident wolf. He lives in the most unbelievable setting in Shropshire.
Maybe she just hates Ben.
Remember when we visited last and stayed in cozy luxury wolf lodge? And I got to wake to the sound of howls.
Wait, is this like a natural habitat?
Well,
or?
I was back again
I don't
at
know.
Wolf Watch UK, and Bosch is now in his adult.
Okay, I don't get it.
It's an ad.
If this would be a natural fucking habitat, I suspect that they would not let you roam around with like wild wolves. Right?
I mean, it certainly doesn't help their chance of survival if it really is a wolf that does not have boundaries.
3 years
like fence
old.
boundaries.
Bosch is cared for by Tony, who struck up his bond with Bosch when he was only 1 year old, meaning it was easier to cement a bond. Despite this, even Tony struggles in the breeding winter months, from November to January, when wolves develop winter wolf syndrome, a slang expression for a rise in testosterone during the breeding winter months for wolves. Tony has told me that Bosch didn't even let him close at times. However, still allowed women close by during this season. Well, Bosch loves me and I love him. We bonded when he first arrived, and he feels very happy and safe around me, as you can see here. My son Kai visited Wolf Watch UK many years ago when Maddie the wolf was very old, almost 19 years of age, and he was about 12. Kai was allowed to walk her under supervision. He has great experience with Czechoslovakian wolf dogs and any other very large dog. Last time I filmed at Wolf Watch UK, Bosch was very fearful to both male cameramen I brought with me, especially the very tall drone operator.
You don't think maybe it was the fucking drone?
Also,
or the big ass DSLR?
She is pretty crazy for like trusting a fucking wolf with a 12-year-old child.
Stupid as hell.
Like, I feel like you're tempting fate at that point. You're just like, yeah, eat my child. It's fine. It'll make for a great video on YouTube.
All right. I've had enough.
You're done?
I've had enough of this shitty video and this stupid lady and this stupid bitch.
Now make Maya do an accent? Yeah, do an accent. Try to emulate her accent if you can.
I can't, dude. I don't like doing accents. I feel sick, feel silly after. And then I get embarrassed.
What do you mean? I do it all the time.
Yeah, I know, because you don't have shame the way that I do.
I do have shame. That's crazy. Has Maya reacted to tears? Oh yeah.
Oh, I fuck with Tirzu heavy.
Tirzu's the best.
I love that guy.
Friend of the show, Tirzu.
Chat.
Okay.
Oh.
Huge.
Baby beaver has uncanny object recognition.
The worst animal bite I ever got was a baby beaver.
Jane.
Aren't they doing have the buck tooth?
Yeah, they're just their bite force is wild.
Really?
Fucked up, yeah. I used to work at a zoo.
Wildlife Rescue, and this is Libby's story for GeoKids. We rehabilitate.
Wait, have you ever watched Grizzly Man? The Werner Herzog documentary about a man who thought that they could live in the wild with the bears.
I haven't watched it, but I know what you're talking about.
A fate.
Another tragic case. It's actually tragic, but another tragic case of like
he arrived at.
Like a wild animal pick-me.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say that better.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, that wouldn't happen to me. Like, I've watched it, and I watched it to be like, to learn the lessons of what not to do. You know what I mean? Like, if your vibes are bad, you just can't do that, you know? You just can't be around bears like that.
All right, chat.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm going to bounce.
All right, Maya.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for listening. Thanks for taking notes and for learning. I hope you had a good little mental break today.
Yeah, and we'll be back to watching man-made horrors beyond comprehension.
Yep, but I'm gonna go for that.
All right, thank you, Maya.
Goodbye,
you
everybody.
Were incredible.
Thank you for
Where
having
can people
me.
find you?
Twitch.tv/ALVEUS Sanctuary. And then my channel is just Maya. MAYA. Thank you.
All right. Thank
See
you,
you over
Maya.
there. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. You want me to watch the beaver video first? Okay, sure. We'll finish the beaver vid.
Injured and orphaned wild animals. We've rescued about 1,000 wild animals since we started the rescue 4 years ago. Nibby was found walking alongside a very busy road.
Look at the little bubba. Oh my god. Oh my god, the little bubba. That's crazy.
Was only about a week old. Someone pulled over and called us. We made efforts over the next few days to try to reunite her, but reuniting with beavers.
I muted the other mic already.
We went to the nearest beaver dam and we let her cry out and we waited to see if any beavers would come, but nobody did. And she's been with us ever since, almost a year now. They're intelligent creatures. They need to constantly be busy.
Can you still walk? Mm-hmm.
She has all kinds of enrichment because she's constantly moving around.
What are you doing?
She's really playful. It's always the ball. She's pushing them with her nose and then catching them and then tossing them around.
Can we get a beaver on the show? I fucking wish, dude. Yo, that would be so sick, actually. Oh my god. I think Maya needs beavers. I feel so seen by God when I see a beaver work.
When she's in work mode,
Beaver or Kaya? Kaya. That's not a question. Guys, come on. They're like, I love.
she builds dams. She's very particular about what she builds dams with. So she only puts sticks in it and arrange them in very specific ways. When she's playing,
That's that's insane, dude. That is the cutest thing on the planet, dude. Oh my god. It's making a makeshift dam right around the
she only
door.
plays
Come
with
on.
toys. She won't play with the sticks. She'll separate, if they're all in one pile together, she will separate the toys from the sticks, like play from work stuff. Beavers build dams as a self-preservation. They're very clumsy on land. They're very slow when they're walking on land, but in the water, they're amazing.
Good job, Libby.
The more they raise the water table, the safer they are. They can get away from predators. There's not a lot of information about beavers in rehabilitation. So as far as separating toys from work stuff, this is the first I've ever heard of it.
Libby.
Nibby regularly hops when she's excited. I heard from multiple biologists, it's something only younger beavers do when they're very excited. It's like a dog getting on two legs and hopping because they're excited. She just can't contain all the excitement. It's the most adorable thing. When something bothers her, we know. I think it's very OCD. For example, when we change the cages around the rehab room, Nibby gets very upset. She won't eat for the whole next day. When she was a baby, if you offered her a bottle, she wouldn't take it because you wanted to give it to her. You had to sit the bottle in front of her and wait until she was ready to take it. She's just very interesting to watch. We got her at a week old. She's never seen another beaver build a dam. But you would swear that she had. It's so ingrained in her. The goal is, when she's 2 or 3, to release her, and hopefully she can live a life free out there in the wild. She has lots of energy. She's a great swimmer. She's good with the dams.
I saw him kick his legs.
The only thing we have to work on with Nibby.
Okay. I think we've done enough beaver watch. Okay. Put on Star Trek? No. Look at that. It's Alveus. This one has a weird face. No disrespect. Freaks me out a little bit. Okay. Let's get back to the real news of the world. Okay. Are you going to get banned from Twitch? Love the streams? No. What? Frogan banned? Frogan Denims and Capri all banned. Twitch is doing a ban wave right now. Capri Sun, Frogan, and some other Arabs. Well, everyone on that panel copped a 30-day ban. Yeah. I think Twitch is responding to a lot of the outside pressure in the same exact way that they responded to it when they banned me even VO got banned and she didn't even do anything but wear an egg costume. Wait, what? Twitch is suspending all the members of TwitchCon rating streamers panel for 30 days for hateful conduct, according to sources familiar with the matter. Yeah. Thanks to your ex-podcast host. He's talking about how he hopes is a perma. Also telling his audience you're pro-genocide in Tibet. Crazy. What? Yeah, dude, it doesn't matter. A certain Reddit community teamed up with the ADL to stop anti-Semitism to pressure them. Yeah. There is no end to the amount of He said you're a creep towards women. Who said that? What? I think you're making that up. Ignore that. I believe his words were, you're an extremist who platforms and disseminates terrorism. You support the annex of Crimea, Donetsk, and Tibet. He said Dan Clancy was a creep, not you. I think you should seriously consider setting up a stream for YouTube for the election. It does matter. He's literally weaponizing his insane audience. We need to fight back, bro. Bro, if you heard some of the things he said about you today, it's messed up. We're not making it up. Yeah, guys. There is no winning in this battle. Okay? There is no winning in this battle. There's nothing you and I or this community or anyone can do. Nothing at all. This is precisely the reason why I just eat it every fucking day. Okay? For the past 12 months, this has been endless. Okay? When they can't get anything off of me and my statements, then they fucking turn around and, you know, pick apart different statements from the chat. If they can't do that, they go after people that are also pro-Palestinian, but have smaller audiences. Okay. He said you support the ethnic displacement of all Israelis. Yeah, I very clearly do not. And actually, I've had a conversation with him directly about how I do not, which is why I am a supporter of a one-state solution. There's two things I can do, okay? There's two things I can do in this situation. I can hyper-focus on the direct targeted attacks against me and everyone else that is pro-Palestine, with all of the Islamophobic sentiments baked into it and the cynical weaponizations of certain constructs, while there is a real ethnic displacement that is currently happening. Or I can shift my focus away from these people who are constantly crying and vying for attention and trying to deplatform me and successfully getting to deplatform others in the process, as I continue to conduct myself the way that I do. There is no way out of it. Yeah, Chatter thinks this is a PR battle or we can debate ourselves out of this. No, you have to ignore it. Exactly. There is no, you cannot PR your way out of this. You cannot debate your way out of this. When there are, a lot of you are very white, I think. And for that reason, I don't think you understand that when you represent a certain background, okay, a lot of the additional shit, a lot of the common memes and the stereotypes of said background will stick to you regardless of whether it is true or not. Okay? Black people talking about police brutality will always be met with, well, they're actually trying to kill cops. They hate white people. They want to kill white people, depending on the severity of the fucking lies that are being told. For Muslims, it's you're anti-Semitic. You love Islamist fundamentalism. You are not contextualizing the violence in a region that has been destroyed by both American and Israeli settler colonial actions and many of the other dire consequences of this, you know, colonial extraction. And instead, you are just an Islamist fundamentalist who would love to redefine America and make American governance look like Hezbollah. Okay? There is nothing I can do. There is nothing I can do. All I can do is just take it. Just like all Capri Sun Poppy and Frogan and everyone else that's getting banned in this mass ban wave, that all they can do is take it. And it is like gross and unhinged and completely untrue. And I don't know what to say. Their goal is for you to stop talking about Israel's actions under the guise of fighting anti-Semitism. Twitch is playing along because they're an American corporation after all. Yeah. Like ADL is directly talking about Frogan. It's fucking insane. How about prove your point? What do you mean? Prove my point in what regard? There is virtually nothing I can do. I just have to continue being careful. And I urge everyone to also put their best foot forward and maintain being careful. Okay? Trollolol. One thing I would say is streamers and content creators need to be careful and understand optics because it will be used to deplatform you. I think you do a great job with that. Very clear in what you mean by giving historic background. That hummus shit was so stupid to do in hindsight, but they're getting banned for being pro-Palestine and anti-Semitism. No, I don't think that the hummus shit was like even in any way, remotely in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic. No, I think that this is a harassment campaign that has been launched that is tacking on real versions of anti-Semitism or the restoration of like certain accounts of actual anti-Semites and accidental oversight issues with respect to every single new account signing up from Israel or Palestine since October 7 not being restored, okay, for a year at this point. Like that's a oversight problem paired up with a real issue with like actual Holocaust deniers having their accounts restored, tacked on to a whole bunch of content creators being supposedly being anti-Semitic because of their tier list. Ultimately, it's no different than the way people come after me on a regular basis. The only difference here is that it is being tacked onto genuine concerns of anti-Semitism that has risen in the United States of America and all around the world, as it always does. Whenever that it's a resilient form of bigotry, something that I've talked about quite extensively, as you guys know. But beyond that resilient form of bigotry, in times of Israel's sieges, anti-Semitism does noticeably increase in the West because Israel associates all of their actions, no matter how violent, with Judaism. Israel claims that it is doing all of this to protect Jews, both in Israel and all around the world. But the truth in this circumstance does not matter. That's it. But like, what more could a Frogan have done? Like, I'm literally Jewish and I didn't see anything offensive about how much more careful they could have all been. Is the reason they got banned because of the fucking hummus thing? I don't know. I assume that that's what it is. Okay? I assume that that's what it is. Weird take? Lol, be careful. Weird take. What did I say that was weird? Everything I've said thus far is things that I've said time and time again. Directly from D, Twitch is caving to a permaban white supremacist over things that literally did not happen by laundering it through a larger YouTube creator and Israeli PSYOP firm. What do you mean Israel? Oh, you're talking about the ADL. Yeah. How do you put your best foot forward when this clown ass repeatedly calls me an R-word denier and says I love terrorism? There is nothing you can do about it. You have to keep your head down and keep speaking the truth. Okay? That's it. It sucks, but it is the truth. You have to always meet the expectations of the broader society. This is something that I take extra care and consideration over. It is what it is. It sucks. It's true. It's true that it's completely fucking unacceptable. But if your goal is to speak truth to power, and if your goal is to continue having a platform to be able to voice these concerns, no matter how much people attack you, no matter how much people lie about you, and people lie about me all the fucking time. People use clips completely out of context. They have dedicated whole chunks of their entire lives to doing this. There is nothing you can do about it. He said that you saying that he should speak to Sam Cedar is anti-Semitic. Why? He's a person that he respects. That is my exact same, that has my same exact worldview. Anyway, I don't really care. Stop watching these cyber stalking content creators chat and start uplifting streamers you care about. Yeah, exactly. Are you telling the Jew to talk to a Jew? That's... Ay, ay, ay. Let's get to the news.
Wild weekend in politics, as we mentioned. A lot of campaigning, just 2 weeks and a day until Election Day. Former President Donald Trump manned the fryer in an overall staged event, a campaign appearance at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris went to church in Georgia for an event that also featured a happy birthday performance by Stevie Wonder. Ed O'Keefe is covering all this for us, joins us now from Philadelphia. Ed, good morning.
Tony, good to see you. With just precious few days left, it seemed that contenders were just as interested in reaching voters as they were in checking a few things off their bucket list. And if you've ever wondered, what do the Pittsburgh Steelers, Al Sharpton, Stevie Wonder, McDonald's, and Arnold Palmer have in common? Well, take a look. Former President Donald Trump on offense last night in battleground Pennsylvania, visiting a Pittsburgh Steelers game.
Thank you very much.
It capped off a day of campaign stops.
And I've always wanted to work at McDonald's.
That included a visit to a McDonald's, closed just for him, where he tried scoring political points after claiming without any evidence that Vice President Harris didn't.
I'm not gonna lie, I think he did score political points. Like, this was a pretty decent photo op. Yeah. Can you really say that the situation is unacceptable if your ultimate message is we have to accept it? There's nothing I can do, man. That's it. There's nothing I can do. Like, it sucks, but let me tell you something that's different from the cracker situation. When Boner Chelly's community came after me for the cracker stuff, posted on LSF, posted through Keemstar, the exact same avenues of pressure that Ethan is currently utilizing against both Twitch and a bunch of Arab content creators, myself included. Not an Arab, but, you know, just I am noticing a trend there, Arab or Muslim. who you know, are outspoken about Israel. When that pressure campaign happened on LSF and whatnot over my term, cracker, okay, my usage of the term cracker, it was laughed at by broader society. It was such a laughable thing that led to a ban still, by the way, but it was such a laughable circumstance that Nabisco, a brand, sent me a cracker pass because that's how fucking silly it was that Twitch responded to that form of pressure. This is different. Okay? This is different. You have to understand why this is different. Because broader society in this circumstance might not fuck with Israel like that, but brands absolutely will respond to people saying that something is anti-Semitic. Okay? The ADL has a lot more influence in like professional circles than a bunch of fucking Redditors being like anti-white racism is the same as anti-black racism. Okay? That's why I'm saying that there's not much you can do in this circumstance. There is nothing you can do in this circumstance. You just have to keep your head down and eat this fucking shit. Okay? That's it. That's how the real world works. Especially if you, like people saying like, oh, can't you take legal action? Like, no, dude, you can't. The fuck are you talking about? Do you think they will go after you even if you didn't do anything wrong? They have been. What are you talking about? Are you new here? It hasn't stopped. What was the word you used when you got banned? That banned you? And can you emphasize it? I said cracker. That was what I got banned for. And Twitch itself was obviously like, Twitch itself obviously recognizes now that it was a silly thing that they did back then. So much so that I had a Twitch produced show at TwitchCon where the first joke out of the gate was me using that. They're trying to get you banned again. It won't happen. Not over cracker. He's also using Bonarelli's community to brigade shit. He literally platformed the D-Reddit and took anti-Hasan talking points from the Reddit and then used them today. It's fine. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. I think that it is endlessly selfish to engage in petty squabbles that you claim are genuinely consequential, more consequential than literal children being burned alive every single day. There's nothing you can do. Society and our rules have not adapted to the way that, you know, cyber harassment works. It just simply has not. I don't even know what the correct way to address any of this stuff is from a legal perspective. But the unfortunate reality is that you can pretty much get away with normal shit that you would go to jail for, like stalking and you know, leaking personal details of people, trying to blackmail them, trying to slander them. But you can kind of get away with that under the guise of anonymity online, especially if you have enough people with a shit ton of time, free time. If you look at an ongoing act of genocide and you go, how can I make this about my least favorite content creator? You are a deeply unserious person. That's it. It's sad. And no matter what happens to me, no matter what happens to others around us, ultimately, I will still maintain my moral conviction that Israel is an apartheid state, and that is unconscionable. And Israel is currently conducting a genocide in Gaza, and that is also unconscionable, inhumane, barbaric. That's it. Everything else that people try to hyper focus on is just to derail the conversation away from that. Anyway. It's honestly a mechanism of control. These online communities need to feel like they're morally in the right, so they get wins by bringing down people blatantly contradicting it, so they don't have to face it themselves. I think there's a lot of people. I think there are a lot of people there that don't actually even have any sort of personal interest in the matter, and they're just simply brigading for the fun of it. I think I would go so far as to say that in terms of like real fears of anti-Semitism, I'm sure Ethan has plenty of that. I think that there are certainly, like, I'm sure he sees the rise of anti-Semitism, some of which he considers, some of which is just straight up the criticism of Israel that he, I think, misunderstands as anti-Semitism. But then there's very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there, but if we're talking about destiny, he doesn't give a shit. How many times has he made fucking Holocaust jokes? Are you kidding me? The fuck? Associating himself with like out and about Nazis, platforming them, like literally platforming them. People talk about the Houthi interview. They're like, oh, you interviewed a Houthi who said he wasn't a Houthi. Like, he gave a fucking lifeline of a career and has defended Nazis over and over again. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care about any of this stuff. He advocates for white people to say the N-word. Like, what are we talking about? He's just doing this because it's a great way to fucking... He's just doing this because it's a great way to open up a new vector of attack against someone that he just truly despises. And there's not really anything I can do about it. It's not an accident that so many of these fucking straight up Nazis are up in my fucking mentions all the time, acting like now they actually care about anti-Semitism. Like, get the fuck out of here. Is there any thought that you might have done something wrong at all? I don't think any of the things that people are addressing in terms of like festering and manifesting anti-Semitism is even remotely correct. I'm sorry. You have to be completely oblivious to my coverage on the matter. If you ever think that I let anti-Semitism fester. Foster. Manifest. You're out of your mind. I keep saying fester. Didn't you say it was cool marching on the Israeli and American flag? You think that there is something wrong with that? The fuck? It's called free speech, bitch. I can fucking burn an American flag tomorrow if I want to. You got a problem with that? You're not American, dog. You're goddamn un-American. The fuck is this shit? I can't go back to Turkey for all my fucking criticisms of the Turkish government. That's the one thing that Americans are supposed to hold on to. And here you are crying and complaining about the fucking American and the Israeli flag being marched on. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Especially when it's directly being mentioned in the framework of like Israel and America doing a genocide. Good luck. This is a D-troll. At this point, I don't know if it's a D-troll or an Ethan Klein fan. Considering he gets his talking points from Destiny. I didn't even know what the fuck H3 snark was for the longest goddamn time. And as soon as I saw the subreddit, I was like, this is unhinged. Okay? Because I'm a normal person. And it's kind of weird that Ethan turned around and is basically using the H3 snark subreddit, which is Destiny's subreddit, against me. Much more active, much more robust network of Orbiter content creators, many of which who fucking despise Ethan, Destiny included. Time and time again, Destiny has called him an R-word, mentally deficient, all these things. But now that it's like actually a good opportunity for him to draw a wedge, you know, he just went back and is like posting Keemstar and all these fucking drama losers that Ethan normally shits on. And not a single step of that direction has he ever thought, man, I'm really fucking making some weird choices here, making some weird allegiances. I'm saying the Destiny subreddit is like H3 snark, but for me. A subreddit that I saw for 1 second and I was like, nah, this is not for me. Not interested in any of this. That's the difference, I guess, between me and Ethan. He called you pro-Russia today, Lamau? Yeah. Anyway. Snark is not insane, though. No, dude. Anyone that is that invested in a content creator is not all there. I'm sorry. You might have been a fucking foot soldier at a certain point and now you hate Ethan. But like going to communities like that, and I repeat this all the fucking time, and I'm saying this at a time when Ethan is basically using, once again, a cyber stalking operation that has been ongoing for 6 fucking years, something that he knows very well, something that he has also been in the crosshairs of as well, to launch ridiculously cynical attacks against me and all of these other people whose livelihood he has now successfully taken away for the crime of saying Sabra hummus is dog shit. Anyway, in the midst of an ongoing genocide, and that's your own that's the only output you have, of course people are going to assume that you're pro-Israel in that situation. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I'm so disappointed. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. You got it wrong. The snark stub is pro-Palestine. No, dude. You're getting what I'm saying wrong. That subreddit might be pro-Palestine, but that level of hyper-focus on fucking Ethan Klein or Gila or anyone is unhealthy. That's my point. Getting together, even if you're like correct on an argument or whatever, but getting together and developing a community entirely about attacking a singular content creator is not mentally healthy. That's my point. Okay? It's not. It's not healthy at all. I'm telling you. That's what I tell, and for the record, that's what I tell Destiny fans that come in here all the time too. It is not healthy to hyper focus on one content creator like myself and cyber stalk them for 6 fucking years nonstop. You become a shell of what you once were when you engage in that process. Maybe it fucking feels good. Yes, my chicken is cold as fuck at this point. Maybe it feels good at first. You have like a shared sense of purpose, like a community. Okay? Let them do that shit. Why are you bashing on people that are against your enemy? Because I care about every single person. Because I'm consistent. Okay? Because even if someone is like bashing against someone who is relentlessly shitting on me, I promise you it is not healthy to be that fucking lasered in on every single thing that a person is doing. That dialed in. I wish that people would be more healthy and stop doing this kind of thing against me, against everybody else. I don't think it'll go away. I don't think it'll stop. But, you know, you don't want to be like Destiny's community, man. You don't. It's a sad state of affairs. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, one day we will die. Our bodies will perish. Okay? There is a finite amount of time you have on this planet. When you are staring down the barrel of your demise, are you going to look back at these moments that you spent on fucking random subreddits, perusing and endlessly hate scrolling, doom spiraling over a content creator that you hate? Do you think that that will be productive? Do you think it is productive? Bro, you spend 24/7 on the internet in front of your screen alone in your house. Great fucking retort. I do that. And I find a tremendous amount of emotional fulfillment out of what I do. Because if I can change one mind on any particular issue, if I can change one transphobic person, change their mind and have them not be transphobic, then that's it. I've done my job. If I can change one person who unconditionally repeated statements that they've heard, like Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East, if I can change that one person's mind from thinking that and repeating it unquestioningly to recognizing the reality of the apartheid, and there are thousands of you in here right now who have had their minds changed on any given matter. It doesn't have to be on everything, but on something, one thing. Then I think that everything that I'm doing is worth it. And for the record, I'm not saying don't disagree with Ethan. If you have disagreements with him, you have disagreements with him. I'm just saying that it's not healthy to constantly have him occupy your mind like this. Nonstop. That's all I'm saying. It was clearly more than just bad hummus. Frogan's VOD on YouTube literally put Ben Shapiro next to H3 on the thumbnail. Yes, dude. Frogan is secretly an anti-Semite, but she's just like communicating it on expert difficulty despite railing against anti-Semitism time and time again. You're right. That's what's going on. Like, this is a fucking hallucination, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah. She expertly mind controlled her Jewish podcast co-host into putting together this tier list with a common meme about how fucking Sabra hummus is dog shit, but actually it meant something so much more than that. Because all criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic.
Once worked at the fast food chain while in college.
She never worked at McDonald's.
She says she did. He leaned through the drive-through window to take reporter questions, but wouldn't say if he supports boosting the minimum wage.
I think these people work hard. They're great. And I just saw something, a process that's beautiful.
Down in Georgia, Harris went to church.
What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice?
2 churches, in fact, in hopes of convincing black voters to turn out.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
And later, Stevie Wonder showed up and sang to Harris on her 60th birthday.
I know people talk about a bucket list. I think I have just checked off a whole big one.
In an interview Sunday with Al Sharpton, Harris said she's not taking the votes of black men for granted.
Why would black men be any different than any other demographic of voter? They expect that you earn their vote.
Sunday's events followed a new level of bizarre comments from Trump. In the middle of a rally in Latrobe, Pennsylvania Saturday night, he spent 12 minutes speaking about the late golfer Arnold Palmer, including this off-color comment.
This man was strong and tough, and I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God.
And he attacked Harris with vulgar language.
You're a vice president. The worst.
Harris responded on Sunday.
Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. He has not earned the right. He has not earned the right. And that's why he's going to lose.
Today, Harris starts her day here in the Philadelphia suburbs at an event with former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney in a bid to woo GOP voters and independents. Trump is headed to North Carolina.
What's good, big dog?
Storm damage.
All right, Ed. Thank you.
Now, we're going to begin, of course, with a race for the White House. Just 15 days until the final votes. Vice President Kamala Harris getting ready to hit 3 battleground states today, and she's hitting back hard at former President Trump as he steps up his attacks on her. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, starts us off in Philadelphia. Good morning to you, Mary.
Ban Hasan Negs. Ban Hasan Negs. I do want to mention another thing, but okay, you banned me. Will your life improve? No. It won't. You will feel a brief moment of satisfaction, and that's it. All of the same troubles that you have yesterday will exist tomorrow. Okay? You banned me. Sure. Does the truth change? It does not. You banned me. My conviction doesn't change. The situation on the ground in Palestine doesn't change. In Lebanon, it doesn't change. I'm just one guy. Okay? You have to kill the part of you that hyper focuses on shit like this, because it obviously is looking for purpose, looking for meaning. You are seeking meaning. You are looking for a community that you can be a part of. And the community that you have found is breaking your brain. That's it.
Hey, Robin, good morning. You said it 15 days to go now, and the Harris campaign is dialing everything up, doing more events, hitting more battlegrounds with more star power, and punching back even more against Donald Trump, now in almost real time. Heading into the final sprint, Vice President Kamala Harris this morning arguing voters are facing a stark choice between chaos and compassion.
We face this question: what kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice?
In battleground Georgia, Harris visiting 2 historically black churches as she tries to reach out to every key constituency.
I am very clear. I must earn the vote of everyone, regardless of their race or gender.
With just over 2 weeks to go, Harris shifting strategies, calling Trump out in near real time, overnight responding to his recent profane attacks against her.
It demeans the office. And I have said, and I'm very clear about this, Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. He has not earned the right.
Harris is upping her warnings about Trump, labeling him as unstable and unhinged.
Channel 13 reports Israel is going to attack Iran soon. Breaking. Members of Israel's political security cabinet have been informed that a very significant attack will be carried out by Israel against Iran soon, according to Channel 13. Israel believes that Iran will react strongly to the attack. The report also says that Israeli cabinet members will not be informed about the nature of the attack before it happens. Obama follows the ADL on Twitter, and now he's aware of Frogan existing. That's kind of funny. There was a leak on this. Yeah, the real leak was that America was basically following closely the weapons and targeting capabilities of Israel. In which they actually openly admit to AUKUS partners that, or Five Eyes, right? Not AUKUS, to Five Eyes that they are, that they have nuclear weapons as well. This was posted by Mohammed Magadli, a journalist and Palestinian citizen of Israel. It's a video of a girl in Gaza, maybe 7 or 8, walking barefoot with her injured sister. I'm tired. I've been carrying her for an hour and I can't now.
طيب وين مودياها؟ بدي اروح عرشتنا. وانت مش تعبانه وانت حملاها هيك؟ تعبانه ولا لا؟ تعبانه ولسه بحملها ومش قادرة. وين رايحه انت هالقيت؟ انا رايحه أعمل.
Sorry, but this is an anti-journalistic trash argument. If you watched all kinds of arguments and attempts and explanations arose in you instead of compassion and deep sadness, there is no doubt that children in Gaza are suffering a lot, most of them for no fault of their own, which is really sad. But we are not a competition of who suffers more, and the one who suffers more is the winner. You are trying to silence the arguments and explanations for the question of how we got to the situation and why the situation did not end a long time ago. As a journalist, you are supposed to explain who is inflicting the suffering on his people. That's cool, man. You are just contradicting yourself. It's not really a competition. Oh, this person. I was just reading his replies for some reason. There's comments on this video from Knesset members. Oh, God. I don't even want to know what the fuck they're saying. He ain't heavy. Amir bought coal. Heartbreaking, really. But such videos only strengthen my understanding that neither we nor the Palestinian children or other innocents in Gaza can afford Hamas to remain in power there. God damn. This is Almog Cohen. He's an elected Israeli politician in his mid-30s, a former police officer who founded a militia force in the Negev. His tweet has been liked 1,200 times. I watched. No one is happy when children suffer, but when our children suffered, were slaughtered, forests burned alive, they were there sharing in the kalva. I guess helva. So now their children will pay. May 1,000 children of the enemy cry and not one of ours. Here's an Israeli woman that says there are no innocents there. This Israeli does strategic consulting and crisis management. He declares, we will be comforted in the destruction of Gaza. In turn, this Israeli citizen responds, referring to the journalist. This stupid Arab does not understand that he is unwelcome guest here. He and his scumbag friends. The Arabs have no faith. This guy describes himself as head of the party planning committee. There is a huge social cost to a Nazi society. The Gazans chose the Nazi regime, support him in his actions. And today, they and their children are paying the price for a murderousness as a society. Ironic, coming from someone who is very clearly defending the death and destruction caused by the ethno-supremacist country and its ethno-supremacist project. The party planning committee is part of the office. Not sure if it's real. It's probably not. He's not saying that it's a real party. He's just simply saying that like this person is like look at the juxtaposition of how this person carries himself or how this person sees himself versus what his output is when it comes down to actual genocide. This is a columnist for Israel Hayom, Israel's most widely distributed newspaper. Those who started the war and celebrated the slaughtered bodies of the net are now paying the price. The hostages now. Surrender now. Until then, there will be no rest. Let them eat what they cooked. The running theme is Israeli citizens referring to this mainstream TV commentator as a supporter of Hamas. If your friend, the terrorists in Gaza, don't care about these children, then why should ours care? Like, do you think anyone is allowed to speak like this about Israelis? Like, think about it. Yeah, I think it's unacceptable to think about Israelis like this. I don't think it's appropriate at all. And this is not even like, I'm not even saying that because it would be anti-Semitic. Okay? You will never be able to get me to see Israel as like anything that is remotely Jewish. You know? It's not. It's a country. It's a nation state with an ethno-supremacist, ethno-religious supremacist project. Ridiculous. Just because some people voluntarily associate with this ethno-religious supremacist project as a good thing, as a positive association with a religion, does not change that dynamic at all. It's fucking ridiculous. I feel like I'm losing my mind. It's like a forcible concession that is being extracted, demanded from me. No, it doesn't matter what the truth is. I need you to say lies. You need to say lies right now. And if you don't say the lies, I will fucking try to get you deplatformed. Like, get out of here. A bit ago, you said you learned a lot about politics from older Jewish men. That one stuck with me. I mean, that was a meme for the most part, but yeah, of course. Michael Jamal Brooks used to say, my Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid. My Jewish values teach me to oppose genocide. And he was right. Everything I know, everything I've seen from the revolutionary culture of Judaism historically, overcoming great odds, overcoming pogroms, like, it is damn near antithetical to Jewish culture and Jewish history to be in support of an apartheid ethno-state.
And seizing on reports that Trump is exhausted by the rigors of campaigning.
Have you noticed he tends to go off script and ramble?
New drop side news: Israeli-American businessman pitching $200 million plan to deploy mercenaries in Gaza. What the fuck? It involves Eric Prince Stewart Soldowitz, the ex-Obama official who fucking harassed the halal truck and got fired. A Green Beret who worked with the CIA. The man at the center is a passionate supporter of Kamala Harris. Moti Kahana says he's talking to the Israeli government about creating a pilot program for gated communities controlled by private U.S. security forces. That's awesome.
And generally, for the life of him,
good stuff,
cannot
man.
finish a thought. And he has called it the weave.
She's also increasingly using Trump's own words against him in campaign ads and at her rallies, especially to highlight the issue of abortion. In Georgia, Harris welcoming the family of Amber Thurman, who blamed the state's strict abortion ban for her death, and accusing Trump of creating a healthcare crisis across the country, calling him cruel.
He even mocked Amber's family for sharing their story. Play the clip.
Amber Thurman's family have come out on a press call, and they're doing what's called a pre-buttal 2-hour town hall right now.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah? And I want to
Get better ratings, I promise.
What we see continually from Donald Trump is exactly what that clip shows. He belittles their sorrow, making it about himself and his television ratings. It is cruel. And listen, I promised Amber's mother that we will always remember her story and speak her name, Amber Nicole Thurman.
Now, Harris is also leaning into her star power, appearing this past weekend with Stevie Wonder, Usher, and Lizzo. And this week, she'll be out on the trail for the first time alongside the Obamas. Now, today, she's hitting all three of those critical blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She'll be out with Liz Cheney. Witt, the final sprint, now on.
Yep, just a couple weeks to go. Mary Bruce, thank you.
Good evening and welcome to Politics Nation. Tonight's lead, in her own words. I'm coming to you from Atlanta, Georgia tonight, where just a couple of hours ago I sat down with Vice President Kamala Harris. We spoke about the historic nature of her race as she is now facing as an extraordinary historic campaign with just 16 days to go until the election. In just 3 months, that election will take place. Vice President Harris has managed to introduce herself to the American people and pull into a dead heat in the polls. Now she's seeking to draw contrast and mobilize her supporters in the final days of the race, including African American voters.
Dude, this fucking intro is so weird. Anyway, Reverend Al Sharpton is like, it's just like, he doesn't have the smoke that he once did. And before people say Ozempic, he lost the weight before Ozempic was a thing. Like, I don't think he he lost I think he might be a lap band king. I don't think he's a Ozempic guy. Here's a 3-minute ad break, by the way.
Meantime, her opponent, former president.
He used to be fat. I thought he was always skinny. Oh, he used to be a lot of things. He used to be a lot of things, my friend. But yes, fat was also one of them. Brother, I beg of you, make your Chatterino font bigger tomorrow. Here, there you go. I made it bigger.
President Trump is ending with an increasingly hostile and erratic closing message. And that's where we start. Here is my exclusive interview with Vice President Kamala Harris. Well, thank you for allowing us on your birthday to sit down and talk.
Of course, Raph, it's good to be
And
with you.
I want to get to the Georgia vote and other issues, but let me ask you, as Vice President, and if you hopefully not presented with it, but as President, with Sinwar having been killed, how would you move toward a ceasefire? What do you think the United States should be doing?
So first of all, look, it's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult, but we have got to get this war over with. We got to get the hostages out. We need the war to end. In fact, we're sending Tony Blinken, Secretary of State, out next week to go and meet with the parties there. And the death of Sinwar, I believe, has removed an obstacle to that end. And so we've got to work at it, and we've got to work at it through diplomatic means, and that's what we intend to do. But listen, the reality of it is that the difficulty of it all is not new to any administration in recent history. And it cannot be the reason that we don't work at it around the clock and be vigilant. And that's what we're going to do. And I think it's very important that that's what we do.
And balance. I mean, I remember in Selma, you made very strong statements about civilians being killed on both sides. And you stood up strongly on that. And I think that's a concern in all communities.
Well, I mean, listen, the number of innocent Palestinians that have been killed in Gaza, it's really unconscionable. And we have to be honest about that. And at the same time, listen, I will always stand in terms of Israel's right to defend itself. And we need this war to end.
We're in about a little over 2 weeks to the election.
Yes.
I have to ask you about your opponent. He used a very ugly term about you last night, using the S word as vice president. And how do you react to this kind of street talk from someone who wants to be president again, that was president? I've known you a long time, and I know you have thick skin, but I'm not asking you as a person, because I know you're used to that. But what does it do, in your opinion, to...
Am I crazy? Sexy. Yeah, Trump called her sexy. Schlonged. I feel like there's like nothing new that she puts out. Am I crazy? There's some Kamala heads in here, chatters. Some real fucking ride or die Kamala heads, like Megaphonics, Idishder, maybe even Mind Drive. Like, where are my liberals at? I need to hear. Am I going crazy? Or is she just like fucking rehashing the same talking points over and over again? Not a diehard Kamala, but she's basically running stump speeches. Yeah, it's like I know messaging discipline is important, right? Obviously, I've talked about that quite a bit. There's a couple different issues here, though. One, your messaging discipline doesn't mean shit if the message isn't good. But also, two, if like the policies aren't solid. But also, too, like there's a difference between messaging discipline and just like straight up taking a pre-canned answer and like trying to fit it into the same, like trying to fit the exact same word structure, exact same sentences into any kind of question that is like tangentially related to one thing. Like it almost feels like a AI where something gets activated when she hears like a certain keyword, something gets activated where she'll be like, transnational gangs, I prosecuted them. Right? I don't know. I feel like there's something that is odd about it. I asked about this because it was grating on me, and PodSafe had someone on to talk about it. An average event she does like this have 20% to 30% of the audience never heard her speak before on average. It seems crazy, but I've heard that before in past campaigns. That's why message discipline from Birdie also matters. Maybe we watch Kamala Harris too much. You know what I mean? And that's probably what it is, because a lot of people just don't give a shit. Like, they don't. I always try to remind people that, like, we are not like low info voters at all. Even if you're not voting, even if you're just straight up like 10 toes down, not voting, you're still not like a low information non-voter. By the very definition of coming to a community like this one and just like consistently fucking being laser focused on whatever the fuck's going on, you are a high information voter or non-voter, right? Like, we are not the average American at all. And I don't mean like we're not the average American in the sense that like we want Medicare for all, but the average American doesn't. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I think that would be a valuable policy for every single person. It's just that, to be honest, part of it is also that Trump has zero message discipline. So listening to him is way more fun for us, but way less fun. No, Trump is boring as fuck too. Trump is noticeably juiceless. He has lost the sauce entirely. He does the same shit too. He's always like, the immigrants. Stub your toe, it's a migrant. They're killing hundreds of thousands, millions, and gorillions of Americans every day. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. No, I don't think it's that. At least Trump uses different words, though, when he's talking about it. And then he peppers in like Arnold Palmer had a massive schlong. But like, I don't know. I feel like on any sort of question that is not like, because she does this thing where she has like answers. I think they've given her like a speech for every single issue, right? I feel like she has an answer for every single issue. So if there's a question that is like kind of related to whatever the answer block that she has for it, she just hits that block. It feels memorized. What do I mean by this? Like anything that like tangentially is related to immigrants, she will talk about how she prosecuted transnational gangs in a border state, right? Like, you shouldn't know that. You shouldn't know exactly what her speech is going to look like. She's using macros. Exactly. You know what I mean? You could be like, well, immigrants are contributing quite a bit to the American economy. She'd be like, I prosecuted transnational gangs. It's like, what? That wasn't the expected question. And I've seen her do that. I've seen her do that to migrants that have family members that are undocumented citizens, and they want like a pro-immigration answer out of her, and she will just hit that line again. She'll be like, I prosecuted transnational gangs. Like, it just... Not that it matters necessarily. When I talk about this sort of stuff, like, I don't give a shit. My anger or resentment towards Kamala Harris will always be surrounding her policies, and will always be like what I perceive is her running a bad campaign because I don't want Donald Trump to win. And so it doesn't fucking matter that she's like, you know, not very charismatic or sometimes comes across as like inauthentic, like an old, like not even an old school politician, because like Joe Biden was an old school politician, but at least he was a good retail politician. So I think like ultimately I fear that this is the type of shit that they will have to focus on. We know you're a single issue voter and it's okay. She's still in the introductory phase. Unfortunately, we're running blind this season. We got what we wanted with Nancy Dropkick Joe. We know you're a single issue voter. It's okay. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but aside from the intersectionality of genocide, which I'm not even talking about, do you guys just like close your ears when I talk about immigration and stuff? Or when I talk about like certain policies that she advances? Should we go into this? I think we should read my fucking Newsweek.com article that just came out, because I think I elaborate, or not elaborate. I talk about this quite a bit in this conversation.
The Democratic Party has this profound skill in snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It's an issue that they would not have had if they had leaned on where people were hurting and how they were going to help them. And they didn't do that. They went with a very conservative lean. The Democratic Party's like harm reduction strategy as a way to just like shame voters away from extracting concessions and just voting for the Democrats every single time without making any demands whatsoever, as they actively push a lot of people in the base of the party away. If you rely on that without offering things to people, well, then you're inevitably shrinking your base. Whether Trump wins or loses, we are, and I mean this, living in Trump's America. Like, he might lose this election, and the Democratic Party will push Trump's 2020 agenda. That's what they're running on. That to me is crazy. That to me is genuinely terrifying to think about.
Notice how I did not bring up Gaza at all in that conversation, because I understand that America is uniparty on foreign policy. When I talk about issues, when I put my fucking electoral hat on, okay, I'm talking about it specifically in terms of Kamala Harris's chances and what she's fucking up. It's not me cynically trying to talk about Kamala Harris running a bad campaign because I care too much about Gaza and I can't just like openly admit that. If you think that I have an issue personally stating that like an ongoing genocide with our participation is unconscionable, you're making a mistake. I have no issue saying that. Okay? Genocide is intersectional. It touches everything. That's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about electoral analysis, okay? Which is why, like I always do, I wear many hats, okay? Don't make me wear the hat again. Look, you see this? When I put this fucking hat on, I'm talking, what is the Democratic Party not doing that it should be doing? Okay? It's not like for some cynical secret reason. I am very stubborn to a fault and very honest. Okay? Just so you know. Just like when I talk about Trump and how dog shit his campaign is and how much he goes above and beyond, I'm not saying that because I'm pro-Trump and I want him to win. I don't want him to win. I want him to fucking lose. I think that much is very clear. But you can somehow understand my criticisms of Trump and like thinking about Trump's electoral chances. You have the capacity or you have the tendency to understand you have the tendency to understand that I'm not a Trump supporter and I'm like talking about this in terms of like the broader electorate. You should be able to understand that for the Democratic Party too. Anyway. The biggest influencer in young progressive politics is a problem with Vice President Kamala Harris. This is how the article starts. Hasan Piker didn't always feel that way. In fact, like a lot of other dyed-in-the-wool liberals, the Twitch streamer and social media star was pretty stoked 3 months ago. For the first time in a decade that Piker, 33, has covered politics, the Democratic Party appeared to be listening to its base. They did something that was truly unique to the Democratic Party's track record, Piker told Newsweek in an interview. They were responsive to public pressure. Public pressure was what pushed President Joe Biden out in the race in July. It was what Piker believes led Harris to choose a running mate known for his progressive policies over a safety pick like Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. That excited Piker, having to most popular and avuncular, love that fucking word, governor of Minnesota at the top of the ticket, suggested that Democrats would bunker down and defend the policies that Republicans decry as radical. I thought that the Democrats would be trapped in a bind where they would have to actively communicate that feeding children is not radical, that family leave is not radical. These are the things that help Republicans and the Democrats. That Waltz as VP would have forced their hand into a great messaging campaign. And then the DNC happened. Piker has 2.7 million followers on the streaming platform Twitch and 1.42 million followers on YouTube. Surprised even himself when the Democratic Party let him stream from the Democratic National Convention, given his outspoken views on the war in Gaza. Piker was born to Turkish presidents, New Jersey, skyrocketed to fame on the Young Turks, popular progressive YouTube show founded by his uncle Cenk Uygar. They didn't even write his name right. He's since gone out on his own, delivering political content and Democratic Socialist hot takes for 8 hours every day to a largely young and male audience on a platform, Twitch, that he says favors right-wing content. In recent months, Trump is fully, I wouldn't say Twitch favors right-wing content, but, you know. In recent months, Trump has fully embraced those types of platforms over traditional media, appearing on podcasts and streams hosted by other popular influencers like Theo Vaughn and Aiden Ross, a strategy aimed at winning the so-called bro vote. Piker said that while Trump's charismatic personality TV background lends itself well to coming across as almost apolitical for those platforms typically center-right audiences, is a path Harris could never take in the same way authentically and organically. Harris rode into the DNC on a high, despite having less than a month to pull together a presidential campaign. But even with all that working in Harris's favor, Piker said the Democratic Party has a profound skill of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I knew if they go right, they will cut away this momentum, this massive fundraising campaign that they put together almost overnight because they respond to public pressure. It could all go away. The momentum could swing, and it could swing wildly in favor of the Republican Party. That appears to be happening. Since the convention, Harris's standings have stalled, leaving political pundits wondering if her campaign's honeymoon phase has ended. And whether she is doing enough to break from Joe Biden and stand out to voters. Even after you said there wasn't a prominent leftist streamer on Twitch and tons of right ones when you started, that's probably what they mean. Yeah. I think so, yeah. Even after a well-received debate performance in September and the media blitz seeking the counter-criticism about running a basement campaign, Harris is still locked in a dead heat with Trump. In order for her to win the White House, Piker believes the vice president needs to avoid running the campaign Biden ran in 2020 or the campaign Hillary Clinton ran in 2016. Instead, he said she needs to hark back 16 years ago to Barack Obama's historic run. She has to run on hope and change. She has to activate younger voters. This is going to be an election where people are obviously demanding change from the current path that we're on. Polls show that voters desperately want said change, especially on issues like immigration and the economy, and Harris has positioned herself as a change candidate. But only 46% of Americans said Harris embodies change more than Trump. That's a real issue for the Democrats. It's an issue that they would not have had if they had leaned on where people were hurting and how they were going to help them. They did not do that. They went with a very conservative lean. That lean is almost evidenced in matters of immigration and border security, which have long been a political weak spot for Dems. After 3 years of GOP attacks, both Biden and Harris have separately taken firmer stances on the issue. In February, the White House proposed a bipartisan bill that sparked fury among immigration advocates who sounded alarms that it was a return to Trump-era policies. The package would ultimately fail after Trump convinced his MAGA allies to knife it. On the campaign trail, Harris has cast Trump as a killer of that bill, suggesting that her administration would support similar legislation. For Piker, the Democrats' concession on the border is part of a greater compromise that the party is giving into. The political landscape has essentially forced the Democrats out of the left. Whether Trump wins or loses, we are living in Trump's America, he said. He might not lose this election, and the Democratic Party will push Trump's 2020 agenda. He might lose this election, and then the Democrats will still push Trump's 2020 agenda. That's what they're running on, at least in terms of immigration. That to me is crazy. That to me is genuinely terrifying to think about, he continued. It's why I voted for Biden, right? I didn't want Donald Trump to get a second term. And now 4 years after the fact, we're going to have a Trump second term, but with a D next to it. Harris's willingness to appear more moderate in hopes of appealing centrist voters is the reason her chances of winning remain on a tightrope, Piker said. He blasted the party's harm reduction strategy, which he said Democrats use to shame voters from extracting concessions and towards voting the Democrats every single time without pause, pushes a lot of people away from the party. If you rely on that without offering things to people, well, then you're inevitably shrinking your base, he warned. Notice how there is no mention of Gaza in this, even though in our conversation I did bring up Gaza, I think once overall. Do you want to know why? Because I have the capacity to fucking offer American domestic politics to an American audience that does not give a shit about American foreign policy. Because while I give a shit about American foreign policy, I know my fucking base. I know that a lot of Americans are, little piggies, okay? Little piggies that want treats, that love their little treats and nothing else. And by the way, I'm not even saying it's fucking treats that the Democratic Party is caving and capitulating to right-wing framing on issues. I think that's a devastating fucking future. But overall, I recognize that most people don't care, okay? Merrick Garland may start to be de-thought about Gaza. New DOJ lawyers internally pushing Merrick Garland to investigate Israel's illegal settlements, alleged war crimes, killing of Americans. Oh my God. Activate Merrick Garland. Holy shit. Dude, lawfare time. Lawfare time. Let's fucking go. That'd be sick. I mean, I doubt he will, but it's fun to dream. Let a boy dream. Activate the Garland bot, dude. Not gonna lie, I only saw this site posted. It's Zeteo. They do fantastic original reporting. So they're pretty solid. It's from Prem. So I 100% believe it. If he's writing about it, not that it's going to go anywhere, but if he's writing about it, they're probably thinking about it. Biden says he regrets appointing Merrick Garland according to Woodward. Wait, what? Really? Oh, because of Hunter Biden? That's funny. That's cool. I'm leading 64 House Democrats in calling for unimpeded media access to Gaza for U.S. and international journalists. Biden must push for independent access for U.S. and international journalists in the interest of transparency, accountability, and the fundamental principle of press freedom. At a time when reliable information is more critical than ever, restrictions on foreign reporting undermine the very foundation of democratic accountability. Yeah, every time this kind of shit happens, another fucking like Muslim commentator will get banned by the ADL, or another Weather Channel ad will get taken out because they were wearing a keffiyeh. Anyway. Isn't Kamala pretty get on key issues like progressive stances on taxes, healthcare, green investment, freedom of choice, and good historically with unions, Biden? Like she isn't just Trump 2020. That's why I specified that we are in Trump's vision of America in terms of immigration. Okay? And for the record, she literally is running on I'm always pro fracking, I love fracking as a campaign. Now you can say it's because she wants to win. That's Neek's skit. Oh my God, is it? Did he change his fucking name? Because he's writing exactly like this. Oh my God. That's amazing. This community is amazing. I love you guys. Never change, okay? That's crazy. Ay, ay, ay.
All right, now this, 22 minutes before the top of the hour. Lawrence has been visiting blue cities with an exclusive barbershop talk series.
Why'd you have to do the quotes with it?
Because it was in the prompter.
Okay.
And last week, we had a very special guest.
So former President Donald Trump joined me at Knockout Barbershop in the Bronx to talk.
He's got to feel like he can feel the resentment that people have around him, right? Like there's no way. Yo, your anti-Semite of the week this week again? Have I been branded anti-Semite of the week again, dude? Damn, 2 weeks. The 2-time champion, dude. What the fuck? There's like literal neo-Nazis in the United States of America. Sam Parker, the nephew of Hamas sympathizer Cenk Uygur, has been on an insane anti-Semitic pro-terror rampage for over a year now, streaming on Twitch. What did Twitch CEO DJ Dan Clancy do about it? Block Israeli users. DanClancySucks.com. Yeah. Good stuff, man. You guys are really killing it. You seem very normal. No, they just reposted the old one. Yeah, they reposted the old one. He's absolutely one of the worst. Up there with Hinkle. Hassan the Hun has spread more hatred for the Jewish community than a lot of people, and he pretends against the government of Israel and the Zionists. If he knew anything about Jews, he would realize how hateful and disgusting he's being. Stand up to the hate. Anti-racism is in this dude's fucking bio. He's had Israeli citizens and a Knesset member on his broadcast, as well as other anti-Zionist Jews. You're a blue check idiot, so you didn't know that. Him discussing Gaza with a Jewish lawyer, lol, overruled. Yeah. It's great stuff. What is this? Aha Kastad. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Since it might seem that there's a new barrage of hate coming at you for the moment, here's a small token showing you that there are many friends here as well. Please keep giving a voice to the voiceless. I mean, I'll keep doing that no matter what. Now they're going after Twitch's trust and safety employees. Congratulations, you played yourself, Twitch. Yeah, that's what's like. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that like these people are so fucking unhinged. And I think a lot of people just don't know how they operate. So when they're met with like this onslaught of mass hatred and mass targeting campaigns that they engage in, like, how are there no guardrails against this? There's not really anything. Like, there's not really anything you could do. You just have to wait it out. There's really. And capitulating to them makes it so much worse. What do you do to get past this vial? I imagine, even though it's bullshit, stuff like that floating around adds some weight to your days. I'm so used to it after 6 fucking years of endless harassment, dude. So for me, it's like, I don't know. I've figured out like defense mechanisms against it where I don't know. I just live my life. There's not really anything you can do. I do think that, I will say it like this. I think that there is like most people look back at stuff like this and laugh at it a year down the line, you know? Cry yourself to sleep, laws? No, I don't do that at all. I live a very normal life, you know? It sucks. It sucks when things get heavy. But again, it's nothing. It's nothing in comparison to the death and destruction that people that I speak out for are experiencing on a daily fucking basis. You know what I mean? It's nothing. Oh, man. You know? Oh, man. People are, once again, lying on my name, lying about the things that acting like I believe the exact opposite of the things that I truly believe. See? And then people will go, just your average normal American millionaire. It's like, no, that's not what I'm recognizing the privilege that I have. I recognize the profound privilege that I have. A privilege that you guys have given me by tuning in, by watching, by subscribing. The editorial control that I have is profound. And it's all because of this community that I've cultivated. And that's it. And that's the reason why they can't go after my sponsors, so they have to go after fucking Twitch, which is psychotic. Like, it's insane. Fucking up hundreds, if not thousands of people's lives and livelihoods. You know?
The voters. Here's a look at that.
Nice to see you all. Wow, how are you? Nice to see you. Huh? How good are the barbers here?
Excellent.
I'll bet they're good. Let's see. I can see they're good. They look good to me. Nice soft floor. What's that all about? Why is it so? What wrestling matches? Thank you. Nice to see you all. How are you? Nice to see you.
He knows you are an anti-Semitic, but keeps implying what you said is anti-Semitic. Then he says you used to sneak behind his back and say different stuff to your broadcast as opposed to your show together. It's all stupid, all bad faith. Yeah, cutie Hasan Rella, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Yeah. Is this a real barbershop?
Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
So you the owner?
My son's the owner.
Oh, you did that very nice and easy, huh? Is he as good as you?
He's great.
Good. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, you know I've been going to the...
Wait. Ain't no fucking way. What a train wreck. Staging a photo op at a barbershop, Secret Service falling over. Yikes. Wait, no, it's a real barbershop. It's not... They just have like oh my God, is Trump going to get hit with a Dominican Ray, dude? Like Mark Zuckerberg? He would be undefeated. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Once you get hit with the Dominican Ray as a swagged out white boy, you literally, you become too powerful.
The barbershops all across the country.
Yeah.
So I wanted to have a natural conversation, you know, with these folks right here. So this fellow right here, he used to be in law enforcement for some years. What would you say is the most important issue facing the country right now?
For me, it's the border.
Right,
For
right.
me, it's the border.
I agree.
And how to control that, how to keep illegal migrants from coming into the country.
Right.
Very important for me. And if I had a question to ask.
Bro, that haircut is ass, dog. What the fuck? I question the integrity of this barbershop. I'm sorry. You know, you could be like, oh, there goes Hasan going after a small black business. But goddamn. Oh no, it started? Bro, don't even do this shit right now, okay? There's a lot of fucking eyes here. There's a lot of fucking eyes here who are like, Hasan is... They're going to be like, Hasan is trying to get people to write in Kaya Piker.
About it would be, how do we control the city, sanctuary cities? Because New York is a
We get rid of them. We
Yes.
get rid of them because they're sanctuary. You know what they're for? Criminals. And all over the country, the criminals go there. But you're right. You know, the polls are showing that inflation and not the border's third. They have inflation and the economy as the number one and number two issue. I disagree. I think inflation is massive. The economy is massive. But the border to me is like, it's the fabric of our country. And we had the strongest border in recorded history. 4 years ago, you had a border. You didn't have the problems that you have now. Last week, they announced that we had 13,099 convicted murderers released from jails all over the world. You know, it's not South America. It's all over the world, including South America. So I agree with you. I think the biggest problem we have is the border. It's something, and it's also the hardest thing to solve. And the only way you can solve it, you have to get the criminals, the murderers, you got to get them out. You got to get them out fast before they prey on our people. And
that was a big question for me because I'm a retired New York City detective.
Right.
So in New York here, we've run across that for a long
the
time.
other problem you have is that you're not allowed to do your job.
Yeah.
And when you were there, you go back 10, 15 years, when you were there, you were allowed to do your job.
Yes.
New York's finest. They're still New York's finest, but they're not allowed to do their job.
So when you were president, I know for a fact I was able to do three things. I was able to see money, save money, spend money.
Right.
Now in the past almost 4 years now, I'm losing my business basically. The
Are you
money's
losing
just
it?
not there.
It's your business?
It's my business. I started it for the past 10 years, and the only time I knew I made it was when you were in office, so I could speak for myself.
Right.
And the thing is, it's like, I don't know what more to do. How can we...
Stop and frisk, by the way, a horrifically racist policy that was struck down by the courts because of its unconstitutional nature, which was an abject fucking failure in terms of stopping, gun violence, because it just simply was a carte blanche approach to allowing cops in New York to fucking stop and detain black and brown people. Their fucking gun apprehensions from stop and frisk was like so unimaginably low. It was crazy.
Make the economy come back.
How do you get to the bottom of this?
So here's what we're doing. Number one, it all began with the oil. They screwed around with what I did with oil. We had the greatest, we were energy independent. You remember back 4 or 5 years ago, $1.87 for a gallon of gas. We actually had it lower than that for your car, $1.87. Now it's at $3.50, but it was much higher. They brought back my policies to break even, but by that time the damage was done, and now you have inflation and you have the cost so high, and they haven't gone down. We're going to do two things. Interest rates are going down. It's going to be brought down. It's going to be brought down fast, but much more importantly and quicker, we're going to drill, baby, drill. You've heard that, right? Drill, baby, drill. We're going to get our oil. We're going to have much more of it. That we're going to do 4 to 5 times more than we're doing right now. We can do that. These people are amazing. They can do it. And we'll be supplying it to Asia. We'll be supplying it to Europe. We'll be supplying it to everywhere. And that's going to bring down prices. It's going to bring down the cost of everything. If you make donuts, when you look at these stores, they have trucks that deliver. They have stoves and ovens. You have your lighting. You have all this, equipment. And all of that electric equipment that he's using on your beautiful head of hair. You have a good-looking head of hair. I'm jealous. Look at that flat top. I'd have a flat top. I wish I had a flat top. You never had a hair loss problem, did you? Lucky. He's one of those gifted ones. Anyway, what you do, those machines are very expensive. They're running the machines that electric. When that comes down, like in a shop like this, no matter what you do, it's about energy. We're going to bring it down. We're going to get the prices down. How's your rent done in terms of, do you own the store or is it rented?
No, it's rented.
And is the landlord a good guy? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's all right?
Yeah.
Do you cut his hair, I hope?
I mean, he comes in from time to time.
You know what? If you're as good as your father says, right, and you cut his hair great, that's very important to barber to a guy. So he could be a wealthy landlord, but he'll give you a low rent because having a good barber is a very important thing, I can tell you.
So, Mr. President, you got a young guy right there.
Bro, you can't say that. Bitch, your hair sucks. Fuck you mean having a good barber is a very important thing to a guy. It's like you've never met a good barber, dog. The fuck are you talking about?
Thing though,
it's a huge thing.
So how has your rent been? So where was it like 5 years ago, the rent?
I mean, the rent was significantly lower. Now it's gone up.
Shut the fuck up, Hasan. Your hair is ass. Bro, there's nothing funnier than fucking trying to defend Trump's haircut. Like, bro, MAGA supporters, please, dude, please. I beg you, open your fucking eyes, dude. You are literally, you have to be hallucinating. You have to be fucking hallucinating, man. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you can point to anything else. Like, you could be like, oh, you just hate how, like, I don't know, charismatic he is being, or how he can just like talk to normal folks, some shit like that. Okay? Like even that would be wrong, but at least that's like a little bit more in tune with like things that you can optically hold on to, things that you can fucking see. Trump supporters are so fucking crazy. They just like, they will defend really indefensible shit. I don't know. Like, yeah, next thing he's going to be like, oh, Trump's tan? So much more real than your fucking tan, dude. Oh my God. Yeah, Trump, best fucking skin tone out there. From the standpoint of skin tone, it's the best.
$1,200 since.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a big increase.
My issue was more the energy. I've been paying $2,100 since I first opened up. In the last 7 months, it shot up to $15,000.
What?
It's $15,000, and that's
you went from $2,100
to $15,000 in this establishment. Yeah.
How many heads can you take care of? That's a lot, right?
It's like somebody stealing from us.
So when from 2,100 to 15,000.
Yeah. So they.
So there's an example though. Energy, right? So energy, when that comes down, ready? I almost hate to say because you'd be at 7,000, right? But your energy bill from January 20th, if I win, we gotta win. And we're gonna, by the way, and we're in New York, and these guys love New York. If we win, oh, I love this guy. Look at that. Give me that hat. I'm gonna sign it. Come on, give me that hat. I love this guy. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. I'll sign yours too. Look at that one.
We fighting with them.
So what?
He's very busy. I don't know why.
He's going to keep busy for a long time. So let me ask you, how much is it like a haircut? An average haircut. Guy comes in, he wants
$30, $40.
Yeah.
Right now.
What did it used to be?
15, 12, 15. Yeah.
Well, we're talking about 10 years ago. Now,
And- yeah.
we have to make it make sense. You know,
Right.
like you can't charge a regular prices, especially out here in our.
Do you have guys like these guys? Do they come in and negotiate the price?
Yeah.
They probably do. I would.
What's your question for the president?
What is the plan to do about the the food healthcare industry and getting the artificial foods banned in our urban?
Yo, Hasan, based on the sample size, Kamala's getting maybe 10% of the black vote. Trump is winning Detroit, Memphis, and Atlanta. Yeah. Let Republicans fucking delude themselves, dude. Whatever. I mean, to be fair, every time Barack Obama comes out and says shit like, yo, black people, like black men gotta fucking, you know, not be misogynistic or whatever, like they probably are pushing. The Democratic campaign is probably pushing some black voters away, but like it still doesn't fucking matter. This is like Dems thinking Republicans will vote for them. Exactly. It's exactly like that. Dude, Trump has like 94% approval rating in the Republican Party right now. What the fuck do you think you're picking up? Have you met a Trump supporter? Like, I don't think Democrats have met an honest-to-God Trump supporter. They literally think that they can capture the attention and maybe even the loyalty of some of the most insane fucking freaks out there. They are literally living in an alternate reality, okay? They are not living here. What are you doing? And the other part of this is like, Trump says he wants to do mass deportations. Kamala says like, we're going to do deportations as well, but we're like responsible. You know what I mean? Trump is not. Okay. If Kamala Harris came out tomorrow and was like, we are the party of mass deportations, okay, ain't nobody that is a Republican is going to fucking believe her. They're not going to be like, hell yeah, that's the real mass deportation party. That's what I'm doing now. I'm voting for the Democrats. Like, that's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. Want to see actual polls? Look at Polymarket. Isn't that the fucking betting website, dude? Are you fucking crazy? You think I would ever look at some random fucking betting website as instead of a fucking actual real poll? Like, holy shit. Dude, come on. It's a crypto trading, crypto betting website. Get out of here. Like, those odds are fucking ultimately meaningless because they can be manipulated by like one guy, one fucking dude who has a shit ton of money. Your worst take? Oh no. Pretty sure they're also backed by Peter Thiel. Oh no. Like, I don't know anything about Polymarket, but I do know about how these fucking websites work, okay? You can just dump like $10 million and greatly improve Trump's odds, seemingly, on that fucking website. Why would you ever fucking take that shit seriously? Come on, dude. You haven't shit on crypto enough recently? Yeah, I know. Because white men are the only one punting crypto on a presidential election? Excuse me. You haven't heard Kamala Harris's brilliant policies about how she's going to protect the crypto assets of black men. They put their money on it, though, Hasan. Yeah, who gives a shit? Paulie Market and Nate Silver are both backed by Peter Thiel. How ingrained betting has become in our society is wild. I know that's another devastating aspect of existence in America in 2024. But don't get me started on that shit. Don't get me started on unrestricted, unregulated crypto casinos, brother. That's another reason why I draw so much ire from many different parts of the internet. Okay? Come on now. Come on now.
Communities that have less access to organic whole foods.
So, Bobby Kennedy, right? Everybody likes Bobby. And he's so big into the health food and women, things, everything. He wants to.
He's so Bobby Kennedy. He's big into women. Olivia Nuzzi. That's right. What a smoke show, you see. Olivia Nuzzi. I call him Nuzzy. All right. RFK, so into women. Women things. Olivia Nuzzi, big liberal writer. Wanted to do the thing. The ladies here are sophisticated. They know what I'm talking about. They know what I mean when I say they love Bobby Kennedy.
Do things in the environment. And he endorsed me. First time a Kennedy's ever endorsed a Republican. Maybe it's going to be the last, but I doubt it. And he's a great guy. He would be so perfect. He doesn't like artificial foods, and he doesn't like pesticides and all the stuff they put on them.
Bro, you look like you've only eaten McDonald's for like the last multiple decades of your fucking life. What do you mean you don't like artificial foods? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Does Trump eat anything that is not fucking processed? Does Trump eat a single fucking thing? Like, listen. I feel like at this stage, if Trump ate like a real potato, he would perish. Like his body, your ego is showing. Wait, what? Why? What? I know he's talking about Bobby Kennedy, but like, it doesn't matter. He's like, this is not a thing that he fucking gives a shit about, is my point. You should give more of a shit about the top of the hour ad break, though, which is coming right now. Subscribe for $6 or free with Twitch Prime if you no longer want to see those ads.
To him for 10 minutes, I mean, he says other countries that don't do anything are healthier than us, okay? We're not that healthy, to put it mildly. So no artificial foods. We don't want artificial. We have plenty of food. The food isn't our problem. And our farmers are great. And our farmers aren't allowed to do their job. You know, our farmers did great. 4 years ago, they were doing just about the best they've ever done. They're not doing well at all now. We're not going to have artificial foods. We don't want artificial foods. We want healthy foods. And a lot of...
What do you mean? Who's we, motherfucker? Are you speaking French? What do you mean we don't want artificial foods, bro? That's crazy.
A lot of things are going to be going. And I'll tell you, I'm going to have Bobby Kennedy involved in it. He's a great guy. And even the way when I mentioned his name, all you guys, and you're tough cookies. You know, you wouldn't think, sometimes you'd say, maybe you wouldn't like a guy like Bobby. But he's a person that talks more about food and health than anything else. So I think that's cool. So we'll get it taken care of. You'll be healthier in 4 years from now than you are now. And you look very healthy to me, by the way.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What do you have for the president?
Mr. Trump, my biggest concern is the future and the future generation, my kids' generation.
Yeah.
A lot of people are worried that attaining the American dream at this point in time and in the near future is going to be unattainable for this upcoming generation, which I have kids that are part of that generation.
How many kids you have?
I have two, a 17 and an 18-year-old.
Good.
Now, I believe one of the biggest hurdles we have when it comes to attaining that American dream is overtaxation.
Yeah.
When it comes to federal taxes,
Right.
I know we're going to bring back, I'm sure you're going to start back up the pipeline,
Right.
the Keystone Pipeline,
In 2 minutes.
which is going to generate an abundance of revenue.
Right.
Also, with the tariffs that you've spoken of. So my question is, with all this extra revenue we're going to be bringing into the country, so do you believe at some point in time we could find a way, once the country's back on its feet and getting enough revenue and paid off our debt, do you think it's possible to find a way to eliminate federal taxes?
There is a way. There is a way.
And how do you feel about it?
You know, in
and
the
what
old
steps would you
days,
take?
when we were a smart country, in the 1890s and all, this is when the country was relatively the richest it ever was. It had all tariffs. It didn't have an income tax.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now we have income taxes, and we have people that are dying. They're paying tax, and they don't have the money to pay the tax. No, in the old days, 1890, 1880, we had so much money, they had to set up committees, blue ribbon committees, how to spend our wealth. We had no idea how to spend it with so much money. Then we went to the income tax system, and the rest is sort of history. But no, there is a way. I mean, if what I'm planning comes out, it's a great question, by the way.
Everyone could attain the
You're a pretty
American
sophisticated cat, you know.
Everyone could attain the American dream if it wasn't for the high cost, the burden of high taxes, and we're taxed at every step of the way. When we make it, when we spend
regulations. And regulations. So I cut more regulations in 4 years than any other president by 4 times. Yeah, let's go. You were going to ask one question.
Yeah, it's really going to help this guy out when he cuts regulations, dude. Or taxes for the extremely wealthy. Maybe he'll get $5 in return. You know what I mean? He might get like $5 back at the end of the month. Meanwhile, fucking billionaires are just doing tricks. Okay? They're doing trick shots, 360 no scope. Getting fucking... I don't even know how much you can lower billionaires' tax rate at this point. Like, they already pay like 0.07%. Like, what is 0.01 extra percent at this point? Like, what do you mean? It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to fucking say about this shit. Like, oh, it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. What do you do? What do you fucking do? What do you do at this point? Give them money back? We already do. It's called subsidies for the corporations that they fucking inevitably take out in the form of profits. Like, that's what subsidies are. We are already paying for their bottom line. Ay, ay, ay. Bro, I'm literally from the Bronx. I'm from New York City. I'm not lying. This barbershop literally gives out the worst phase. They fucked my brothers up before his high school graduation. I can tell. I can tell from what I'm currently listening to.
What is one thing that you probably feel like you didn't do in your first term that you feel like you could do better now?
I'll tell you the one thing, because I did, look, we had the best economy with the best border. We had so I did a lot of good stuff, rebuilt the military. It's all about people. I got to get the right people. You know, when I went there, I won 92% of the presidents, 92% for the whole history of our country were politicians. 8% were generals. No admirals. 8% were, that's it. That's 100%. 92 and 8. They were politicians and they were generals. General Washington, et cetera, et cetera. George Washington. Thank you. You're doing very good at that. I'm just going to sign this. I
got longer arms than you.
Yeah, you do have longer arms. So here's what we do. We take all of that and we come, and here comes Donald Trump down the line. And so it's about people. It's all about people. I went to Washington 17 times in my entire life. So I wasn't a Washington person. I was a New York person. So when I went to Washington, all of a sudden I'm standing in the White House opposite the Lincoln bedroom. And I said, man, this is so amazing. But I didn't really know too many. So I had to rely on people to give me recommendations for people, to run agencies, to be secretary of this, secretary of that, all big stuff. And I didn't know anybody. I had to rely. And I still did great. Look, we rebuilt the military. We knocked out ISIS. We did all these things. We did great. We had the best economy. We had the best everything. Everything was good. But I had some people that, if I had it to do again, I wouldn't have used. Now I've been there 4 years, plus another 4 that I'm sort of there in a way. I know the best people. To me, it's all about people. You got to have the right people. We have the best people lined up. We're going to do a great job. Listen, so I'm going down to see the Wall Street Journal. If I had my choice, I'd stay with you for 2-3 hours because you guys are great. You guys are the same as me. It's the same stuff. We were born the same way. I grew up in Queens and all of that. I mean, you know, it's...
Yeah. He was born and had the exact same experiences as these guys. Yeah. Just the same. Man, come on, dude. Come the fuck on. How does this even read in a room like this where there's sitting in a room with a fucking billionaire? Okay, fake or not, doesn't matter. Okay, I don't know what his actual net worth is, but like they're sitting in this fucking room and he's like, yeah, that's right. I have the same lived experience as you, Dominican man in a Queens barber shop. Making fucking $45,000 a year. Like, born into a profound... in Bronx, sorry. Born in a goddamn... Okay, my bad, I forgot. It says Bronx Barbershop right in front of me, okay? He said Queens, so I got primed about Queens. It's just, it's ridiculous. Spreading misinfo again, yeah.
I had a great father. I had a father who was a great guy. He was tough but good, big heart, big heart. And he was a construction guy, pretty much. And
he was a construction guy, pretty much.
Real estate guy. And I learned a lot from him. He was great. But I know you people so well. Without knowing you, I know you so well. When I walked in here, I said, this is home territory. And I really appreciate it. And you are fantastic. I bet he's a fantastic father. Take care of that guy, right?
I think we got time for one more,
Okay,
Mr. President. Go ahead,
Mr.
brother.
President, are there things that...
Is he a good barber, too?
Yeah.
Who's better, you or him as a barber? How long have you worked here?
11 years.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, make no mistake. Trump and his father, Fred Trump, literally were investigated, prosecuted by the New York State for refusing to rent out their properties to people that are in this room, that look like the people that are in this room. So that's like, that makes matters even more interesting. Like, you know, lawfare. They've been coming after me even before. They knew I would run for president. They knew I would run for president. And that's why they came after me and my father 45 years before I ran for president.
Could he give me a good haircut yet?
You gonna do it?
That's the master right there.
Who's the master? Is he the best?
Right there. He's the best.
These are oldest guys. 35 years. I've been coming in 35 years.
He looks like a young guy.
Yeah, I've been coming to him since
Good job. You did a good job with your boy, I tell you, right?
Yeah.
You did a good job with your son, huh?
He's a great kid.
He's doing
Love it.
good.
I'm proud of
And
him.
you have other kids too?
Yeah, I got four altogether. Two girls and two
All
boys.
good. I'll bet all good, right?
They're all doing great.
I can look at him and see that.
I doubt the girls are voting for Trump. Let's be real.
You all
I'm
turned
happy.
back.
I'm in peace.
Do they work here too at all?
No. One of them works with him in his restaurant.
Two that works with me.
Oh, good. What do you do?
I'm a real estate investor and I own a restaurant and a bar.
Good, great. You look great.
I'm
You
here
look great. That's a lie, dog. Look at his hair. Bro, this barbershop got the absolute fucking worst advertising you could have ever gotten from this entire fucking situation. It's like I have seen only a sea of fucked up haircuts. Shit's looking like Yakuza side characters, bro. It's just like this is the type of haircut you see in like a 90s anime, okay? What is happening, dude? How did they find one fucking barber in the Bronx that successfully has created some of the worst haircuts ever seen? Maybe that's what he was going for. Chill. I mean, dude, that is malpractice. Okay. That is criminal negligence. You go to the barber and you're like, yo, can you give me the fucking guile cut? Okay. And also, look at this. It's all kinds of fucked up. They haven't even blended it. Like, I don't know what the hell happened here. But let me tell you something, okay? You go to the barber and you're like, I want the guile cut. And the barber says, yeah, no, I got you, fam. That's like, you can sue that person. Okay? You can sue that person. It's malpractice, dude. It's barbarism.
To the president, I gotta look great.
President, I think we could say here collectively, I met all these guys.
Bro, he looks like he got the haircut that looks like, you know, that Turkish barber in Germany that like will fucking freeze your head. That's what it looks like. It looks like a big ice cube. You know what I'm talking about?
Today, for the first time, but we all love America just like you. And that's why we're here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Really
President.
nice. Thank you. Thank you.
It's great, Lauren.
So I got to tell you, if you've been watching Fox for years, I've been talking about the barbershop for years. And
oh my God. Okay, dude. Come on. Oh, yeah. It's a thorny issue, honing on the legality of Musk's $1 million daily giveaways to voters. I'm just going to fucking skip that. I don't really care. We already covered the far right Israelis gathering for a news conference near Gaza to talk about how they have to fucking how Gaza belongs to them and they're going to settle it. I saw something, of course, very interesting about that article and the way that it's written. New York Times push notification comes in hot. Settler activists encouraged by Israel's far right meet at the Gaza border for the Jewish holiday of Sukkot. Haaretz, conquer, kick out, resettle. At the Preparing to Resettle Gaza conference, wishful thinking made way to concrete plans. At a Sukkot-themed gathering near the Gaza border, settlers and far-right leaders outlined plans to reestablish Jewish settlements of the Strip within a year. Police blocked counter-protests from entering the event as speakers called for the voluntary transfer of Gazans and the redrawing of Israel's borders to stretch from the Euphrates to the Nile. This is why I was like kind of shocked. This is why I was kind of shocked when I saw the Haaretz article that like talked about me spreading misinformation and anti-Israeli sentiment, because like they are a legitimate publication. Like they are a legitimate fucking publication. Yes, brother, you heard it. To the Nile, Euphrates to the Nile. Here's another legitimate publication. From Israel, a fantastic investigative reporting outlet, Plus 972 magazine. Israeli settlers gather at an event near Gaza to promote plans for building Jewish settlements in the Strip. The event was attended by Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and members of the Knesset from Netanyahu's Likud. They actually coming after you now, or has it always been this way? Yeah, of course it's always been this way. What? What do you mean? When have they not? Anyway, it's I don't know, outside somewhere. Who does Chatter mean by they? What do you think, bro? What do you think? Do you think he means Jews when he says they? Or do you think he means like legacy publications, or rather people with an interest of defending Israel? Like what are you doing? Why are you guys so desperate to fucking why are you guys so desperate to like extract some hidden anti-Semitism from every single person in here? Ay, ay, ay. Please stop. Liberals not coming out against the use of pronouns. Yeah. You ever bust back at the ops? Have you ever seen Haaretz? Yes, I have. And there are decent journalists on Haaretz, and there are some that I do not fucking agree with. Okay, it's normal, but by and large, they are an outlet that is like significantly more respectable than. Answer the question. What? Answer the question, dude. What? What do you mean? Answer the question. You ever bust at the ops? No, I don't bust at the ops. How is Haaretz viewed within Israel? They think it's liberal bullshit. Depending on who you ask. It ranges from, in the eyes of the broader Israeli society, it ranges from like liberal bullshit to like communist bullshit. And when people say commie bullshit in Israel, they mean it. They it's more of a pejorative. Haaretz is hated by everyone because if you're a right winger, you hate it, and if you're a left winger, you hate it. In my experience, most Israelis think of Haaretz the same way Republicans think about the New York Times. Yeah, kind of. That one teen you guest star called Haaretz fake news. Yeah, I know. I remember. I think you find the stand-up bit funny. I saw it already. He's great. It's what is it? Giancarlo, right?
Italian on my dad's side. I'm Jewish on my mom's side, Italian on my dad's side. I'm part of a secret group that runs the world's plumbing. That's an example of an anti-Semitic joke. And I bring that up because that's what anti-Semitism used to mean. It used to mean you'd say, oh, Jews, they run the banks, they run Hollywood, they're all cheap, they all have big noses. But then something changed. Something changed, and now anti-Semitism seems to mean criticizing Israel in any way, shape, or form, which feels different. I mean, now if you say something like, oh, I think Israel should stop bombing innocent civilians, some people are like, that's a stereotype. Not all Jews should bomb innocent civilians.
Little bench pure cringe as we transition into scary gaming. We're not transitioning into scary gaming today. Watch the full clip. We're getting Bernie Valorant before GTA 6? Yes. Gaming frogs are shriveling up. Do you see that jackass attack Jeff Nippert in the gym? There's a video. What the fuck is... People keep sending me this. What happened? How do you assault Jeff Nippert? He's one of the nicest people on the planet. What the fuck? Send me the clip.
So this just happened. Big Mike Van Wyck just assaulted Jeff Nippert in the gym.
What the fuck? Is he okay?
Jeff stitched a video of Mike's yesterday. Now I feel like I need to show you the video that Jeff made.
Some of the science-based guys. Science guys really need to answer this question before anything. Why is it that you remain so mediocre, yet you know so much?
I know I don't need to respond to this, but since he asked, using science-based training, I won Natural Bodybuilding Nationals. I earned my pro card on the most competitive stage in the World Natural Bodybuilding Federation. I placed second in my first bodybuilding pro show, and while doing this, I set the Canadian record on the bench press, and I set a provincial record on the squat. I currently weigh 180 pounds at 5'5" tall, which is pretty close to my natural limit given my height and my genetics. That's all besides the point though, because facts are facts. Information is either right or wrong. It doesn't matter who that information is coming from. If the people with the best physiques had the most knowledge, why would C-Bum need a coach? He has the best physique on the planet. Who could possibly know more than him? Well,
That's the reason why this dude tried to kill him? What the fuck is wrong with him, dude? Like, this is the reason?
it's pretty obvious that bodybuilding success comes from great genetics and really hard training, and if you want to make it in the IFBB, steroid use. I like science because it gives me more confidence in what actually works and what doesn't, because it isolates variables.
It's also weird because, like, science-based lifting helps people who take steroids. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What do you think steroids are? Where did steroids come from? Like, that's literally peak science-based lifting. Okay? It's science juice. That's what it is. And also beyond that, okay, I don't like to throw the term around, but roid rage. Dude, this is disgusting, dude. What the fuck? Like, listen. You guys know I love Jeff. He is the strongest Hasan Abi head out there. He is the best Hasan Abi soldier. Okay. But beyond that, he's also a fantastic person. Like, he is an awesome human being. He is just like an overall very nice guy. And this response to this other guy who was like rage baiting is literally in line with the kind of content that he makes.
Variables. If you trust a big guy's advice over scientific studies, that doesn't bother me. I listen to what big guys have to say.
That was the nicest response I have ever seen. Is there anything, and I mean anything there, that could justify something like this? Well, Mike, he got it.
Dude, first of all, jail, okay? That's like, right? I mean, that's crazy. You can't just like fucking assault someone physically. Okay, he posted an update. He said, if you've seen the video by now, I want to clarify the incident. First, I just want to give you an update that I got a CT scan done and I'm okay. In case you didn't see it, this is exactly what happened. There were many witnesses. Mike Van Mick jabbed me in the throat twice in the middle of the gym and then shoved my cameraman. There's already a lie going around that Mike asked me to stay away from him and that I didn't listen and approached him first. This is false. And Pure Muscle and Fitness has security footage to prove it. I think they should release it. This is exactly what happened. As I was filming bicep curls for a YouTube short, Mike brushed by me and said, "Sup." This was our first engagement that day. I chuckled. Mike said, "Oh, things are about to get real funny," as he walked past me. Then I asked him, "What did you mean by that?" And I made sure my cameraman was filming in case he tried any funny business. Then he walked back towards me. He said, "Turn the camera off," and immediately jabbed me in the throat, and I fell onto the floor. Pure Muscle and Fitness allows filming, by the way. I stood back up and he told me to never talk about him ever again. Then he jabbed me in the throat a second time. Then he turned to my videographer and pushed him against the cable machine. Then he walked away. This is the full story, and there's gym security footage to prove it. It's up to the gym if they want to release it. As of now, Pure Muscle and Fitness is still allowing Mike to train clients at the gym. I also want to say I really, really appreciate the outpouring of support from community and from other gym members. It is honestly making the situation a lot easier to deal with for me, so thank you all so much. I don't know why he attacked me other than that he really, really hates my training style. I certainly gave him absolutely no reason to hate me, and even if I did, there's no excuse to physically attack someone over a disagreement. My opinion is that this is the result of anger brought on by the clip I posted yesterday responding to his question about science-based training. Pretty wild stuff. I don't know if he's like allowing comments on his post or not, but the Mike guy used to be Drake's bodyguard and a former bodybuilder. I think it's like, I think it is actually fucking insane that he did that. Jeff also, for those of you who don't know, in a sea of like fucking weirdos in the fitness space, in a sea of like weirdos, misinformers in the fitness space, is like a beacon of honesty, and also is not a mean-spirited person at all. Jail, yes, but what if he eats through the bars? True. That's crazy, man. He is like a beloved. I would say he is one of the most beloved figures in the fitness space in general. I have never heard from anyone, okay, regardless of what their political worldview is, I have never heard from a single person I've never heard from a single personal trainer, fitness guy, bodybuilder, a single fucking mean thing about Jeff. Talking about honesty, do you want to retract your false statements on the Israeli rapes? On the Israeli rapes, what false statements have I made about the Israeli rapes? What are you talking about? The pro-rape riots that the Israeli far right conducted, saying that they never happened? No, they did. Israel tried to prosecute 8 concentration camp guards at Sde Tayman for raping Palestinians to death. Like, that is real. That's a real thing that happened. Hello? Are you confused? What do you mean? Eight Israeli concentration camp guards at Sde Tayman were slated to be prosecuted by the Israeli state for crimes including but not limited to raping a Palestinian prisoner to death. Israeli society caught wind of it, got very upset, and did a January 6 style armed mass pro-rape riot. The primary responsible party went on Israeli national television with a balaclava and explained how he has a right to rape Palestinians. Then he took his balaclava off and he became a famous Israeli television personality. Is that what you're talking about? Did you know that this happened? Or are you completely oblivious to this reality? Yeah. Maybe you are also oblivious to the reality that Israeli emergency Knesset session had to be taken. An Israeli emergency Knesset session took place where a member of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party, a Knesset member from Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party, openly argued that Israeli prison guards should be able to rape Palestinian prisoners. That's precisely what happened. Now, were you familiar with that or not? Because your unfamiliarity with that I have never denied, by the way, is perhaps the reason why you're also unfamiliar with my commentary on the mass rape, systematic rape charges that were unsubstantiated on October 7. I have never denied the possibility of rape occurring on October 7. You will never be able to find an instance where I have actually denied rapes happening on October 7. As a matter of fact, I said it is highly likely that rapes occurred on October 7, especially considering that once the Gaza boundary was penetrated, there were criminal elements beyond the Palestinian Resistance Front that actually went into Israel that were uncontrollable. Okay? Having said that, however, the only substantiated rape report comes from the UN Commission report that was not a sexual assault that occurred on October 7, but rather a sexual assault that occurred in captivity to an Israeli citizen. This is the only substantiated primary account of sexual assault happening to an Israeli citizen in the hands of a Palestinian. Not only have I never denied that rapes might have occurred, I have always said that there is a high likelihood that rapes did occur. As of now, given the unfortunate reality that Zaka, highly controversial group, and the Israeli government completely fucked up any kind of real investigation from occurring into sexual assault on October 7, that there are victims out there that will most likely never know the truth. But once again, considering that you are unfamiliar with, I suspect, the pro-rape riots that occurred in Israel not that long ago, is actually new reporting from Israeli publications came out literally last week on this matter. I suspect that you are completely oblivious to a lot of things. How is Zaka controversial? Here, I'll give you an example of this from, I think it was Haaretz's reporting. You were super vocal about this early on too. It's all on your old videos. Yeah, I know. Maybe the shadow's really high. No, I think that there's a lot of chatters that are coming in here with a false interest just to fucking try to get a clip, hoping that I slip up or say something that they can package in a way that comes across like I'm being cynical or in a way that comes across like I'm being dismissive. That's all it is. Haaretz's original reporting from April debunking the December New York Times article, and then the UN report also debunked. That's what it is. I think that they are, It's a sad, pathetic state of affairs, but it is what it is. You're getting noticeably brigaded. When am I not getting brigaded? Come on. Yeah. Israel forbade doctors from speaking to UN group investigating the October 7 atrocities as well. A separate commission was sent to Israel in which Israel, 1, denied the terms of inquiry as, first, not an investigation, just information gathering on sexual violence, pretty much in a vacuum. 2, determined who the UN officials got to speak with. The president of Israel, Israeli ministries, IDF, the Israeli Shin Bet, the Israeli National Police, the Shura military base, the morgue, and Israeli National Center for Forensic Medicine. The result was Premia Patton's UN report. An excellent analysis of the report has been produced by Feminist Solidarity Network for Palestine and published by Mondo Weiss. Times of Israel reporting also on the Israeli restrictions on the UN group trying to conduct an actual investigation into the matter. This is also part of the problem with vibes-based hallucinations and analysis rather than like actually paying attention to what I have said. And there is no real, Twitch blocked Israel for making Twitch accounts. Talk about that yet? Yeah, I did yesterday. Oh, and also, the Zakah, Times of Israel reported on it. Haaretz reported on it. In terms of like the Haaretz investigation reveals cases of negligence in the spreading of misinformation by the Zakah volunteer group, which began collecting bodies in the devastated communities in southern Israel immediately after the Hamas attack. Death and donations. Did the Israeli volunteer group handling the dead of October 7 exploit its role? The Zakah volunteer group began collecting bodies in the devastated communities of southern Israel after the Hamas attack, while the IDF sideline soldiers trained to retrieve remains. An investigation reveals cases of negligence, misinformation, and a fundraising campaign that used the dead as props. They spent time, I remember some of the fucking details. Zakah spent time literally taking bodies out of fucking body bags and putting them into Zakah body bags. That's what they were doing with the fucking time. Police said suspect Zakah officials hushed reports of founders' alleged crimes. Members of emergency services organization to be questioned by investigations. This is like a previous reporting on Zakah from before. Can't believe we've had all this info on how and who to spread misinformation for so long and it still gets spread around like it's true, because it does not matter. If I remember correctly, your position was that rape couldn't have wasn't that rape couldn't have happened. It was that it wasn't systemic or as reported. Yes. I said that there is a likelihood that rape did occur. It's just that New York Times' screams without words reporting on the matter did not meet the New York Times' own journalistic standards. Yeah. You literally got into arguments with people saying, I'm not going to claim zero rapes happened. That's fucking stupid. Yes, I did. Just like I also spent a decent amount of fucking time. Just like I spent a decent amount of fucking time since early October of 2023 in the beginning phases of this genocide, where I featured heavily the perspective of Jewish people in America, the perspective of anti-Zionist Jews, the perspective of Israeli society, and routinely offered coverage to the humanity of every side in this equation. And yet people still make it seem as though I did not do that when I did it every single day. That's why I had that conversation with that one chatter who was like, well, the vibes were kind of fucked in the first 6 months. There are very few people on this planet that have such a clear accounting of all of the things that they have said every single fucking day. Every single day. I am one of the very few people that has been live almost every single fucking day since October 8th. So I can directly point to a moment where I've done the exact opposite of the thing that people are claiming that I did. You have the opportunity to seek this information out yourself. You have the opportunity to look at my commentary from back then with today's eyes. Okay? You can look back at it. It's on my YouTube page. VODs are also directly on YouTube and elsewhere. If you are truly curious about the truth of what my opinion is on any particular issue, Hasan, you're unironically above reproach here. I think it's bad that people are bringing misinformation here that's obviously wrong. No, I know. It's additionally ironic that we're having this conversation when I brought up systemic sexual abuse claims that Palestinian prisoners gave 10th of October. I mean? Because listen to me. Listen. Is it likely? Is it possible? Certainly. It is. It is absolutely fucking possible. Okay? These sorts of things do happen. But I do not understand how our supposedly objective media, which we know is never objective anyway, can't stick to the actual facts of the matter and have to like beef up the narrative. That's on fucking October 10. That's the VOD from October 10. Why seek something out when they can get a bunch of PowerPoint clip chips talking points with these subreddit fed them directly either from the source or via Ethan? Yeah. After watching one video of yours, I realized that there's no hope for humanity given the preconceptions that I had about you due to the common narrative about you. Yeah, but what matters in the situation is that you watched a video and you were like, okay, everything I heard about you is fucking wrong. If you had that capacity to change your attitude, then there are plenty of other people who have that capacity as well. That's what I believe in. That's what I hope for. That's the only thing I can hope for. That's it. Don't take this the wrong way, but why you care about Palestinians? You are not even an Arab. Why you care too much about Palestinians? You are not even an Arab. I mean, why do I care about women not being able to get fucking access to reproductive rights? I'm not a woman. Why do I care about trans people getting fucking legislated out of existence? I'm not a trans person. Why do I care about black people being disproportionately targeted by police brutality? I'm not a black person. Why do I care about the working class? I have now actually accrued enough financial success that like I don't ever have to fucking worry. I can just vote for either party I want to and be comfortable for the rest of my fucking life. Why do I care about the working class? Why do I want people to have fucking health care? I can pay for my own because it is antithetical to my worldview. It's like, you know, it's silly. It's empathy, I think. And I also personally believe, legitimately, genuinely believe that if we are to elevate every single person if we are to truly evolve as a society beyond the current constraints that capitalism has brought upon us, everyone will prosper. Everyone will thrive. We will be in a better position overall. That's it. That's where this comes from. I personally believe that, for example, if we had a more fair and more just process in this country in terms of economic redistribution, everyone would be better off. I don't think this is like naive idealism either, by the way. I think this is just true. And I hope more people see it that way as well. Anyway. I see something that is like horrifyingly wrong. I think genocide is completely unacceptable. And it's horrific and it's wrong. I see my tax dollars going to fund and facilitate this genocide. Of course, I'm going to speak out about it. Can you consider my last comment? 538 shows Trump over Harris for the first time since she announced her run. Thoughts? This guy. Anyway. Intelligence said it best here. A decade ago, I became friends with Buyer Logic because of our mutual interest in foreign policy being our number one issue. He told me, if you do not care about the well-being of those overseas, no matter who, then you don't really care about anyone. It stuck with me for life. How do you deal with this every day and aren't miserable genuinely? I've already answered this a million times over. I get a tremendous amount of emotional fulfillment from being able to change people's minds. Okay? That's it. If I can get one person who is, again, transphobic to not be transphobic, if I can get one person who is racist to not be racist, if I can get one person to recognize that Israel is an apartheid state and that is unconscionable, then that's good. If I can motivate one person to go out and run for local office, if I can motivate one person to go out and unionize their workplace, as many of you have, then I'm happy. It does not matter. I'm a profoundly privileged person. I'm living in fucking West Hollywood. I could take care of my entire family. My family's here right now in my house. Okay? It would be disgraceful, if not disgusting, if I didn't use all of the profound amount of privilege that I have to advocate for those who are voiceless. That's it. Did you see this? I mean, yeah, I didn't.
But there's no. What's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. They've all been banned.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, Destiny should be unbanned so he can call me out is a crazy take. I don't recognize Ethan any longer. I'll be honest. Like who would call me out? Like right-wing shitheads? Like, what do you mean? Not only that, but I do get fucking yelled at all the time. Who do you want? Like some fucking weirdo Nazi? Like who? There's only one guy I think he means, and that's Destiny, which is crazy.
Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic fucking.
Bro, I can't believe this man went from dunking on Steven Crowder to saying Steven Crowder ass shit. He's anti-American, radical anti-American. Like, what's next, dude? Should I leave the country? Should I go back to my own country, dude? The fuck is this? This is the reason why I didn't want to watch a single fucking clip of Ethan, because I feel like I'm going to lose my goddamn mind, okay? Not because I'm like escaping accountability. Like, come on, dude. Come the fuck on. You think I haven't heard these fucking talking points a million times over? I know the fucking subreddit that you basically scraped these fucking bottom of the barrel talking points from. I know. I hear it all the time from his pathetic fucking fans that come in here and hit me with it every single fucking day. The real reason why I don't want to fucking watch these videos is because I don't want to like lean into the fucking mania that he is expressing every single damn day, because I think it's utterly irrelevant in the grander point that Israel is committing a fucking genocide, that Israel is an apartheid state. And I think it's like very selfish to have a conversation about my radical anti-American views over and over again. Wow. No one ever says that, except plenty of people do, okay? Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Fox News, and now your favorite, Destiny. A person who has literally told me to go back to my own country, okay? A person who has fantasized about executing me numerous times over. A person who has had prominent Nazi figures on his broadcast talk about killing me. Prominent Nazi figures who hate you too. Now you like Destiny? Really? Fucking Sam Hyde doesn't like you either, dog. That's so crazy. That's the craziest part. Like, how do you not recognize that these people who fucking call for your death and have said horrifying shit about you over and over again, now you are aligned with? Now you're reposting fucking Keemstar and shit. What a silly, sad, pathetic state of affairs, dude. Jesus Christ. It makes me so fucking sad. Snails are kind of, so they're just like, snails are kind of doing the thing that people meme about, like docking penises, basically.
I don't know what that means.
Docking, when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis and the other one doesn't. And then the non-circumcised penis you like put into the circumcised penis, basically. Like you unfold the contrast is fantastic. He says pro-Russia and pro-China.
Pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice?
Yeah, I'm so pro-Russia, dude. You're right.
Entire platform.
Is the whole crew against you? Fuck no. What? The fuck are you talking about? You keep stopping it and making comments off of assumption. Stopping it. We watched the whole clip. Yeah, I'm pro-Russia. That's why this community fundraised for Ukrainian refugees immediately after Russia unjustifiably fucking invaded Ukraine. Something that I've railed against time and time again. But hey, I know. Once a narrative is solidly set, it's a clip. There you go. You wanted me to watch a clip. I did. What do you want me to do? Parse through every single fucking smear, every single lie over and over again? Are you guys fucking delusional? He said I'm pro-Russia. He said I'm pro-terrorism and pro-Russia. He sounds like fucking Steven Crowder, dog. You are so lost, my friend. Are you talking about me? I'm lost. Man wants to debate you hard and probably do a surprise D debate like he did with Sam Cedar and Crowder. I know, it's fucking gross. People are brigading. You jumped in views. Yeah, immediately. As soon as I looked at a fucking single Ethan clip, chat shot up from 27 to 30K. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm anti-America because I think we shouldn't be fucking giving unlimited funds to our death and destruction campaign overseas. And instead we should fund ourselves. A thing that Ethan, I thought, also agreed with. But I guess the dynamic has shifted now. Yeah. It's also weird that he thinks that there's no other large content creator that disagrees with me on the fucking platform when this literally happened straight up. Maybe that's what he means. Maybe that's what he means. That like they banned the only one large content creator on the platform that was brave enough to disagree with me. I guess it was a very cordial conversation for the record, but I don't know. Do you not think he's possibly correct about anything, even partly? Aren't you literally doing exactly what he criticizes of you, though? Do you think that that may be what he wants? Actually asking so you can think of it? Aren't you doing literally exactly what he criticizes you of, though? Yes, dude, you're right. I am pro-terrorism, pro-China, pro-Russia. Yes, what he criticized me of is actually correct. You're right. What the fuck are you talking about? Just say what you mean. Just say what you think out of these criticisms is correct. Just say it. I don't mean that exactly, dude, but just assuming like that. Assuming just like that, I mean, what do you mean assuming? That is the clip. Please, just say what you think is wrong and I can address it, okay? I don't think I can articulate it possibly, then I apologize. I don't understand. Then why? Why is it? Why? It's not that hard. It's not that hard, man. It's not. You can just tell me exactly what it is. His criticism is that you won't listen to his takes and you will only pick out the worst things that Chad says. The reason why I don't want to fucking watch his video is because I don't want to be more disappointed than I already am. It doesn't fucking matter. He's going to probably clip this and fucking cry about that too. Okay? That's why. He explicitly said he wants Asmongold fans to stay away and he agrees with the ban. I watched the whole video and don't want you to be misinformed like him. Yeah, I know. I'm embellishing when I say, what does he want? Asmongold? That's a fucking person who disagrees with me. Wait, what? Anyway, I got to get a haircut. And Todic's going to be here too. I saw the Jeff Nipper thing. We'll get back to all this stuff later. Don't go to Trump's barber. Yeah. I know. Love you all. Be kind to one another, okay? See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All the shadows trick street.